Some problems can't be solved with bullets and stones. Some can only be survived. The Fixer. An action-packed crime thriller. Chapter 1. The Silverado ran 78 miles per hour down Highway 385 through country so flat you could see the curvature of the earth if you looked hard enough. Tom Archer kept the truck in the right lane and watched the pump jacks pull oil from under land that had been pulling things out of people for 100 years. The jacks moved in their slow mechanical rhythm, like they were bowing to something nobody could see, but everyone had to pay for. He'd left Pecos at noon, and the West Texas sun had turned the asphalt into a black ribbon of heat shimmer. The air conditioning in the Silverado ran cold enough to make him consider a jacket, but he kept the vents open and let the cold wash over him, because cold was the opposite of where he'd been 4 days ago, which was standing over 3 bodies in 106-degree heat outside a trailer park while the stones in his hand felt like they'd been pulled from a furnace. 3 men. Cattle thieves working a circuit from Pecos to the border, running stock they cut from ranches that sat too far from town for sheriffs to patrol regular. Tom had tracked them to a double-wide with a Confederate flag in the window and a Dodge Ram in the driveway that had mud on the tires and blood in the bed. He'd waited until dark. They'd come out drunk and loud, and one of them had been carrying a bolt cutter that still had Shirley hair stuck in the jaws. Tom had put them down with 3 shots from the Glock at 15 yards. Headshots, all 3. The kind of shooting you do when you want the job done and you don't want conversation. He'd stacked 2 stones on each body and walked back to the Silverado and driven to a Shell station in Van Horn where he'd bought a Coke and a bag of Fritos and sat in the parking lot eating while the stars came out. That was Monday. Today was Friday, and the $15,000 Preston Wade owed him sat in a Wells Fargo account in El Paso under the name Michael Garrett, which was a name Tom had bought from a man in Juarez who specialized in documentation that looked real until federal agents started asking questions. Tom had $73,000 in that account now. His personal goal was $200,000. $200,000 bought you a different life in a different place where nobody knew what you'd been before you arrived. He passed an oil rig on the north side of the highway, workers in hard hats and high-visibility vests standing around equipment that cost more than most people's houses. One of them looked up as the Silverado went past. Tom didn't wave. The worker didn't wave back. Just 2 men existing in the same empty country for half a second before the distance pulled them apart again. Midland appeared on the horizon at 2:40. Office buildings and strip malls and the general accumulation of civilization that happens when people discover something valuable under the ground and decide to stay long enough to pull it out. Tom took the Loop 250 exit and ran the outer road to Wall Street, where Preston Wade kept an office in a brick building that had been there since the 50s and that smelled like old money and older decisions. Tom parked in the back lot next to a white Lexus that probably belonged to Wade's secretary and a black F-250 that definitely belonged to Wade. He turned off the engine and sat for a moment looking at the building. 3 stories, brick facade, windows that reflected the afternoon sun back at you like mirrors. The kind of building that had survived oil booms and oil busts and would probably survive whatever came next, because buildings like this were designed by men who understood permanence. He got out. The heat hit him like walking into a wall. 104 degrees, according to the bank sign across the street. September in West Texas, which meant the summer had another month to run before it even considered quitting. The lobby was marble and wood paneling, and a receptionist who looked at Tom like she was deciding whether to call security. She was mid-40s with reading glasses on a chain, and the expression of someone who had been answering phones in this building since before Tom was born. "Help you? I'm here to see Preston Wade." "You have an appointment?" "He's expecting me." She picked up the phone without taking her eyes off Tom. Dialed 3 digits. Waited. "There's someone here to see you." Pause. He didn't say. Longer pause. She looked at Tom. Your name? Tom Archer. She repeated this into the phone and listened to whatever Wade said back. Set the phone down. 3rd floor. Last door on the left. He says come on up. Tom took the stairs because he never took elevators when he had a choice. Elevators were boxes with one exit, and you couldn't control who got in with you or what they did once the doors closed. The stairwell smelled like concrete and floor wax and had the echo quality of spaces that nobody used much. 3rd floor hallway, wood floors, oil paintings of men on horses, doors with brass nameplates that said things like Wade Properties and Permian Land Management and Cattlemen's Association of West Texas. Tom walked past all of them to the last door on the left, which had no nameplate, and which he knew led to Wade's private office because he'd been here 6 times before, and the routine never changed. He knocked once. A voice from inside said, "Come in." Tom opened the door. Preston Wade sat behind a desk that looked like it had been carved from a single piece of walnut by someone who charged by the hour. The desk held a laptop, a phone, a leather folder, and Wade's hands, which were folded on the green felt blotter like he was praying or thinking or both. Wade was 62 and looked 50 because he had the kind of money that bought gym memberships and personal trainers, and probably a doctor who prescribed things that kept your blood pressure in the acceptable range, even when you spent 40 hours a week making decisions that affected whether men lived or died. He looked up when Tom came in. Close the door. Tom closed it. Sit down. Tom pulled out the chair across from Wade and sat. The chair was leather and comfortable, and positioned at exactly the right height, so you had to look up at Wade when you talked to him. Tom had noticed this the first time he'd been here, and had decided Wade was the kind of man who thought about things like chair height and eye contact and the psychology of who sat where. Wade opened the leather folder. Inside, stacks of $100 bills banded in groups of 5,000. He counted out 3 stacks and pushed them across the desk. 15, Wade said. As agreed. Tom picked up the first stack and fanned the bills. Hundreds, all of them, crisp and clean and smelling like the specific chemical smell that new money has before it gets old enough to smell like dirt and hands and the general circulation of commerce. He counted fast, 50 bills, 5,000. Set it aside. Picked up the second stack, counted again. Same. Third stack, same. He folded all 3 into his jacket pocket. You count fast, Wade said. I've had practice. Wade closed the folder. He leaned back in his chair and looked at Tom with the assessment of a man cataloging details. 3 of them. 3. Just like you said. They were running your cattle south on a county road east of the Pecos River. Had about 40 head in 2 trucks. I followed them to the trailer park, waited until they got out, finished the job. Markers. 2 stones on each one. Wade nodded. He picked up a pen from the desk and turned it over in his fingers like he was examining it for defects. The ranger came by my ranch yesterday. Tom said nothing. Fellow named LaFurs. Joseph LaFurs. You know him? I know the name. He asked about you. What did you tell him? Told him I'd never heard of you. Wade set the pen down with the same care he'd picked it up with. But he's persistent. Showed me photographs of bodies from 3 different counties. All of them with your signature. Dead thieves don't file complaints, Tom said. True. But live rangers ask questions. Let them ask. Wade looked at Tom for a moment. Tom looked back. The air conditioning in the office hummed in the wall. Outside the window, a delivery truck backed up to a loading dock across the street, and the reverse beeping came through the glass, muffled but persistent. You ever think about LaFurs as a problem? Wade said. Tom understood what Wade was asking, without Wade having to spell it out. I kill thieves. I don't kill lawmen. Even lawmen who might cause difficulties? Especially lawmen who might cause difficulties. Tom shifted in the leather chair. Dead lawmen bring federal marshals. Federal marshals bring attention. Attention brings reporters from Houston, asking questions about who's paying who to shoot people in Reeves County. That's a conversation you don't want to have in a courtroom. Wade smiled for the first time since Tom had walked in. It was a thin smile, the kind people give when they've just confirmed something they already suspected. You're smarter than you look. I've stayed alive longer than most people in my line of work. That takes more than good aim. Wade opened a desk drawer and pulled out a sheet of paper. Set it on the desk between them. Tom could see it was a printed email, the kind offices produce when they want physical copies of digital communication for reasons that usually involve lawyers or accountants. Got this from a rancher down south, Wade said. Fellow named Keller Nash. Runs a spread near Fort Davis. Tom picked up the email and read it. Standard complaint. Stock disappearing, equipment stolen, suspected theft by parties unknown, request for assistance. What caught Tom's eye was the last line, which offered $10,000 for resolution of the problem. That's double my usual rate, Tom said. Nash is desperate. Why? Wade leaned forward and put his elbows on the desk. His ranch sits up against BLM land that runs all the way to the border. Used to be, you could leave cattle out there and nobody bothered them. Now you've got scouts coming through, cartel people, freelancers, whoever. They cut fences, take what they want, disappear before the sheriff even gets the call. Sheriff won't handle it. Sheriff's got 3 deputies covering 4,000 square miles. By the time they arrive, the thieves are in Mexico drinking cerveza and counting money. Tom set the email down. Nash know what he's asking for. He knows. He know what I do. I told him you solve problems. How you solve them is your business. Tom thought about this. 10,000 was good money. 10,000 meant he'd hit 100 in the Wells Fargo account and be halfway to 200. But 10,000 also meant the job was harder than the usual cattle thief with a bolt cutter and a pickup truck. What else? Tom said. What do you mean? You don't pay double rate just because a man's desperate. What makes this different? Wade looked at Tom with something that might have been respect, or might have been the recognition that Tom understood how these transactions worked. Nash has a family. Wife and a kid. Teenage boy, I think. That relevant? Might be. Families complicate jobs. People with families make different decisions than people without them. I'm not in the business of threatening families. I know you're not. I'm saying Nash is a family man, which means he's protective, which means he might do something stupid if he thinks his people are in danger. You'll need to account for that. Tom picked up the email again and read through it once more. Keller Nash. Property near Fort Davis. Losing cattle and equipment. 10,000. He folded the paper and put it in his pocket next to the 15,000 in hundreds. When's he expect an answer? Soon as possible. He's already lost 20 head this month. Tom stood. Wade stayed seated. They'd never shaken hands in 6 meetings, and they didn't shake hands now. Tom went to the door and put his hand on the knob. Tom, Wade said. Tom turned around. Be careful down there. Fort Davis is different from Reeves County. More people, more eyes. You can't just stack stones and walk away. I've been doing this 3 years, Tom said. I know how to be careful. 3 years is a long time to stay lucky. It's not luck. Tom left. Wade sat behind his desk and looked at the closed door and thought about Tom Archer and the stones and the 11 bodies scattered across West Texas, and whether 3 years really qualified as experience or just meant the clock was running down faster than Tom realized. Tom drove back to Pecos with the windows down and the radio off. The 15,000 in his jacket felt warm against his ribs. He thought about Nash and the ranch near Fort Davis and the family Wade had mentioned, and whether families really did complicate jobs the way Wade said they did. In Afghanistan, Tom had worked with a Marine from Georgia who'd had a wife and 2 kids back in Savannah. The Marine had made it through 18 months of deployment without a scratch, and then got killed by an IED 3 days before rotation home, because he'd been thinking about his family instead of watching the road. Tom had helped load what remained of the Marine into a bag, and had decided right then that families and this kind of work didn't mix. But that was Afghanistan, and this was West Texas, and the rules were different here, or so Tom told himself as he watched the sun drop toward the horizon and the pump jacks bow to whatever invisible thing they'd been bowing to all day. He pulled into Pecos at 6:30 and drove to his rental house on the east side of town. Single-story frame house, 1,500 square feet, painted gray by someone who'd given up halfway through and never finished the job. Tom had lived here 2 years and had never hung a picture or bought furniture that required assembly or done anything that suggested permanence. The house had a couch he'd found at a Goodwill, a bed he'd bought at a mattress warehouse, and a kitchen table that had come with the place. He parked the Silverado in the gravel driveway and sat for a moment looking at the house. A neighbor's dog barked. Somewhere down the street, a screen door slammed. Normal sounds from a normal neighborhood where normal people lived normal lives, and had no idea that the man in the gray house with the Silverado carried a Glock 17 under his jacket and a Remington 700 in a case behind the truck seat, and had killed 11 people in 3 years. Tom got out. He unlocked the front door and went inside, and the house smelled like dust and the absence of cooking and the particular empty quality that places have when nobody really lives in them. They just sleep there between other things. He pulled the 15,000 from his jacket and set it on the kitchen table. Separated the bills into 3 piles. Put 2 piles in a coffee can in the freezer where he kept cash he hadn't deposited yet. Put the 3rd pile in his wallet. Tomorrow, he'd drive to El Paso and make the deposit. Michael Garrett's account would go up to 88,000. Closer. He opened the refrigerator. Beer. Leftover Chinese food from 3 days ago, a carton of milk that was probably fine. He pulled out a beer and opened it and drank half of it standing at the counter while the sun came through the kitchen window and painted everything orange. The email from Nash sat in his pocket next to his wallet. 10,000. Double rate. Family. Fort Davis. Tom finished the beer and threw the bottle in the recycling bin under the sink. He went to the bedroom and opened the closet and looked at the Remington in its case. The rifle was a 700 SPS tactical in .308, suppressor ready, with a Leupold scope that could resolve a man's face at 800 yards. Tom had bought it from a gun show in Amarillo 2 years ago, with cash and no paperwork, and had sighted it in at a range outside El Paso where the range master knew better than to ask questions about suppressors or why someone needed sub-MOA accuracy at distance. He'd fired the Remington 23 times in 2 years. 17 of those shots had killed people. The other 6 had killed paper targets at ranges between 300 and 900 yards. Tom believed in practice, but he also believed in economy. You didn't waste bullets when bullets cost lives. He closed the closet door. Tomorrow, he'd drive to Fort Davis and meet Keller Nash, and look at the ranch and figure out whether 10,000 was worth whatever came with it. Tonight he'd eat the leftover Chinese food, and watch the news, and go to bed early because early rising was a habit from the army that he'd never broken, and that served him well in work where timing mattered more than courage. He sat on the couch and turned on the television. Local news from Odessa, car accident on Highway 302, city council meeting about water rates, high school football preview. Nothing about bodies in trailer parks or stones stacked in the desert, or Texas Rangers asking questions that nobody wanted to answer. Tom watched until the news ended and the weather came on. 108 tomorrow. Same as today. Same as every day in September, until October arrived and knocked 5 degrees off the temperature and called it fall. He turned off the television and sat in the dark and thought about Nash and Wade and LaFeur's, and the 15,000 in the freezer, and the 73,000 in El Paso, and whether any of it meant anything, or whether it was just numbers in accounts and bodies in the desert, and stones stacked on both, until someone like LaFeur's made it all add up to something that put Tom in a cell. He decided thinking about it produced nothing useful. He went to bed. Chapter 2. You're the man who leaves stones on bodies. Keller Nash said it the way someone might say, you're the man who fixes transmissions, or you're the man who sells insurance. A statement of fact, requiring neither confirmation nor denial. He stood on his porch, holding a white coffee mug with both hands, watching Tom climb out of the Silverado in the fading light of a Saturday evening that had turned the Davis Mountains purple, and the high desert air cool enough to breathe without feeling like your lungs were filling with furnace exhaust. Tom closed the truck door and walked to the porch. His boots on the wooden steps made the kind of hollow sound that wood makes when it's dry and old and has been walked on by generations of men who all had their own reasons for being here. I'm the man Preston Wade sent, Tom said. That's what I figured. Nash took a sip from his mug. Coffee. I'll take some. Nash turned and went inside through a screen door that had a small tear in the lower corner and a spring that needed oil. Tom stayed on the porch. He looked at the properties spread out before him in the last of the daylight. Corrals to the east with horses standing idle, a barn that looked newer than the house, outbuildings that had been painted recently enough that the paint still reflected light. Decent-sized operation. Not Wade-level money, but solid working ranch money, the kind that came from sweat and livestock prices and knowing when to sell and when to hold. A black F-250 sat in the driveway next to a white Civic that probably belonged to Nash's wife. The F-250 had mud on the tires and a toolbox in the bed, and a cattle guard on the front that showed dents from things that had learned too late that Ford trucks don't yield. Nash came back with a second mug. Handed it to Tom. The coffee was strong and hot and tasted like it had been made in a pot that got used every day and cleaned every week whether it needed it or not. Sit, Nash said, gesturing to one of two wooden rocking chairs that faced the property. Tom sat. The chair creaked under his weight. Nash sat in the other chair, and they both looked at the mountains and the desert and the horses, and didn't say anything for a moment, because some conversations require a proper approach, and jumping straight into business feels wrong when the sun's setting and the land looks the way it looks. How much did Wade tell you? Nash said. Said you're losing cattle. Equipment too. Suspects theft, probably organized. That's about right. Nash drank from his mug and set it on the porch railing. Started 6 months ago. February. Lost 3 head the first time. Figured coyotes, or maybe they just wandered off. Then another 5 in March. Then 8 in April. By June, I'm down 20, maybe 30. Hard to count when you've got this much acreage and the stock moves around. Equipment? Diesel first. I've got storage tanks at 3 different line shacks, places where we keep supplies for when we're working far from the main house. Someone's been siphoning the tanks. Not all of it, just enough that you notice when you go to fill a tractor, and the tank's half empty when it should be full. They taking anything else? Copper wire from the pump houses. Whole spools of it. Must have pulled 1,000 feet over 2 months. And a truck, Dodge Ram, 2019, only had 40,000 miles on it. Left it at the North Line shack one Friday, came back Monday and it was gone. Sheriff found it 3 weeks later in Ojanaga with the VIN filed off and the interior stripped. Tom drank his coffee and thought about the pattern. Diesel, copper, a truck. Small thefts building to bigger thefts. Testing security. Seeing what they could get away with. Classic scout behavior. You didn't roll in and take 40 head in one night if you were smart. You took 3, then 5, then 8, watching to see how long it took the owner to notice and what he did when he noticed. Sheriff say anything useful? Tom said. Sheriff said it's probably cartel scouts. Said, they come up from the border looking for easy pickings. Said I should lock my gates and keep my diesel tanks inside of the house. Nash picked up his mug again. I told him my gates are 15 miles from the house, and my line shacks are further than that. He said he'd increase patrols. Did he? I've seen one deputy drive past on the county road twice in 6 months. Both times he waved and kept going. Tom nodded. He'd heard versions of this story in Reeves County, and Pecos County and Culberson County. Rural sheriffs, with not enough deputies covering too much territory. Response times measured in hours instead of minutes. By the time law enforcement arrived, the thieves were in Mexico or New Mexico, or holed up in some trailer park, drinking the money they'd made selling your cattle. Wade said you're offering $10,000, Tom said. That's right. That's double what most ranchers pay. Most ranchers aren't this desperate. Nash looked at Tom for the first time since they'd sat down. Winter feed needs to be bought next month. I've got loans coming due in March. Every head I lose is money I don't have. Every tank of diesel I have to replace is money I can't spend on feed. I lose another 30 head before spring, and I'm done. Bank forecloses, I sell at auction, my family moves to town and rents something we can afford, which is probably a double wide on the bad side of Fort Davis. Tom understood. Desperation had a price, and that price was usually higher than the going rate. You know what Wade sent me to do, Tom said. I know. You comfortable with that? Nash looked back at the mountains. The sun had dropped below the ridgeline, and the last light was turning everything the color of old pennies. I'm comfortable with keeping my ranch. How you do that is between you and whoever you have to answer to. The screen door opened, and a woman came out carrying a thermal carafe and 2 fresh mugs. She looked at Tom, the way people look at things they've heard about but haven't seen yet, and are trying to decide if the reality matches the description. She was early 30s with dark hair pulled back, and the kind of face that cameras probably missed. Good bone structure, strong features, eyes that moved fast and caught details. Grace, Nash said. This is Tom Archer. Tom, my wife Grace. Grace set the carafe on the small table between the rocking chairs. She didn't extend her hand, and Tom didn't offer his. She looked at him with the focused attention of someone conducting an evaluation and not liking the preliminary results. Mr. Archer, she said. Ma'am. You drove down from Pecos? Yes, ma'am. Long drive? About 3 hours. She poured fresh coffee into both mugs without being asked, and without looking at what she was doing, which told Tom she'd done this enough times that muscle memory handled it while her brain worked on other things. Like assessing the man her husband had hired to solve a problem that probably involved violence. Keller said Preston Wade recommended you, Grace said. That's right. Wade's good people. He pays on time. That's not what I said. Tom looked at her. She looked back. The conversation had layers under it that neither one of them was addressing directly, but that both of them understood. Grace was telling Tom she knew what he was and what he did, and that she had opinions about men who solved problems the way Tom solved them. Grace, Nash said. I'm just making conversation, Keller. You're making our guest uncomfortable. I doubt very much that Mr. Archer gets uncomfortable. Tom sipped his coffee and decided the smart move was to let Nash and Grace have whatever conversation they were having without his participation. He'd been in enough rooms with married couples to know when something was being worked out between them that had been building for days or weeks, and that his presence was just the trigger, not the cause. Grace finished pouring the coffee and stood with the carafe in both hands. We're having pot roast for dinner. 6 o'clock. You're welcome to join us, Mr. Archer. Thank you, Tom said. Don't thank me yet. You haven't tasted my cooking. She went back inside. The screen door closed with the particular sound that screen doors make when the springs are old and the frames don't quite fit anymore. Nash picked up his fresh mug and drank from it and looked at the place where his wife had been standing. "She's protective," Nash said. "Most wives are." "She thinks this is a bad idea." "Is it?" Nash thought about this. "Ask me in a month." The door opened again, and a boy came out. 15, maybe 16, tall and thin in the way that teenage boys are tall and thin when they're still growing into their frames. He had Nash's build, and Grace's eyes, and the curiosity of someone who'd heard voices on the porch and wanted to see who was out here. "Dad," the boy said, then saw Tom and stopped. "Willie, this is Mr. Archer. He's here to help with the cattle situation." Willie looked at Tom with open interest. "You the guy from Pecos?" "That's right. Mom said you were coming." "Willie," Grace's voice came from inside the house. "Come help me with the table." Willie looked at the door, then back at Tom. "You staying for dinner?" "Your mother invited me." "Cool." Willie went back inside. The screen door slammed this time, instead of closing gentle. Nash smiled for the first time since Tom had arrived. He's at the age where everything's interesting, and nothing stays interesting for long. "I remember 15, Tom said. "You got kids?" "No." "Married?" "No." Nash nodded like this confirmed something he'd suspected. "Makes it easier, I guess. This kind of work." Tom didn't respond to that, because responding would require explaining things about Afghanistan, and choices made in Kandahar, and the specific mathematics of staying alive in professions where other people tried to kill you. And none of that felt appropriate for a porch conversation while waiting for pot roast. After dinner, pot roast that was better than Grace had implied, and potatoes that were better than Tom had expected, Nash walked Tom out to the property line where the fence met BLM land. They took Nash's F-250, because walking would have meant an hour in the dark, and Nash said he wanted to show Tom something while there was still enough moonlight to see it. The fence ran north-south along a natural ridgeline that divided Nash's deeded property from federal land that belonged to everyone in theory and whoever was willing to drive across it in practice. The fence was 4-strand barbed wire on cedar posts that had been set deep enough to survive West Texas wind, but not deep enough to survive determined men with bolt cutters. Nash stopped the truck at a gate and got out. Tom followed. They stood at the fence and looked east across BLM land that ran flat for 3 miles before hitting another ridgeline, and then continued beyond that toward the border and Mexico, and the kind of empty that went on until geography or law enforcement made it stop. "This is where they come through," Nash said. He pointed to a section of fence 20 yards south of the gate. "Cut the wire here, drive through, take what they want, leave." Tom walked to the cut section. Someone had repaired it with new wire twisted around the old, but you could see where the cuts had been made. Clean slices that spoke of bolt cutters or wire snips, not the ragged tears that animals or weather produced. "How many times?" Tom said. 4 that I know of. Probably more I haven't found yet." Tom looked at the repair job. Decent work, proper twists, the kind of thing a man who'd spent his life working ranch fences would do. "You do this yourself?" "Every time." "They keep cutting it?" "Every time." Tom walked back to where Nash stood. Beyond the fence, the BLM land stretched out dark and empty. No lights anywhere. No houses. No signs of human presence, except the tire tracks that ran from the fence east into the nothing. "You ever see them?" Tom said. "Once. 2 months ago. I was checking fence and saw dust on the horizon. 2 trucks, maybe 3 men. Moving fast." "You go after them?" "I called the sheriff." "How'd that work out?" Nash looked at Tom. "Deputy showed up 4 hours later. Took a statement. Wrote a report. Said he'd keep an eye out. That was May. It's September now." Tom nodded. He'd heard this story enough times to know how it ended. Sheriff's office did what it could with what it had, which was not enough. Property crimes got filed and forgotten. Nobody died, so nobody investigated. The thieves learned the pattern and kept working it until someone changed the math. "You shoot at them," Tom said. Nash shook his head. "Thought about it. Had the rifle in the truck. But I didn't know if they were armed, and I didn't know if shooting at them made me the criminal. Law's funny out here. You can defend your home, but you can't defend your fence line 15 miles from your house. Least that's what the sheriff said. Sheriff's probably right. So what do I do?" Tom looked at the fence and the tire tracks and the empty land beyond, and thought about the question. What Nash was really asking was, how do you fix a problem when the law says you can't fix it the direct way, and the thieves know the law better than you do? "You hired me," Tom said. "That's what you do." "And what do you do?" Tom looked at Nash. "I fix it so they don't come back." "How?" "You don't want to know how. You want to know when." Nash thought about this. The moon had risen enough to throw shadows and turn the desert silver. Somewhere out on the BLM land, a coyote called and another one answered, and the sound carried across the empty in the way that sounds carry when there's nothing to stop them. "When?" Nash said. "When they come back." "And if they don't?" "They will. This fence gets cut 4 times in 6 months, they're coming back. It's a pattern. Patterns repeat until something breaks them." Nash walked back to the F-250 and leaned against the hood. "My wife thinks this is a mistake." "Your wife's probably smarter than both of us." "She is. But she didn't grow up on a ranch. Doesn't know what it means to lose 3 generations of work because some men from Mexico decide your cattle are easier to steal than buy." "They might not be from Mexico," Tom said. "What?" "Could be local. Could be freelancers working the border counties. Could be anyone who figured out you're too far from the sheriff to get help when it matters." Nash absorbed this. "Does it matter who they are?" "Only if you want me to stop after the first ones. I want you to stop all of them. That might take more than 1 trip. I'm paying you $10,000. I expect results that match." Tom nodded. He understood. $10,000 wasn't just double the rate, it was an investment in permanence. Nash didn't want the problem pushed down the road. He wanted the problem solved in a way that stayed solved. They got back in the truck. Nash drove them back to the main house in silence. The headlights cut through the dark and caught the eyes of cattle in distant pastures, green flashes that appeared and disappeared as the truck moved past. Tom counted 6 head in 3 different groups. Nash probably had 200 spread across the property, maybe more. Losing 30 was survivable. Losing 60 was not. Nash pulled into the driveway and killed the engine. They sat in the truck with the cooling metal ticking and the night settling around them. "Grace is going to ask questions," Nash said. "What are you going to tell her?" "That you're helping. She'll want details." "She won't get them. Some things are better left unsaid." Tom opened the door and got out. Nash followed. They stood in the driveway between Nash's F-250 and Tom's Silverado and looked at each other in the porch light that Grace had left on. "There's a guest room," Nash said. "You're welcome to it. I'll get a motel in Fort Davis. Suit yourself. But you're coming back tomorrow." "I'll be here." Nash extended his hand. Tom shook it. Nash's grip was firm and calloused, and belonged to someone who'd spent his life doing physical work. "Thank you for coming down. Thank me when it's done." Tom got in the Silverado and started the engine. Nash stood in the driveway and watched him back out and turn toward the county road. In the rearview mirror, Tom saw Nash go inside and the porch light go off, and the house settle into the kind of dark that ranch houses settle into when the day's work is finished and sleep is the only thing left. Tom drove to Fort Davis thinking about Grace and Willie, and the way Nash had said some things are better left unsaid. He thought about families and ranches, and the specific burden of inheriting something from your father that you're expected to pass to your son. He thought about the fence and the tire tracks and the pattern that repeated until something broke it. He'd break it. That's what he did. That's what Nash was paying him $10,000 to do. The question was, what would breaking it cost and who would pay the price after Tom left? Chapter 3. The line shack sat at the north edge of Nash's property, where the fence turned east and the land rose enough to give you elevation on the access road that crossed BLM territory. It was a wooden structure about 12 by 12 with a tin roof and no windows on the south side, which meant you could see out without being seen. Inside, a cot with a thin mattress, a propane heater that Tom didn't use, and a folding table that someone had left behind, along with 3 empty Tecate cans and a magazine from 2018. Tom had been here 3 days. He'd arrived Monday morning before sunrise and set up his position at the window that faced the fence line. The Remington 700 sat on a bipod on the table, scope zeroed at 300 yards with a 100-yard offset, because Tom had walked the distance with a rangefinder and knew the fence was 340 yards from the shack. The spotting scope sat next to the rifle. Both had been wiped clean of prints and serial numbers, not because Tom expected to leave them behind, but because leaving them behind was always a possibility in work where things went wrong fast. He'd brought supplies for a week: protein bars that tasted like cardboard and chemicals, gallon jugs of water, a box of ammunition that he didn't expect to use more than twice, and a satellite phone that Nash had given him with one number programmed in, Nash's cell. The first night, nothing. Tom sat in the dark and watched the fence line through the scope and saw rabbits and a coyote and distant headlights on the highway that were too far away to matter. The temperature dropped to 68 after midnight, and Tom pulled on a jacket he'd brought and ate a protein bar and thought about nothing in particular, because thinking was what you did when you had time, and time was what waiting gave you whether you wanted it or not. The second night, the same. Rabbits, coyotes, highway lights. Tom slept in 4-hour shifts on the cot and woke each time with the Glock in his hand before his brain caught up with his body and reminded him that nobody knew he was here except Nash. The third night started like the first 2. Tom sat at the window with the rifle and the scope and watched the fence line while the sun dropped and the desert turned the colors it turns when daylight gives up and dark takes over. He ate 2 protein bars and drank water and checked his phone for the time, 8:47 p.m. At 9:16, headlights appeared on the access road. Tom watched them through the spotting scope. 2 vehicles, both trucks, moving east across BLM land from the direction of the highway. They had their headlights on until they got within a mile of the fence line, and then the lights went off, and Tom tracked them by moonlight and the dust their tires through. He switched to the rifle scope. The magnification brought the fence close enough that Tom could see the barbed wire and the cedar posts and the section where Nash had repaired the cuts 4 times. The lead truck stopped 20 yards from the fence. The second truck pulled up beside it. Both engines stayed running. Tom could see the exhaust in the cold air. 4 men got out. 3 from the first truck, 1 from the second. They moved with the coordination of people who had done this before and who had roles worked out in advance. 2 men went to the fence with bolt cutters. The third man walked to the back of the first truck and opened the tailgate. The fourth stayed by the second truck and did something Tom couldn't see clearly through the scope, but that involved the bed of the truck and equipment that looked like jerry cans. The fence cutters worked fast. Tom heard the snap of wire even from 340 yards, sharp, metallic sounds that carried across the empty. They cut the top 2 strands and pulled them apart, and the man at the first truck drove it through the gap onto Nash's property. The truck headed west toward the nearest pasture where Nash kept cattle that were too young to drive long distances and that stayed close to water. Tom put the crosshairs on the driver of the truck as it moved past his position. Held the sight picture for 3 seconds. Let the truck go. He needed them, committed. Needed them loading cattle and siphoning diesel and doing all the things that turned this from trespassing into theft, because theft was what Nash was paying him to stop, and Tom believed in giving clients what they paid for. The truck came back 15 minutes later with 6 calves in the bed. Young Charolais, probably 4 months old, worth maybe $2,000 each if you sold them at auction and they grew right. The men worked together to transfer the calves to the first truck, while the fourth man finished with the jerry cans at the second truck. Tom watched through the scope and counted the cans. 6, each one probably holding 5 gallons, 30 gallons of diesel at $3 a gallon. $90 in diesel, $12,000 in cattle. Small theft by some measures, but theft done 4 times over 6 months added up to numbers that made banks nervous and ranchers desperate. The men closed the tailgates. They got back in their trucks. Both engines were still running. They would back out the way they came, pull back onto BLM land, drive to the highway, and be 60 miles south before anyone knew they'd been here. Tom put the crosshairs on the driver of the lead truck. The fundamentals of rifle shooting are the same at 300 yards as they are at 50. You control your breathing. You find your natural point of aim. You press the trigger straight back without disturbing the sight picture. The difference at distance is that you account for wind and gravity, and the specific ballistic characteristics of the cartridge you're firing, which in Tom's case was a .308 Winchester 168-grain hollow point, moving at 2,650 feet per second out of a 20-inch barrel. There was no wind. Tom had checked this before sunset with a handheld anemometer and had checked it again 10 minutes ago. The air was still. Gravity would drop the bullet about 8 inches at 340 yards, which Tom had already compensated for when he'd zeroed the scope at 300 with a 100-yard offset. The math worked. The conditions were clean. The shot was there. Tom exhaled half a breath and held it. The crosshairs settled on the driver's head, visible through the truck's side window. Tom pressed the trigger. The Remington fired with the suppressed crack of a rifle that had a can on the end, which was louder than a movie suppressor but quieter than an unsuppressed gun, which meant the sound carried maybe 200 yards instead of a mile. The driver's window went red. The truck lurched forward and then drifted right into the ditch that ran along the access road. The 3 other men froze for half a second, the specific frozen quality of people whose brains are trying to process something their eyes just saw but don't understand yet. Then they moved. 2 men ran for the second truck. The third man ran into the scrub north of the road, away from the trucks, probably thinking that distance and darkness were better odds than staying in a vehicle that might have a bullet coming through it next. Tom tracked the runner with the scope, put the crosshairs center mass, fired. The runner went down in the scrub and didn't get back up. The second truck was already moving, both men inside now, headlights on, not caring about being seen anymore, because being seen was better than being shot. Tom could have taken the driver through the windshield. Had the angle, had the time, had the conditions. But 2 was enough. 2 sent the message. 2 said, "This fence line costs lives now, and if you come back, you're the next one stacking stones." Tom watched the truck drive south across BLM land toward the highway. Watched until the taillights disappeared. Watched for another 5 minutes to make sure they didn't turn around and come back. They didn't. Tom called Nash on the satellite phone. Nash answered on the second ring. "It's done," Tom said. "How many?" 2. Silence on the line. "Then where?" "North fence line. Same place they cut through before." "You need help?" "Bring the F-250 and a trailer. Something big enough for 2. I'll be there in 20 minutes. Nash hung up. Tom packed the rifle and the spotting scope into their cases. Wiped down the table and the window frame and anything else he touched in 3 days. Picked up the brass casings from the 2 shots. Put everything in the Silverado. Drove down to the fence line. The lead truck sat in the ditch with the driver slumped over the wheel. Tom left it there. He walked into the scrub and found the second body 40 yards from the road. The man had been running hard when the bullet hit him, and he'd fallen forward and slid on the caliche and come to rest face down with his arms out like he was trying to catch himself. Tom rolled him over. Hispanic male, mid-30s, wearing jeans and a work shirt and boots that had seen better days. No wallet, no ID, no phone. A knife in a belt sheath, but no gun. Probably not cartel then. Cartel scouts carried guns. Probably freelance, working the border counties for whatever they could get, which turned out to be 2 bullets and a grave in a place that had no name. Tom checked the pulse at the neck. Nothing. He walked back to the truck in the ditch and checked the driver. Also nothing. Also no ID, no phone, no wallet. Younger than the first one, maybe late 20s. Same clothes, same boots, same knife, but no gun. Tom went back to the Silverado and got 2 stones from the bed. He'd collected them yesterday from the creek bed a mile north. River rock, smooth and round, the kind that fit in your hand and stacked stable. He walked back to the first body and placed 2 stones on the chest. Walked to the second body and did the same. The stones sat there in the moonlight looking like what they were, which was a signature that said, "This is what happens when you steal from the wrong ranch." Headlights appeared from the west. Nash's F-250, pulling a livestock trailer that bounced over the rough ground. He parked 20 yards from the fence and got out and walked over to where Tom stood. Nash looked at the truck in the ditch. Looked at the body in the scrub. Looked at Tom. "You said 2. 2. There were 4. 2 left. They drove south. They'll spread the word." Nash walked to the body in the scrub and looked down at the stones. He stood there for a moment without saying anything. Then he walked to the truck in the ditch and looked at the driver through the window. Came back to where Tom stood. "We need to move them," Tom said. "Where?" "I know a place. 60 miles south. Canyon on BLM land. Nobody goes there." "What about the truck?" "Leave it. They'll find it eventually. Let them. It tells the story." Nash nodded. He walked to the F-250 and backed the trailer closer to the scrub. Tom and Nash loaded the first body into the trailer. It was awkward work. Dead weight is heavier than live weight and bodies don't cooperate. They got the body in and covered it with a tarp. Walked to the truck in the ditch and pulled the driver out and loaded him the same way. The 6 calves were still in the back of the truck. They made sounds that calves make when they're confused and scared, and have been in a truck bed for longer than they expected. Nash looked at them. "I'll come back for those tomorrow," Nash said. "Can't do it now with the trailer loaded. They'll be fine overnight." Tom got in the Silverado. Nash got in the F-250. They drove south on the access road, across BLM land toward the highway. Neither one of them said anything on the drive. Tom led and Nash followed, and the trailer bounced behind the F-250 with 2 bodies under a tarp and 2 stones on each one, and the desert spreading out dark and empty on all sides. The canyon sat 20 miles off Highway 118, down a dirt 2-track that Tom had found on a geological survey map 3 years ago when he was looking for places to put bodies that needed to disappear. It was a cut in the earth about 40 feet deep and 100 yards long, formed when water had run through here 10,000 years ago and carved out the limestone and then stopped running when the climate changed and the water went somewhere else. Nobody came here. The nearest ranch was 15 miles north. The nearest road that saw regular traffic was Highway 118, and you couldn't see the canyon from the highway. Tom had used it twice before. Both times, the bodies had stayed where he'd left them, because there was nothing out here to move them except coyotes, and coyotes didn't move much once the desert sun did its work. Tom stopped the Silverado at the edge and got out. Nash pulled up beside him and killed the engine. They stood at the rim and looked down into the canyon. The moonlight showed rocks and creosote bushes and not much else. "Here," Nash said. "Here." They unloaded the bodies from the trailer and carried them to the edge and dropped them in. The bodies fell 20 feet and hit the rocks and made the sound that bodies make when they hit rocks, which is a sound Tom had heard before, and which he did not enjoy but which he accepted as part of the work. Tom walked back to the Silverado and got 2 more stones from the bed. Dropped them into the canyon after the bodies. Heard them hit. The desert would take care of the rest, sun, wind, coyotes, time. By spring, there would be nothing left but bones and boots and the stones that marked what had happened here. Nash stood at the rim, looking down. How many times have you done this? You don't want to know. Maybe I do. 13, Tom said. Counting these 2. Jesus. None of them were Jesus. Nash looked at Tom. That's not funny. It's not meant to be. They got back in their trucks and drove back to the highway. Nash followed Tom north toward Fort Davis, and at the turnoff for the ranch, Nash flashed his lights once and turned east, and Tom kept going north, and neither one of them waved. Tom drove to his motel in Fort Davis, thinking about the 2 men in the canyon, and the 2 men who'd driven away, and the 6 calves in the truck bed, and whether Nash would sleep tonight or whether he'd lie awake thinking about what had just happened on his property. Tom guessed Nash would lie awake. Most people did the first time. Tom pulled into the motel parking lot and killed the engine. He sat in the Silverado and looked at his hands on the steering wheel. They were steady. They were always steady. That was the thing that bothered him most. Not that he'd killed 2 men tonight, but that his hands didn't shake when he thought about it. He got out and went inside, and took a shower hot enough to make the water heater complain. Lay on the bed, in the dark, and listened to the air conditioning cycle on and off, and thought about the specific mathematics of 13 bodies in 3 years, and whether that number meant he was good at his job, or whether it just meant he was still alive, and the difference between those 2 things was smaller than he wanted it to be. He fell asleep sometime after 2, and dreamed about nothing he remembered when he woke. Chapter 4. The guest room had a single bed with a quilt that looked handmade, and a nightstand with a lamp that had a pull chain, and a Bible in the drawer that Tom found when he was looking for somewhere to put his wallet. The room smelled like dust and disuse, and the particular emptiness of spaces that get cleaned but not occupied. Grace had made the bed with hospital corners, and left a towel folded on the dresser with the kind of geometric precision that told Tom she was angry about something, and channeling that anger into making everything exactly right because exact rightness was how some people dealt with things they couldn't control. Nash had called Tom at the motel Thursday morning and said Grace wanted him to stay at the ranch for a few days. Said it would look less suspicious if Tom was around during the day, instead of driving back and forth from Fort Davis. Said the sheriff might come by asking questions about the truck in the ditch and the bodies in the canyon, and it would help if Tom was there to hear what the sheriff said. Tom had said fine and packed his bag and driven to the ranch and pulled into the driveway at noon. Grace had met him at the door with the same expression she'd had the first time they'd met, which was the expression of someone who'd been told they had to be polite to a person they'd rather see leave. "Mr. Archer," she'd said. "Ma'am." "Keller said you'd be staying with us." "Just a few days." "Guest rooms upstairs. First door on the right. Bathrooms at the end of the hall." She'd gone back to whatever she'd been doing in the kitchen, and Tom had carried his bag upstairs and found the room with the quilt and the Bible and the towel folded with geometric precision. That was Thursday. Today was Saturday, and Tom had been in the house 2 days, and Grace had spoken to him maybe 30 times, most of those being variations on dinner's ready or bathrooms free or your truck is blocking the driveway. She answered his questions with yes or no, or I don't know, and she set the table for meals with the kind of exact placement that made Tom think she was measuring distances with a ruler she kept in her head. Nash seemed oblivious to this. He talked at dinner about cattle prices and feed costs, and whether the rain they'd gotten last week would be enough to grow winter grass. Willie watched Tom with the focused attention of a 15-year-old who'd figured out that the quiet man at the table was more interesting than anything his father said about cattle. Saturday dinner was roast chicken, that Grace had spent the afternoon preparing. She'd brought it to the table at 6 o'clock with potatoes and green beans and rolls that she'd made from scratch and that were still warm when she set the basket down. Tom hadn't eaten home cooking like this since his mother died 15 years ago in Amarillo, and he tried to say thank you, but Grace had already gone back to the kitchen for the gravy. They sat at the table, Nash at the head, Grace to his left, Tom to his right, Willie across from Tom. The chicken was good. The potatoes were better. Tom ate and listened to Nash talk about a section of fence that needed replacing and about a contract he was negotiating with a buyer in Midland. Willie pushed green beans around his plate and looked at Tom. "Where'd you serve?" "Afghanistan," Tom said. "How long?" "2 tours. 16 months total." "Willie," Grace said, "eat your dinner." Willie ignored this. "What was it like?" Tom set his fork down and looked at Grace. She was looking at her plate and cutting chicken into pieces smaller than anyone needed chicken cut into. Nash was reaching for the rolls and had missed the exchange completely. "Hot," Tom said. "Complicated. The people who told you to shoot were usually sitting in air-conditioned offices somewhere far away from where you were doing the shooting." "Did you kill people?" Willie said. Grace set her knife and fork down with the specific controlled precision of someone who wanted to throw them, but was restraining herself through sheer force of will. "That's enough, Willie." Willie looked at his mother. Looked at Tom. "I'm just asking." "Yes," Tom said. "I killed people there." Grace stood. Her chair scraped against the floor. She picked up her plate and walked to the kitchen without looking at anyone. Tom heard water running and dishes being set down harder than dishes needed to be set down. Nash looked at Willie. "You should apologize to your mother." "For what?" "For asking questions that upset her." "I just wanted to know." "Some things you don't need to know," Nash said. Willie looked at Tom like he was hoping Tom would back him up on this. Tom didn't. Tom ate his chicken and his potatoes and thought about all the questions he'd answered in his life that would have been better left unasked and unanswered, and how the people asking usually didn't understand that knowing something and carrying something were different weights. Willie finished his dinner in silence. Nash talked about the cattle contract for another 5 minutes, and then ran out of things to say about it, and the table got quiet. Grace came back from the kitchen with pie that she'd made that morning, apple with a lattice crust that had taken time. She served it without comment, and sat back down and ate hers without looking at anyone. Tom finished his pie and thanked Grace, and she nodded once and started clearing plates. Willie helped her carry dishes to the kitchen. Nash excused himself to check on something in the barn, and Tom was left alone at the table looking at the empty chairs and thinking about how families worked when they worked, and how they stopped working when someone introduced a variable they couldn't account for. The variable in this case was Tom. He went outside after the dishes were done. The sun had set, and the porch lights were on, and moths were throwing themselves against the bulbs in the way that moths do when they can't tell the difference between the moon and a 60-watt bulb. Tom sat on the porch steps and pulled out a pack of Marlboros he'd bought at a gas station 3 months ago, and that had been sitting in his truck ever since. He didn't smoke regular. Hadn't smoked regular since the Army, where smoking was what you did between convoys, because nicotine and waiting were the only 2 constants and nicotine you could control. But tonight felt like a night that required a cigarette, so he lit one and inhaled, and felt the specific burn that cigarettes give you when you haven't smoked in a while, and your lungs remember why they quit. The screen door opened behind him. Tom didn't turn around. He knew from the footsteps it was Grace. She stayed in the doorway. Tom could see her shadow on the porch boards, elongated by the overhead light, not moving. They stood like that for a moment, Grace in the doorway, Tom on the steps, the moths hitting the bulb, the night settling in around the ranch with the specific quiet that ranch nights have when the work is done and sleep is coming. "I didn't know you smoked," Grace said. I don't. Usually. But tonight's special? Tonight's something. Grace came out onto the porch and sat on the railing, 6 feet from where Tom sat on the steps. Far enough that they weren't having an intimate conversation, close enough that they could talk without raising their voices. She folded her arms across her chest and looked at the driveway and the corrals and anywhere that wasn't Tom. I know what you are, Grace said. Tom smoked and waited for the rest of it. Keller hired a killer because the law doesn't work out here, and our cattle are dying, and the money's running out, and he's desperate. I get that. I understand the math. You charge $10,000 to fix a problem that's costing us $30,000 in lost stock. She turned and looked at Tom for the first time since she'd come outside. But here's what you need to understand. I don't care about the cattle. I don't care about the money. I care about my family. I care about my son, not growing up around men who solve problems with bullets. I care about my husband, not turning into the kind of person who hires those men. Your husband's trying to keep his ranch, Tom said. I know what he's trying to do. I've been married to him 14 years. I know he's under pressure, and I know the bank is breathing down his neck, and I know his father built this place from nothing, and he feels like he's failing if he loses it. But you know what I also know. Tom waited. That ranch isn't worth what it costs, if the price is Willie learning that violence fixes things. Tom ground out the cigarette on the porch step, and Field stripped it and put the pieces in his pocket, because you don't leave cigarette butts on someone's porch when they're already angry at you. I'll be gone in a week. That's not soon enough. You want me to leave now? I want you to have never come. Grace stood up from the railing. But since you're here, and since Keller paid you, and since those men are dead because of you, I want you to understand something very clearly. She walked over to where Tom sat on the steps, and stood close enough that Tom had to look up to see her face. If you bring trouble to this family, if Willie gets hurt because of this, if anything happens to my son because men like you decided our fence line was worth dying over, I will kill you myself. Tom believed her. He'd heard a lot of threats in his life, and most of them came from people who were angry or scared or trying to seem bigger than they were. Grace's threat came from a different place. It came from the place where mothers kept the things they would die for and kill for, and the difference between those two was just logistics. I'll be careful, Tom said. Careful doesn't bring back dead sons. No, ma'am. Grace went back inside. The screen door closed soft this time instead of banging. Tom sat on the steps and looked at the stars and thought about Willie at the dinner table asking questions, and Grace in the kitchen cutting chicken into pieces too small, and Nash talking about cattle like cattle were the only thing that mattered. He thought about the 2 men in the canyon, and the 2 men who'd driven away, and whether any of this was worth $10,000 or whether it was just another job that would end the way all his jobs ended, which was with bodies in places nobody looked, and Tom driving to the next thing. He went back inside, and upstairs to the guest room with the quilt and the Bible, and the towel folded with geometric precision. Lay on the bed, and stared at the ceiling, and listened to the house settle, and Grace moving around in the kitchen below, and Nash coming in from the barn and Willie's door closing down the hall. A family going to sleep in a house that sat on land that had been in Nash's family 3 generations. A house that Tom was supposed to protect by killing people who came to steal from it. A house where a woman had just told Tom she'd kill him if her son got hurt. Tom thought about that until thinking about it stopped producing anything useful. Then he closed his eyes and waited for sleep. Sunday morning, Grace made breakfast and set Tom's plate on the table without saying good morning. Nash ate and talked about checking fence. Willie ate and watched Tom and didn't say anything about Afghanistan or killing or any of the questions he'd asked at dinner the night before. Grace cleared plates and washed dishes and moved around the kitchen with the efficient silence of someone who decided that not speaking was better than speaking and having to say the things she was thinking. Tom finished his coffee and thanked Grace, and she nodded once and turned back to the dishes. Nash had already gone outside. Willie had disappeared upstairs. Tom stood in the kitchen with his empty coffee cup and looked at Grace's back and thought about saying something that might make this easier, and decided there was nothing to say that would make this easier. He set his cup in the sink and went outside. The morning was cool, maybe 70 degrees, and the sun was just clearing the mountains to the east. Nash was in the barn, doing something with a tractor that involved tools and cursing. Tom walked over. "Need help?" Tom said. "Need a new hydraulic line," Nash said. "This one's got a leak, and I've patched it twice already." "Hardware store in Fort Davis?" "They'll have it. I'll run into town this afternoon." Nash looked up from the tractor. "Grace talked to you last night?" "She did." "What did she say?" "Said she'd kill me if Willie gets hurt." Nash nodded like this was the answer he'd expected. "She means it." "I know. She's protective. Always has been, but more so since—" Nash stopped and looked at the tractor like it had interrupted him. "Since we lost our daughter." Tom said nothing. Some conversations require you to wait for the person to decide whether they're going to finish the thing they started or leave it hanging. Nash wiped his hands on a rag. 4 years ago. Emma. She was 12. Leukemia. Took 18 months from diagnosis to the end. Grace sat with her every day in the hospital in Midland, and I ran the ranch, and Willie went to school, and we all pretended it was going to be fine until it stopped being fine. "I'm sorry," Tom said. "Yeah. Everyone is." Nash threw the rag on the workbench. "Point is, Grace doesn't have a lot of faith in things working out anymore. She sees Willie, and she sees all the ways he could get hurt or sick or taken away, and she goes to sleep every night thinking about those things. So when you show up and start killing people on our property, she's not thinking about the cattle or the money. She's thinking about Willie." "I understand," Tom said. "Do you?" "I've got no kids. Never will. But I understand protecting what's yours." Nash picked up a wrench and looked at it like he was deciding whether to use it on the tractor or throw it at something. He set it down. "How much longer you think this takes?" "Depends on whether they come back." "You think they will?" 2 men dead usually sends a message. But sometimes the message gets interpreted as a challenge instead of a warning. "We'll know in the next week." Nash nodded. He looked at the tractor and then at Tom. "Grace asked me to send you away last night, after you went upstairs. Said having you here was making everything harder." "What did you tell her?" "Told her you were here to do a job, and the job's not done yet." Nash paused. "But I also told her if you weren't gone by next Sunday, I'd ask you to leave anyway. I can't have her this angry all the time. It's not good for Willie, and it's not good for the ranch." 7 days, Tom said. 7 days. Then you're gone, job finished or not. Understood. Tom left Nash with his tractor and walked back to the house. Grace was on the porch now, sitting in one of the rocking chairs with a book. She didn't look up when Tom came up the steps, and Tom didn't try to make her. He went inside and upstairs to the guest room and sat on the bed and thought about 7 days and whether 7 days was enough time to know if the message had been received, or if more men would come through that fence looking to take what didn't belong to them. He thought about Grace in the kitchen, cutting chicken into pieces too small, and Nash in the barn, talking about a daughter who died 4 years ago, and Willie upstairs asking questions about killing, and whether the answers to those questions were things a 15-year-old should carry. 7 days. Then Tom would be gone, and the Nash family would go back to being a family without a man who killed people living in their guest room. Tom lay back on the bed and looked at the ceiling and counted the days in his head and wondered what would happen on day 8. Chapter 5. The white Dodge Charger came down the ranch road at 10:30 Tuesday morning, throwing dust that hung in the air long after the car had passed through it. Tom was in the barn, cleaning the Remington with a bore snake and gun oil when he heard the engine. He looked through the gap in the barn door and saw the Charger pull into the driveway next to Grace's Civic. The car had state plates and the specific official presence that government vehicles have even when they're not marked. Tom set the rifle in its case and closed the lid, wiped his hands on a rag, walked to the barn door, and watched a man get out of the Charger. Late 40s, medium build, wearing khakis and a button-down shirt with the sleeves rolled to the elbows and boots that looked comfortable instead of new. He had a badge clipped to his belt and a Glock on his right hip, and the unhurried movements of someone who'd done this job long enough to know that rushing produced mistakes and mistakes got people killed. The man looked at the barn, looked at Tom standing in the doorway, raised his hand in a half-wave that acknowledged Tom's presence without committing to anything more than that. Then he turned and walked to the house. Tom stayed in the barn and watched. Grace came out onto the porch. She stood at the top of the steps and listened to whatever the man was saying. Tom couldn't hear the words, but he could see Grace's posture shift from neutral to guarded. She nodded once and opened the door and gestured for the man to come inside. Willie came running from the direction of the corrals. He'd been working with the horses, teaching a 2-year-old filly to accept a lead rope without panicking. He reached the barn breathing hard and sweating through his t-shirt. "There's a ranger at the house," Willie said. "I know. What do you think he wants?" "Probably wants to ask questions." "About what?" Tom looked at Willie. Willie looked back with the specific intensity of a 15-year-old who understood that something important was happening and who wanted to be part of it instead of being sent away. "About things that don't concern you." "Everything that happens on this ranch concerns me. My dad says that all the time." "Your dad's right. But this concerns me more than it concerns you." Tom walked past Willie toward the house. Willie followed. Tom stopped and turned around. "Stay here." "Why?" "Because I'm asking you to." Willie stood there looking like he wanted to argue, but had decided arguing would produce the opposite result from the one he wanted. Tom left him at the barn and walked to the house. Grace was pouring coffee when Tom came through the door. The ranger sat at the kitchen table with a small notebook open in front of him and a pen in his hand. He looked up when Tom entered, and his face showed the recognition of someone who'd been expecting this specific person to walk through this specific door at this specific time. "Mr. Archer," the ranger said. Tom stopped in the doorway. "You know who I am." "I do." Grace set a mug of coffee in front of the ranger and another in front of an empty chair. Tom came in and sat in the chair and picked up the coffee. The ranger watched this happen with the patient attention of someone cataloging details for later use. "I'm Joseph LaFurs," the ranger said. "Texas Rangers, Company E." "What can I do for you, Ranger LaFurs?" "You can start by telling me what you're doing at the Nash Ranch." "I'm helping with security." "What kind of security?" "The kind that keeps people from stealing cattle and equipment." LaFurs wrote something in his notebook. His handwriting was small and precise and belonged to someone who'd learned to take notes in circumstances where you couldn't go back and ask the person to repeat what they'd said. "Mr. Nash has been having trouble with theft." "That's right." "How long has this been going on?" 6 months, Tom said. "Maybe longer." "And he hired you to stop it?" "He hired me to help." "Help how?" Tom drank his coffee and looked at LaFurs over the rim of the mug. "By being here. By watching. By making it clear that this ranch is occupied and protected." LaFurs nodded like this was a reasonable answer, even though both of them knew it was incomplete. He wrote something else in the notebook. "You're from Pecos?" "I am." "How'd Mr. Nash find you?" Through Preston Wade. Wade runs the West Texas Cattlemen's Association, out of Midland. I know Preston Wade. LaFurs looked up from his notebook. I also know about you, Mr. Archer. I know you've been working for the association for about 3 years. I know you travel around West Texas, helping ranchers with security problems. And I know that everywhere you go, bodies show up with 2 stones stacked on them. Tom set his coffee down. Grace was standing at the counter with her back to both of them, but Tom could see her shoulders tense. That's an interesting theory. It's not a theory. It's a pattern. LaFurs flipped back a few pages in his notebook. Reeves County, February 2023. 2 bodies found near Balmore. Both shot from distance. Both with stacked stones. Pecos County, June 2023. 1 body found near Fort Stockton. Shot from distance. Stacked stones. Culberson County, September 2023. 3 bodies found near Van Horn. Same method, same signature. And now, 3 days ago, 2 more bodies on BLM land 60 miles south of here. Both shot with a .308 from an elevated position. Both with your signature on them. You're saying, I shot those people? I'm saying the forensics suggest a .308 Winchester, fired from elevation at range. I'm saying the signature is consistent with 7 previous incidents across 3 counties. And I'm saying you were in this area when it happened. Being in an area doesn't make me guilty of what happens in that area. No, LaFurs said. But it makes you a person of interest. Which is why I'm here. Grace turned around from the counter. Are you charging him with something? No, ma'am. Just asking questions. Then I think you've asked enough. LaFurs looked at Grace with the assessing quality of someone deciding whether to push harder or back off. He appeared to decide that backing off was the better tactical choice. He closed his notebook and put it in his shirt pocket. Stood up from the table. Thank you for the coffee, Mrs. Nash. Grace nodded once. LaFurs looked at Tom. You and I both know what's happening here. You and I both know you're not providing security in the traditional sense. But I can't prove it. Not yet. I've been tracking you for 2 years, Mr. Archer. 2 years across 3 counties. 13 bodies that I know of, probably more. And I haven't been able to make a single charge stick because you're careful and smart and you don't leave evidence. If you can't prove it, maybe it didn't happen, Tom said. Or maybe I just haven't found the right piece yet. LaFurs picked up his coffee mug and drained it. Set it in the sink. But I will. Someday the forensics will line up, or a witness will come forward, or you'll make a mistake. And when that happens, I'll be there. I promise you that. Someday's a long way off, Tom said. Not as long as you think. LaFurs walked to the door. Stopped with his hand on the frame and turned back. Mrs. Nash, thank you again for your hospitality. Mr. Archer, I'll be seeing you. He went outside. Tom and Grace stood in the kitchen and listened to the Charger's engine start, and the sound of it backing out of the driveway and heading down the ranch road. Neither of them spoke until the engine sound faded completely. He knows, Grace said. He suspects. What's the difference? Evidence. Grace turned and looked at Tom. How long before he gets it? Depends on how careful I am. And how careful are you? Tom thought about this. Thought about 13 bodies in 3 years and 2 more in the canyon, and whether careful was a permanent state or whether it was just a temporary condition that lasted until you got unlucky. Careful enough so far. That's not reassuring. It's the truth. Grace went back to the dishes in the sink. Tom stayed at the table and drank his coffee and thought about LaFurs and the notebook and the 2 years of tracking, and whether 2 years was long enough for a pattern to form, or whether Tom needed to change the pattern before LaFurs found the piece that made everything fit. Nash came back from checking fence at noon and found LaFers waiting in the driveway. The ranger had driven back after leaving the first time and had parked his Charger where Nash couldn't miss it. Nash pulled the F-250 up alongside and got out with the expression of a man who'd had a long morning and didn't need it to get longer. "Ranger," Nash said. "Mr. Nash. Got a minute?" "Depends what it's about." "About the man you've got living in your house." Nash looked at the house and then back at LaFers. "Tom Archer?" "That's right." "What about him?" LaFers leaned against his Charger and crossed his arms. "I'll be direct. Tom Archer is a contract killer. He works for the Cattlemen's Association, and he solves problems by killing the people causing them. He's been doing it for 3 years, and I've been trying to catch him for 2. So far, I haven't been able to make anything stick, but I'm telling you this as a courtesy. The business you're in with Archer is going to catch up with him eventually. And when it does, you'll get caught in the same net." Nash walked over to where LaFers stood. "I hired Tom to help with security. Cattle theft. Equipment theft. The kind of stuff the sheriff can't handle, because he's got 3 deputies covering 4,000 square miles. I understand your frustration," LaFers said. "But there are legal ways to protect your property." "Like what?" "Better fencing. Security cameras. Motion sensors. Hiring a legitimate security firm instead of a man who solves problems with a .308. You think I haven't tried that?" Nash pulled off his hat and wiped sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand. "I've got fences that get cut every other week. I've got cameras that see trucks driving through my property at 2 in the morning. And you know what happens when I call the sheriff? He shows up 4 hours later and writes a report. Meanwhile, I'm down another 20 head and another $1,000 in diesel, and the bank is telling me I need to make my payments on time or they'll foreclose." LaFers said nothing. He looked at Nash with the expression of someone who'd heard this argument before, and who understood it, but who also understood that understanding something and agreeing with it were different positions. "The legal ways don't work," Nash said. "Or they don't work fast enough. I lose another 30 head before spring, and I'm done. 3 generations of my family built this place, and I'm the one who loses it, because I played by rules that don't protect people like me." "So you hired Archer?" "I hired help. Help that kills people." Nash put his hat back on. "You can prove that?" "Not yet." "Then we don't have anything to talk about." LaFers pushed off from the Charger and stood up straight. "We'll talk again, Mr. Nash. When I have what I need. You know where to find me." LaFers got in his Charger and started the engine. Nash stood in the driveway and watched him drive away. The dust hung in the air for a long time after the car disappeared. Nash looked at it and thought about the conversation and about whether hiring Tom Archer had been the right decision, or whether Grace had been right from the beginning that some problems cost more to solve than they're worth. He went inside. Grace was at the kitchen table with a cup of tea. Tom was upstairs. Nash sat down across from Grace, and she looked at him without saying anything, because sometimes the best thing a wife can do is wait for her husband to work through something on his own. "LaFers says Archer's a contract killer," Nash said. "I know. You heard." "I heard the first conversation." "Same room." "What do you think?" Grace set her tea down. "I think you hired a man to solve a problem, and the man solved it the way he knows how. I think the law doesn't work fast enough to protect us, and you made a choice. I think that choice has consequences we're going to live with for a long time. But was it the right choice? Ask me in 6 months when we still have a ranch. Or ask me in 6 months when we don't have a ranch, but we also don't have a son who thinks killing people is how you solve problems." Nash looked at his hands. They were dirty from fixing fence, and his knuckles were scraped from wrestling wire, and he could see age in them that hadn't been there 5 years ago. I'm trying to keep this place. I know you are. My father would have. Your father lived in a different time. He didn't have to make the choices you're making. Nash nodded. He stood up and went to the sink and washed his hands and dried them on a towel and looked out the window at the ranch that his grandfather had started in 1947 and that his father had built into something sustainable and that Nash was trying not to lose. He thought about the cattle and the money and the bank and the fence that kept getting cut, and whether any of it mattered if Grace was right that Willie was learning the wrong lessons. Tom came downstairs. Nash heard his footsteps on the stairs and in the hallway. Tom appeared in the kitchen doorway. I should go, Tom said. Why? Because LaFers knows I'm here, and if I stay, it brings attention you don't need. Nash looked at Grace. Grace looked at her tea. Nash looked back at Tom. You staying brings attention. You leaving means the thieves come back. Which one costs me more? I don't know, Tom said. Then stay. At least through Sunday. That's what we agreed. Tom nodded. He went back upstairs. Nash heard his footsteps retreat down the hall and a door close. Grace stood up and took her tea to the sink and rinsed the cup and set it in the dish rack. 4 more days, Grace said. 4 more days, Nash agreed. Grace went outside to check on Willie. Nash sat at the kitchen table and thought about LaFers and the notebook and the 2 years of tracking and the promise that someday the ranger would have what he needed. Nash thought about whether someday meant weeks or months or years, and whether he'd still have a ranch when someday arrived. He decided thinking about it produced nothing useful. He got up and went back outside to finish checking fence. Chapter 6. Willie Nash followed Tom around the ranch, the way a dog follows someone who doesn't want to be followed, but who keeps doing interesting things. He'd appear when Tom was checking fence posts. He'd show up when Tom was in the barn, working on the Silverado. He'd materialize next to Tom at breakfast and ask questions about Pecos or Afghanistan, or what kind of gun Tom carried, and whether Tom had ever shot anyone who didn't deserve it, and what deserving looked like when you were the one making the decision. Tom tried ignoring him. This produced the opposite effect. Willie interpreted silence as an invitation to fill it with more questions. Tom tried answering in monosyllables. Willie took monosyllables as confirmation that he was on the right track and just needed to ask better questions. Tom tried telling Willie to go help his father. Willie said his father was busy, and besides, what Tom was doing was more interesting than fixing fence or moving cattle or any of the other ranch work that Willie had been doing since he was 8, and that had stopped being interesting around the time he turned 12. It was Thursday afternoon, and Tom was cleaning the Glock at the workbench in the barn when Willie appeared in the doorway with a Dr. Pepper in one hand and the expression of someone who had been thinking about something and had decided now was the time to say it. Can you teach me to shoot? Willie said. Tom looked up from the gun. No. Why not? Because your mother would kill me. She won't know. She'll know. Willie came into the barn and sat on a hay bale. My dad taught me to shoot when I was 10. I know how to handle a rifle. Then you don't need me to teach you. I know how to shoot at cans. I want to learn how to shoot at distance. Like you do. Tom reassembled the Glock. Slide onto the frame, recoil spring barrel, slide stop. He racked it once to check the action and set it on the bench. What makes you think I shoot at distance? I've seen your rifle. Remington 700 with a Leupold scope. That's not a gun for shooting cans. That's a gun for shooting at 500 yards. 800, Tom said. If the conditions are right. Willie grinned like Tom had just confirmed something he'd suspected. See. That's what I want to learn. The long-distance stuff. Windage and elevation and all that. Tom picked up the gun oil and wiped down the Glock. Put it in the holster he wore at his hip and looked at Willie. The kid was tall for 15 and thin in the way that teenage boys are thin when they're growing faster than they're filling out. He had his father's build and his mother's intensity and the particular stubborn quality that kids get when they've decided they want something and aren't planning to quit asking until they get it. "Why?" Tom said. "Why what? Why do you want to learn to shoot at distance?" Willie thought about this. Because it's hard. Because most people can't do it. Because you can. Tom stood up from the workbench. "Those are bad reasons." "What are good reasons?" "There aren't any." Willie finished his Dr. Pepper and set the can on the workbench. "My dad says you're leaving Sunday." "That's right. That's 3 days. I can count. So you've got 3 days to teach me, or I'll never learn." Tom looked at Willie and thought about the specific mathematics of teaching a 15-year-old boy to shoot and what Grace would do if she found out, and whether 3 days was enough time for Willie to learn anything useful, or whether it would just be enough time for Willie to learn that shooting was something he was good at, which was the kind of knowledge that produced consequences. "One lesson," Tom said. "Tomorrow afternoon. Your father's range. And if your mother finds out, you tell her it was your idea. Deal?" Willie left the barn, grinning. Tom watched him go and thought about the deal he'd just made and whether he'd regret it tomorrow or whether it would take longer than that. Nash's shooting range sat on the back 40 acres where the property rose enough to give you a clear line of sight across a draw that ran east to west. Someone, probably Nash's father, had set up steel targets at various distances. A plate at 100 yards, another at 200, a silhouette at 300, and a smaller plate at 400 that was hard to see without the scope. Tom arrived at 2 o'clock Friday afternoon with the Remington in its case and a box of ammunition and a spotting scope on a tripod. Willie was already there, sitting on the tailgate of Nash's F-250 with a baseball cap pulled low against the sun. "You bring water?" Tom said. Willie held up a gallon jug. "You tell your parents where you were going?" "Told them I was checking fence." "That's lying. That's surviving." Tom set up the rifle on a shooting mat at the top of the rise. The Remington came out of its case, smooth and clean and ready. Tom had zeroed the scope at 300 yards 2 weeks ago and hadn't touched it since. He set up the spotting scope on the tripod and ranged the targets. 100, 200, 300, 400. The 400-yard plate was a 6-inch circle that looked smaller than a dime through the spotting scope. Willie came over and knelt beside Tom. Looked through the spotting scope. "That's far." "That's close," Tom said. "I've taken shots at 800. Can you hit at 800? If the wind cooperates." "What if it doesn't?" "Then you don't shoot." Tom explained the fundamentals. Body position. Prone, elbows down, rifle on the mat, left hand supporting the forend, right hand on the pistol grip, cheek weld on the stock. Breathing. Inhale, exhale halfway, hold, press the trigger straight back without disturbing the sight picture. Follow through. Keep looking through the scope after the shot, watch where the bullet impacts, make corrections. Willie listened with the focused attention of someone absorbing information that mattered. Tom had him practice the position without the rifle. Then with the rifle, but no ammunition. Then Tom loaded one round and had Willie chamber it and aim at the 100-yard plate. "When you're ready," Tom said. Willie exhaled halfway. Held it. Pressed the trigger. The Remington fired with the suppressed crack that Tom had gotten used to, and the 100-yard plate rang with the metallic sound that steel makes when a .308 Winchester hits it traveling at 2,600 feet per second. Willie looked up from the scope. "I hit it." "You did. First shot. Don't get cocky. 100 yards is easy." Tom moved them to the 200-yard plate. Had Willie adjust for the distance. Explained that the bullet would drop about 2 inches at 200, but the scope was zeroed at 300, so the holdover was minimal. Willie chambered another round. Aimed. Fired. The 200-yard plate rang. "You're a natural," Tom said. "My dad taught me to shoot when I was 10. I've been doing it a while. There's a difference between shooting at cans and shooting at distance. You're doing both." They moved to 300 yards. Tom explained windage, how the bullet drifts right or left depending on which direction the wind is blowing, and how you compensate by aiming into the wind. He explained that at 300 yards in a 10-mile-per-hour crosswind, the bullet drifts about 8 inches, so you aim 8 inches into the wind and let the wind push the bullet back to center. Willie chambered around. Looked through the scope. There's no wind. Then aim center. Willie fired. The 300-yard silhouette rang. Not center, but close enough that Tom nodded. "Close," Tom said. "Try again." Willie fired 4 more rounds. Hit the silhouette 3 times. Missed once by going high. Tom explained that going high at 300 usually meant you jerked the trigger instead of pressing it smooth, or you lifted your head off the stock to watch the shot instead of maintaining your cheek weld through the follow-through. Willie tried again. Hit center. Looked at Tom with the specific pride that kids have when they do something hard and do it right. "Can we try 400? "We can try." 400 yards is where shooting stops being easy and starts being work. The bullet drops about 20 inches compared to the 300-yard zero. The wind matters more because the bullet is in the air longer. The target looks small enough through the scope that you start questioning whether you're even aiming at the right thing. Tom explained all this. Willie listened and nodded and chambered around and settled into position behind the Remington. Tom watched through the spotting scope. Willie fired. Missed. The bullet kicked up dirt 2 feet left of the plate. "You pulled it," Tom said. "Trigger finger went left when you pressed. Keep it straight back." Willie tried again. Missed again. This time high and right. "You're flinching. Anticipating the recoil. Relax. Let the shot surprise you." Willie fired a 3rd time. Hit the plate. The ring carried across the draw and came back as an echo. Willie looked up from the scope with a grin that took up his entire face. 400 yards, Willie said. 400 yards, Tom agreed. They shot for another hour. Willie hit the 400-yard plate 3 more times out of 10 shots. 30% at 400 was good for someone who'd been shooting at distance for 2 hours total. Tom had been shooting at distance for 3 years, and his hit rate at 400 was closer to 70%, which meant Willie had the aptitude and just needed time. Tom hoped Willie wouldn't get the time. At 3:30, Tom started packing up the rifle. Willie helped load the equipment into Tom's Silverado. They stood at the truck and drank water from the gallon jug and looked at the range and the targets and the empty land beyond. "Is this what you did in Afghanistan?" Willie said. "Some of it." "What was different?" "The people I shot at shot back." Willie thought about this. "Were you scared?" "Every time." "Are you scared now?" "No." "Why not?" Tom closed the tailgate on the Silverado. "Because out here I shoot first." Willie nodded like this made sense. They got in their respective trucks, Willie in his father's F-250, Tom in the Silverado, and drove back toward the main house. Willie drove fast like teenage boys drive when they've just learned something that makes them feel powerful. Tom drove slower and watched Willie's dust and thought about the lesson and what it meant, and whether teaching a 15-year-old boy to shoot at 400 yards was something Tom would be proud of in 5 years, or whether it was just another thing he'd done that seemed reasonable at the time and turned out wrong. He decided it was probably the second one. Grace's Civic appeared on the ranch road, heading toward the range about the time Tom and Willie were halfway back to the house. Tom saw the white car coming from the opposite direction, throwing dust, and he knew immediately what had happened, which was that Grace had gone looking for Willie, and someone, probably Nash, had told her Willie was checking fence on the back 40, and Grace had decided to drive out and check on him because that's what mothers do when their 15-year-old sons go off alone and don't come back when they said they would. Willie saw the Civic at the same time Tom did. He slowed the F-250. Tom slowed the Silverado. They met Grace at a wide spot in the road where 3 vehicles could pass if everyone was careful. Grace stopped the Civic and got out. She looked at Willie in the F-250, looked at Tom in the Silverado, looked at the rifle case visible through the Silverado's back window. Her face went through several expressions in the span of about 2 seconds. Confusion, realization, anger, something else that Tom couldn't read, but that looked like the specific combination of fear and fury that mothers get when they realize their children have been doing something dangerous without supervision. "Willie," Grace said, "get out of the truck." Willie got out. He stood next to the F-250 with his hands in his pockets and the expression of someone who'd just been caught and was trying to figure out how much trouble he was in and whether lying would make it better or worse. "Where were you?" Grace said. "Checking fence." "Try again." Willie looked at Tom. Tom looked back but offered nothing. Willie looked at his mother. "At the range." "Shooting." "With Mr. Archer?" "Yes, ma'am." Grace walked over to the Silverado. Tom rolled down the window. She put her hands on the door and leaned in close enough that Tom could see the lines around her eyes and the way her jaw was set, and the specific controlled rage that people have when they're trying very hard not to start yelling. "I told you to stay away from my son," Grace said. "He asked to learn. He's 15. He doesn't know what he's asking for. He knows he wants to learn to shoot. And you thought that was appropriate? Teaching a 15-year-old boy to kill things? I taught him to shoot at targets. Steel plates. Paper. Not people. Shooting at targets is how you learn to shoot at people." Tom had no answer for that because Grace was right. He started the Silverado's engine. Grace stepped back from the door. Tom drove past her and past Willie and headed toward the main house. In the rear-view mirror, he saw Grace standing in the road and Willie standing next to the F-250, and neither one of them moving. Tom got to the house and parked and unloaded the rifle, took it to the barn, and put it in its case, and locked the case in a metal cabinet that Nash kept for tools and ammunition. He came out of the barn and saw Grace's Civic coming down the road. She parked next to the house and got out and walked over to where Tom stood. "Pack your things," Grace said. "I want you gone. Your husband asked me to stay through Sunday. I don't care what my husband asked. I want you off this property." Tom looked at Grace. She looked back with the same controlled rage from the road. "I'll talk to Nash." "You'll talk to me. I'm the one who makes decisions about my son. And I'm deciding that you're leaving." "Grace, don't try to explain or justify or make this about anything other than what it is. You took my son to a shooting range and taught him to kill things, and you did it behind my back because you knew I'd say no if you asked. I taught him to shoot at steel plates. You taught him that violence solves problems. You taught him that guns are the answer. You taught him the same things you learned in Afghanistan or wherever you learned them. And now he's going to carry that around for the rest of his life because you couldn't say no to a 15-year-old who doesn't understand what he's asking for." Grace walked past Tom toward the house, stopped at the porch steps and turned around. "Be gone by tonight. I don't want to see you at dinner. I don't want to see you tomorrow. I don't want you in my house or on my property or anywhere near my family." She went inside. The screen door closed behind her with the specific sound that screen doors make when the people closing them are angry and don't care if the sound announces it. Tom stood in the driveway and looked at the house and the barn and the corrals and the land that Nash's grandfather had started in 1947 and that Nash was trying not to lose. He thought about Willie at the range, hitting the 400-yard plate and grinning and asking if he could try again. He thought about Grace standing in the road with her jaw set and her hands on the Silverado's door. He thought about the specific gap between what a 15-year-old boy wants and what his mother knows he needs. Willie came down the road in the F-250 5 minutes later, parked and got out and walked over to Tom. "Is she kicking you out?" "She is. Because of me. Because of both of us." Willie kicked at the gravel. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have asked you to teach me." "You asked. I said yes. That's on me." "What do I tell my dad?" "Tell him the truth. That you wanted to learn, and I taught you and your mother found out and now I'm leaving." Willie looked at the house. "She's mad at me too." "She'll get over being mad at you. You're her son. She won't get over being mad at me." "I'm not." Tom went inside and upstairs to the guest room and packed his bag. Everything fit in one duffel: clothes, toiletries, the Bible from the nightstand drawer that he'd been reading at night when sleep didn't come easy. He carried the bag downstairs. Grace was in the kitchen with her back to him. He set his key to the house on the counter. "I'm leaving," Tom said. Grace didn't turn around. "Good." Tom went outside and put the bag in the Silverado. Nash came out of the barn and walked over. "Grace said you're leaving. She wants me gone." "What happened?" "I took Willie to the range. Taught him to shoot at distance. She found out." Nash looked at the house and then at Tom. "You should have asked first." "I know. Grace is protective. Especially since Emma." "I know that too." Nash pulled an envelope from his pocket. "Here's the rest. 5,000. We agreed on 10, you got 5 up front." Tom took the envelope. Put it in his jacket. "The job's not finished." "Close enough. You killed 2 men. Sent a message. The stealing stopped. For now. For now's all I can afford." Nash extended his hand. Tom shook it. Nash's grip was firm, and his hand was rough from fence work, and his eyes showed the specific exhaustion that comes from trying to keep a ranch and a marriage and a family together while the world keeps finding new ways to pull them apart. Tom got in the Silverado and started the engine. Backed out of the driveway. In the rearview mirror, he saw Nash standing in the yard, and Grace standing at the kitchen window, and Willie sitting on the porch steps with his head down. Tom drove away thinking about the lesson, and the rifle and the 400-yard plate, and whether Willie would remember how to shoot, or whether he'd remember why his mother had cried in the desert that afternoon when she'd realized Tom had taught her son to kill things. Tom drove to Fort Davis and checked into his motel, and lay on the bed, and thought about Grace standing alone in the desert after sending Willie to the house. He'd seen it from the Silverado as he'd driven away. Grace in the road by herself with the sun dropping and the empty land all around, and her shoulders shaking in the way that shoulders shake when someone is crying and trying not to let anyone see it. That image stuck with him. Not Grace angry. Not Grace at the door saying, "Leave." But Grace alone in the desert crying because she understood something Tom hadn't understood until he'd seen it, which was that Grace's anger came from terror. Terror that Willie would grow up thinking guns solved problems. Terror that Willie would turn into someone like Tom. Terror that she'd already lost Emma, and now she'd lose Willie too, just in a different way. Tom closed his eyes and waited for sleep, and thought about the specific weight that mothers carry, and whether any of what he'd done in 3 years had been worth the cost of making one more mother cry in the desert alone. Chapter 7. Tom had been back in Pecos 11 days when Nash called at 3 a.m. The phone rang 4 times before Tom woke enough to find it on the nightstand and answer without checking the screen, because nobody calls at 3 unless it's an emergency. "They came back," Nash said. Tom sat up in bed. The room was dark. The air conditioning was cycling and producing the hum that meant the compressor was working harder than it should. "When?" "Tonight. 2 hours ago. Hit us at 3 different points. North fence, south fence, east fence, all at the same time." "How many men?" "I don't know. 10, maybe more. 5 trucks. They were organized, Tom. This was professional." Tom swung his legs off the bed and stood. He walked to the kitchen and turned on the light. The clock on the microwave said 3:17. What did they take? 40 head. Maybe more. Diesel from 2 tanks. Copper wire from the pump house. And they took my Dodge Ram from the South Line shack. The 2019 with 40,000 miles. They cut the fences. Cut them and drove through. Left them open. I've got cattle wandering onto BLM land, and I can't round them up until daylight. Tom opened the refrigerator and pulled out a bottle of water. Drank half of it standing at the counter. "You called the sheriff?" "Called him an hour ago. He said he'd send someone out in the morning." "Morning's not going to help." "I know that. That's why I'm calling you." Tom looked at the clock again. 3:18. If he left now, he could be at the Nash Ranch by 6:30. Daylight. He could see the damage, see the patterns, figure out what the thieves had done and how they'd done it, and whether 2 men dead 3 weeks ago had sent the message Tom thought it would send, or whether it had sent a different message, which was, "This ranch is worth stealing from even if it costs lives." "I'm coming down," Tom said. "Grace won't like it." "Grace doesn't have to like it. How much did you lose?" Nash was quiet for a moment. Tom heard breathing on the line and background noise that sounded like wind. Nash was outside, probably standing in the yard looking at the fences and the empty corrals and doing the math that ranchers do when they lose cattle, which is math that involves dollars and feed costs and banknotes, and whether the numbers add up to survival or foreclosure. 60,000, Nash said. Give or take. 40 head at $1,500 each. The truck was worth 30,000. Diesel and copper another 2,000. Insurance. Deductibles 50,000. And the company's already asking questions about the first losses. They're not going to cover this. Tom finished the water and threw the bottle in the recycling. I'll be there by 7. Don't touch anything at the fence lines. I need to see what they did. Tom. Yeah. Thank you. Tom hung up. He went back to the bedroom and got dressed. Jeans, boots, a shirt that had seen better days. Strapped on the Glock. Went to the closet and pulled out the Remington in its case. Grabbed the go bag he kept packed in case he needed to leave Pecos fast. Extra ammunition, protein bars, water, a first aid kit, 5,000 in cash, a change of clothes. He loaded everything into the Silverado and pulled out of the driveway at 3:40. The streets of Pecos were empty. Tom ran through town at 45 miles per hour and hit Highway 285 south at 3:48. By 4 o'clock, he was doing 80 through the empty desert with the headlights cutting through the dark and the radio off, and nothing in his head except the specific mathematics of 40 head and $60,000, and whether Nash could survive another hit like this or whether this was the hit that ended it. Tom pulled into the Nash Ranch at 6:43. The sun was up but not high yet, and the light had the particular quality that early morning light has in West Texas, which is clean and sharp and makes everything look closer than it is. Nash's F-250 sat in the driveway. Grace's Civic was gone. Probably in town, probably shopping or running errands or doing anything that got her away from the ranch and the theft and the reminder that hiring Tom hadn't fixed the problem. Nash came out of the barn when Tom pulled up. He looked like he hadn't slept. His eyes were red, and his face was unshaved, and he moved with the slow deliberation of someone who'd been up all night dealing with things that couldn't be fixed with sleep or coffee or anything except time and money, both of which were in short supply. "You made good time," Nash said. "I drove fast. Grace is in town. Took Willie to his grandmother's in Fort Davis. Said she'd be back this afternoon. She know I'm coming. She knows. She's not happy about it." Tom got out of the Silverado. "Show me the fences." They took Nash's F-250 because it had a trailer hitch, and Nash said they might need to tow something. They drove to the north fence first, the same section where Tom had been 3 weeks ago when he'd killed 2 men and left them in the canyon. The fence was cut. 4 strands of barbed wire pulled apart and tied back to the posts so the gap was wide enough to drive a truck through. Tom got out and looked at the tire tracks. 2 trucks, maybe 3. They'd come through from BLM land, heading west toward the pasture where Nash kept young cattle. Tom followed the tracks on foot for 100 yards. Saw where the trucks had stopped, where men had gotten out, where they'd loaded cattle into the truck beds. 6 sets of footprints, all different boot treads. Professional crew. They knew what they were doing. "How long were they here?" Tom said. Nash had followed him on foot. "I don't know. 20 minutes. 30. Long enough to cut the fence and load cattle and drive away." "You hear anything?" "Nothing. I was asleep. Grace was asleep. Willie was asleep. First I knew about it was when I came out this morning to check on something and saw the fence cut." Tom walked back to the F-250. "Show me the south fence." The south fence was the same. Cut wires, tire tracks, footprints. This crew had taken cattle and siphoned diesel from the storage tank at the South Line shack. Tom found the siphon hose abandoned next to the tank, a cheap plastic hose you could buy at any auto parts store. He bagged it in a plastic evidence bag he'd brought from the truck. Not that it would matter. The hose probably had a dozen sets of prints on it from whoever bought it and whoever used it, and none of those prints were in any database that Tom had access to. The east fence was different. This crew had gone for equipment instead of cattle. They'd broken into the pump house and stripped all the copper wire they could pull in 20 minutes. Taken tools from the shed, power tools, hand tools, anything that wasn't bolted down. And they'd driven Nash's Dodge Ram right out of the line shack where it had been parked, and through the cut fence and back onto BLM land. Tom stood in the pump house and looked at the empty spools where the copper wire had been, and the stripped conduit, and the specific, efficient devastation that professional thieves leave behind when they're working against a clock. This had been coordinated. 3 teams hitting 3 points simultaneously, so Nash couldn't respond to all of them at once. A larger operation than the first one. More men, more trucks, more planning. Someone had decided the Nash ranch was worth hitting again, despite the 2 bodies Tom had left 3 weeks ago. Someone had decided the risk was acceptable, or the reward was high enough, or the message hadn't been received the way Tom intended. "This is bad," Nash said. Tom turned around. Nash was standing in the doorway of the pump house, with the morning light behind him, and the shadow of the doorframe cutting his face in half. "It's organized," Tom said. "Someone's running this. Someone with resources and men, and a distribution network for moving stolen cattle and equipment." "Who?" "I don't know yet." "Can you find out?" "I can find out." They drove back to the main house. Grace's Civic was in the driveway now. She'd come back while they were at the east fence. Tom saw her standing in the kitchen window, watching them pull up. Her face showed the same controlled rage from 11 days ago, except now it had resignation mixed in, like she'd known Tom would come back and had made peace with the fact that fighting it would cost more than allowing it. Tom got out of the F-250. Grace came out onto the porch. She stood at the top of the steps with her arms crossed and looked at Tom without saying anything. Tom looked back. Nash stood between them like a man caught between two people he needed and who couldn't exist in the same space without one of them leaving. "I'll find who's doing this," Tom said. Grace said nothing. "And I'll make it stop. Like you made it stop before." Grace said. "This is different." "How?" "This is bigger. More men. More planning. Someone's running an operation, and your ranch is part of it. So what do you do about it?" "I find who's running it. And I stop them. By killing them." Tom said nothing, because saying yes would confirm what Grace already knew, and saying no would be a lie, and lying to her would be worse than silence. "I don't want you here," Grace said. "I know. But Keller says we need you." "You do. So here we are again. You in my house. Me watching you teach my son that violence is the answer. Except this time I know better, and this time I can't stop it because if I do, we lose the ranch." She went back inside. The screen door closed soft instead of banging. Nash looked at Tom. "She's right, you know." "About what?" "About all of it." Tom spent the afternoon in the barn, going through public records on his laptop. He started with the cattle brand registry and cross-referenced the stolen brands with recent sales in West Texas feedlots. Found 3 matches in Presidio at a feedlot called Desert Valley Livestock. The feedlot had sold 42 head of cattle 3 weeks ago. Mixed breeds, ages, all with brands that didn't match the bills of sale when you checked them against the registry. Tom pulled the corporate records for Desert Valley Livestock. The feedlot was owned by a shell company called Permian Holdings LLC, registered in El Paso with a mailing address that turned out to be a UPS store. Tom followed the money through business filings and property records. Permian Holdings was owned by another shell company called Rio Grande Enterprises. Rio Grande Enterprises was owned by a man named Victor Garza. Tom had heard the name. Everyone in West Texas who paid attention to cattle theft and border trafficking had heard the name. Victor Garza ran a trucking company out of El Paso called Garza Transport. The company was legitimate 90% of the time, moving produce, dry goods, construction materials across the border. The other 10% was cattle, equipment, anything that could be stolen in West Texas and sold in Mexico or moved through Mexico to buyers who didn't ask questions. Tom called Wade in Midland. Wade answered on the 3rd ring. "You know Victor Garza?" Tom said. "I know of him." "Why?" "Nash Ranch got hit again. Bigger crew this time. 40 head, equipment, a truck. I tracked the cattle to a feedlot in Presidio. Feedlots owned by Garza through a shell company." Wade was quiet for a moment. Tom heard paper rustling, like Wade was looking at something on his desk. "Garza's connected, Tom. Not cartel exactly, but adjacent. He moves things across the border. He has relationships with people you don't want to have relationships with. So I leave him alone. I'm saying if you go after Garza, it gets complicated. He's not some freelancer running cattle in a pickup truck. He's a businessman with lawyers and accountants and people who handle problems for him." "It's already complicated," Tom said. "Nash is into me for $10,000, and he just lost another $60,000. He can't afford another hit like this. Winter feed needs to be bought next month. Banknotes due in March. He goes under. The association loses a member and I lose a client. The association has 300 members. We can lose one. Can you lose the precedent?" "What precedent?" "The precedent that says if someone like Garza decides your ranch is worth stealing from, the association won't protect you. That precedent gets set, you'll lose more than one member." Wade sighed. It was the sigh of a man who'd been in this business long enough to know when an argument was lost before it started. "What do you need?" "Information. Where Garza operates. Where he keeps his office. Who works for him. How he moves product. I can get you that. Give me 2 days. I don't have 2 days. Then give me 1 day, and the information won't be complete. I'll take incomplete. Tom hung up. He sat in the barn and looked at the laptop screen and the corporate filings and the shell companies and the trail that led from Nash's stolen cattle to Victor Garza's operation in El Paso. He thought about what Wade had said. Connected, not cartel exactly but adjacent, people who handle problems. Tom had handled problems for 3 years. He'd handled 11 problems in Reeves County and 2 problems at Nash's fence line, and now he needed to handle a problem in El Paso that was bigger than the previous problems and that had the kind of complexity that produced consequences beyond just bodies in canyons. He decided the consequences didn't matter. What mattered was Nash keeping his ranch and the association keeping its credibility, and Tom keeping his reputation as someone who solved problems that other people couldn't solve. He closed the laptop and went to find Nash. Nash was in the living room at 8 o'clock that night with a bottle of bourbon and a glass, and the defeated posture of a man who'd spent the day adding up numbers that didn't add up to anything except failure. Grace was on the couch with a book she hadn't turned a page in since Tom had come downstairs. Willie was in his room with the door closed. Tom stood in the kitchen doorway and watched Nash pour himself another drink and drink it and pour another. I found who's running it, Tom said. Nash looked up. Who? Man named Victor Garza. Runs a trucking company out of El Paso. He owns the feedlot where your cattle ended up. He owns the trucks that moved them. He probably owns the crews that stole them. What are you going to do about it? I'm going to El Paso. I'm going to talk to Garza. I'm going to make it clear that stealing from this ranch costs more than it's worth. Nash drank and set the glass down. How are you going to do that? You don't want to know how. Maybe I do. Tom came into the living room. Grace looked up from her book. Tom sat in the chair across from Nash. Garza runs an operation. Operations have infrastructure. Infrastructure can be damaged or destroyed. If I damage enough of his infrastructure, stealing from you becomes unprofitable. And if that doesn't work, then I escalate. To what? Tom looked at Grace. Grace looked back. To whatever's necessary. Nash finished his drink and poured another. 60,000, Tom. That's 2 months of operating capital. That's the winter feed I needed to buy next week. That's the diesel I needed to run equipment. That's the truck I needed to move cattle. I can't absorb this. My father could have. My grandfather could have. But I can't. I know. 3 generations. 1947 to now. And I'm the one who loses it because some man in El Paso decided my cattle are worth stealing. You're not going to lose it, Tom said. How do you know? Because I'm going to make sure Garza understands that this ranch is off limits. Nash looked at Tom with the red eyes of a man who'd been drinking and thinking and doing math that produced only bad answers. What do I owe you for this? Nothing. You already paid me. I paid you to stop the first crew. This is a different crew. This is the same job. I should have hit them harder the first time. I didn't. That's on me. Grace closed her book. You're going to kill more people. Tom looked at her. Probably. And that will solve this? It will send a message that sticks this time. And if it doesn't? Then I keep sending messages until it does. Grace stood up. She walked to the kitchen without looking at Tom or Nash. Tom heard water running and dishes being set in the sink. Heard her moving around doing the things that people do when they need their hands busy so their minds can work on problems that don't have solutions. Nash finished the bottle. He looked at it like he was surprised it was empty. When are you leaving? Tomorrow morning. Early. How long will you be gone? However long it takes. Nash stood. He moved like someone who'd had too much bourbon and not enough sleep, and who was held together by willpower and the specific stubbornness that ranchers have when everything's falling apart, and the only thing left to do is keep working. Guest room's yours if you want it. I'll take it. Nash went upstairs. Tom heard his footsteps in the hallway and a door closing. Heard Grace in the kitchen finishing the dishes. Heard Willie's music playing soft through his bedroom door. Heard the ranch settling into night with all the sounds that houses make when the people inside them are trying to sleep, but mostly just waiting for tomorrow. Tom sat in the living room and thought about Garza and El Paso and the infrastructure that needed to be damaged, and whether damaging infrastructure would be enough, or whether this time Tom would need to do more than stack stones in canyons. He thought about the two men who'd driven away 3 weeks ago, and whether they'd told Garza about the shooting, and whether Garza had decided the risk was acceptable, or whether Garza had decided something else, which was that Tom Archer could be handled if you brought enough men and enough trucks and enough planning. Tom decided Garza had decided wrong. He went upstairs to the guest room with the quilt and the Bible, and lay on the bed and stared at the ceiling and counted the hours until dawn. Chapter 8. Garza Transport operated out of a brick building on Paisano Street, 3 blocks from the border crossing at Stanton. The building had been there since the 70s and showed it: faded paint, narrow windows with security bars, a parking lot with cracks wide enough to lose change in. A sign over the door said Garza Transport in letters that had been red once and were now closer to pink. Underneath that, smaller letters: Freight, Logistics, Cross-Border Services. Tom parked the Silverado 2 blocks away, on a side street where he could see the front entrance and the parking lot. He'd arrived at 1 in the afternoon, and the temperature was 103 and climbing. He turned off the engine and rolled down the windows and sat in the heat and watched. Over the next 4 hours, he cataloged the pattern. 3 employees that he could see: a woman in her 50s who worked the front desk, a younger man who came and went from the loading dock around back, and someone who stayed in an office upstairs and never came out. Light foot traffic, maybe 6 people total, most of them drivers picking up paperwork or dropping off manifests. The loading dock had 2 box trucks parked at it, both painted white with Garza Transport on the sides in the same faded lettering as the sign. No obvious security. No cameras that Tom could see. No guards. Just a business that looked legitimate from the outside, and probably was legitimate most of the time, which made it harder to predict when it stopped being legitimate and became something else. At 5:15, the younger man locked the loading dock and got in a Chevy pickup and drove away. At 5:30, the woman at the front desk came out, locked the front door, and got in a Honda Accord that had a rosary hanging from the rearview mirror. She drove west on Paisano toward residential neighborhoods that spread out from the commercial district. Tom waited another 15 minutes. No one else left. The upstairs office light stayed on. Tom got out of the Silverado and walked the 2 blocks to Garza Transport. The front door was locked, but commercial locks are easy if you know what you're doing, and Tom had been opening locks since Afghanistan, when locked doors were the difference between successful missions and failed ones. The door opened in 8 seconds. Tom went inside. The front office smelled like old carpet and the specific chemical air freshener that businesses use when they want to mask smells but don't want to actually clean anything. A desk sat near the window with a computer that was off, and a phone that had 18 buttons and probably connected to extensions Tom couldn't see. Filing cabinets lined the wall. A calendar showed a beach scene with turquoise water that didn't look like any beach Tom had ever seen in Texas or Mexico. Stairs led to the second floor. Tom took them slow. Wood steps, no carpet, each one creaking under his weight. If someone was upstairs, they'd hear him coming. Tom was counting on this. He wanted to be heard. At the top of the stairs, A hallway ran 20 feet to a door that was closed. Light showed under the gap at the bottom. Tom walked down the hallway and knocked once. "We're closed," a voice said from inside. Male voice, older. The kind of voice that came from 40 years of smoking and living in a city where the air quality was measured by how much dust you could see in the sunlight. "I need to see Victor Garza," Tom said. Silence. Then footsteps. The door opened. The man standing in the doorway was mid-60s with silver hair combed back and a face that had good bones under the weight age puts on people. He wore a dress shirt with no tie and slacks that had been pressed recently, and shoes that were Italian or wanted to be. He looked at Tom with the focused attention of someone cataloging details: height, build, the way Tom stood, the bulge at Tom's hip that could be a phone or could be a gun. "I don't take walk-ins," the man said. "I'm not walking in. I'm standing in your hallway." "I don't take those either." "Make an exception." The man smiled. It was a thin smile, the kind people give when they've decided something is amusing, even though it probably shouldn't be. "You're Tom Archer." It was not a question. Tom said nothing. The man stepped back from the door and gestured to an office that held a desk and 2 chairs and a window that looked out over Paisano Street. "Come in, Mr. Archer. Let's talk." Tom went in. The man closed the door behind them. Tom heard a lock turn. The man walked to his desk and sat down and folded his hands on the green felt blotter. Tom stayed standing near the door, which kept him close to the exit and gave him angles on the window and the desk and the man who was Victor Garza, even though neither of them had said so yet. "Sit," Garza said. "I'm fine standing." "Suit yourself." Garza opened a drawer and pulled out a cigar box, took a cigar out, and cut the end with a small guillotine cutter. Lit it with a lighter that made a soft whoosh when the flame caught. He smoked and looked at Tom and didn't say anything for a moment because some conversations benefit from pauses that make the other person speak first. Tom didn't speak. He looked at Garza and at the office and thought about the fact that Garza had known his name without being told, which meant Garza had been expecting him or had been warned or had done enough research to connect Tom to the Nash Ranch and the theft and the reason someone might walk into an office after hours. "You're here about the Nash Ranch," Garza said. "I am." "And you think I have something to do with cattle being stolen from that ranch?" "I know you do." Garza smoked his cigar. The smell filled the office, tobacco and cedar and something else that Tom couldn't identify but that smelled expensive. "I run a trucking company, Mr. Archer. We move freight across the border. Produce, dry goods, construction materials. We're licensed, bonded, insured. Everything we do is legal." 90% of what you do is legal," Tom said. "The other 10% is cattle and equipment that don't have paperwork. You have proof of this?" Tom reached into his jacket pocket. Garza's hand moved toward his desk drawer, but stopped when Tom pulled out a photograph instead of a weapon. Tom set the photograph on the desk. It showed 2 bodies in the desert with 2 stones stacked on each one. Garza looked at the photograph. His expression didn't change. "What am I looking at?" 2 men who tried to steal cattle from the Nash Ranch 3 weeks ago. They're dead now. The 40 head they took ended up in a feedlot in Presidio. That feedlot is owned by Permian Holdings, LLC. Permian Holdings is owned by Rio Grande Enterprises. Rio Grande Enterprises is owned by you. A lot of businesses are owned through holding companies. It's good tax strategy. It's also good strategy for moving stolen goods without your name appearing on the paperwork." Garza set his cigar in an ashtray. He picked up the photograph and looked at it more closely. Set it back down. "Let's say, hypothetically, that I knew something about these cattle. Let's say I knew people who moved them. What would you want me to do about it?" "Return the cattle. Stop stealing from the Nash Ranch." "And if I can't do that?" "Then you'll end up like them." Tom pointed at the photograph. Garza leaned back in his chair. He picked up his cigar and smoked, and looked at Tom with the assessing quality of someone deciding whether a threat is real or whether it's just noise from someone who doesn't understand the situation. "You don't understand how this works, Mr. Archer. Explain it to me." "I work with people who don't negotiate. I work with people who have resources you can't imagine and reach you can't match. You come into my office and threaten me. I make a phone call, and tomorrow there are 5 men looking for you. Next week there are 10. You kill 5, 10 more come. You can't win that math. I've won it so far." "So far" isn't the same as always. Tom walked to the desk. Garza watched him come, but didn't reach for the drawer again. Tom put both hands on the desk and leaned forward. "I've killed 13 people in 3 years. 11 in Reeves County, 2 at the Nash Ranch. The law knows about it. They've been tracking me for 2 years. They haven't made a single charge stick because I'm careful and I don't leave evidence. The reason the law doesn't work out here is because men like you operate in spaces the law can't reach. Which means men like me exist to reach those spaces instead. So you're a vigilante. I'm a problem solver. And what problem are you solving today? The problem of cattle being stolen from the Nash Ranch. The problem of equipment being stolen. The problem of 5 trucks and 10 men hitting 3 fence lines simultaneously. That problem stops, or you become a problem that needs solving." Garza smoked his cigar down to the band. Stubbed it out in the ashtray. "If you come back here, you won't leave. That's not a threat. That's information. The people I work with don't forgive men who damage their operations. You've already damaged their operation by killing 2 of their contractors. You damage it more, they'll respond in ways you can't control." Tom straightened up. "We'll see." "Yes. We will." Tom walked to the door. Unlocked it. Stopped with his hand on the knob and turned back. "One more thing." "What?" "The Nash Ranch is off limits. You tell whoever you work with that the ranch is protected. They come back, I come back. And next time, I won't be leaving stones. I'll be leaving bodies where you can't hide them." Tom left. He heard Garza pick up the phone before Tom reached the stairs. Tom drove back toward Fort Davis, thinking about the conversation and what it meant. Garza had known Tom's name. Garza had expected him. Which meant the 2 men who'd driven away 3 weeks ago had reported back, and Garza had decided to proceed anyway. And proceeding anyway meant Garza thought he had enough resources to handle Tom, or enough reach to make Tom irrelevant. Tom thought about the phone call Garza was making right now. Thought about who was on the other end. Thought about whether that person was in El Paso or Mexico or somewhere else entirely, and what that person would say when Garza told them Tom Archer had walked into his office and threatened him. Tom decided the person would say to handle it. Send men. Make the problem go away. Which meant men were coming, and the only question was when and how many. The sun was setting when Tom pulled into Fort Davis. He didn't go to the motel. He drove to the Nash Ranch instead. Pulled into the driveway at 8 o'clock. The house lights were on. Nash's F-250 sat in the driveway. Grace's Civic was gone again. Probably in town, probably at her mother's, probably anywhere that wasn't here. Tom knocked on the door. Nash answered. He had a beer in his hand, and the television was on behind him, showing a baseball game that Nash obviously hadn't been watching, because he didn't look surprised or disappointed when he turned it off. "You're back," Nash said. "I'm back." "How'd it go?" "About how I expected." Nash stepped aside, and Tom came in. Willie was upstairs. Tom heard music playing through his bedroom door. Nash went to the kitchen and got another beer from the refrigerator. Offered it to Tom. Tom took it. They stood in the kitchen, drinking beer, and not saying anything for a moment, Because sometimes the best thing you can do after a long drive and a conversation that went exactly the way you knew it would go is drink a beer and not talk about it yet. What did Garza say? Nash said. Said he doesn't negotiate. Said the people he works with have resources I can't match. Said if I come back, I won't leave. You believe him? I believe he believes it. That's not the same thing. No, it's not. Nash drank his beer and looked at the floor. Grace called while you were gone. Said she's staying at her mother's tonight. Said she'll be back tomorrow, but only if you're not here. I'll go back to the motel. You don't have to. I do. Grace has been clear about what she wants. I'm not going to make this harder on your marriage than it already is. Nash nodded. He looked like he wanted to argue, but had decided arguing would cost more than agreeing. What happens next? Garza makes a phone call. The people he works with decide whether to back off or escalate. If they back off, we're done. If they escalate, they'll send men. To the ranch. To me. They know who I am. They know where I live. They'll come for me before they come for you. When? Soon. Maybe tonight. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe 3 days from now. But soon. Nash finished his beer and set the bottle on the counter. You need help? No. You sure? I'm sure. You've got a family and a ranch. I've got a rental house I don't care about, and a job I know how to do alone. Nash looked at Tom for a moment. Tom looked back. Nash appeared to decide something. Thank you for going to El Paso. You're paying me to solve problems. That's what I'm doing. You already paid me. You didn't have to go. The job's not finished until it's finished. Tom set his beer down and went to the door. Nash followed him. They stood on the porch and looked at the ranch and the desert beyond and the stars that were starting to come out in the sky that had gone from blue to purple to the particular black that desert skies go when the sun gives up. Be careful, Nash said. I'm always careful. That's not what I mean. I know. Tom got in the Silverado and drove back to Fort Davis. Checked into his motel. Room 14, same room he'd had before, same thin bedspread, and same air conditioning unit that rattled when it cycled. He lay on the bed with the Glock on the nightstand, and the door locked, and the curtains drawn, and thought about Garza and the phone call and the men who would be coming. He thought about whether he'd handled the meeting right, or whether he should have done something different. Decided it didn't matter. Garza was connected. Garza had resources. The only thing Tom could control was how he responded when those resources came for him. He fell asleep sometime after midnight and dreamed about nothing he remembered when the phone rang at 3 a.m. Chapter 9. The phone call was Wade. He sounded like he'd been awake a while or hadn't gone to sleep yet, and his voice had the clipped quality that meant business instead of conversation. They're asking about you in Pecos, Wade said. Tom sat up in bed. The room was dark. The clock on the nightstand said 3:07. Who's asking? 2 men. Hispanic, mid-30s, driving a black Suburban with Chihuahua plates. They've been to your landlord's house. They've been to the gas station you use. They've been asking your neighbors if you're home. How do you know this? I have a man in Pecos who keeps an eye on things for the association. He called me 20 minutes ago. Said these 2 have been canvassing your street since midnight. Tom swung his legs off the bed and stood. He went to the window and pulled the curtain back an inch. The motel parking lot was empty, except for his Silverado and a Honda Civic that belonged to someone in room 9. No black Suburban. No men watching. They know I'm not in Pecos. They know now. But they didn't 3 hours ago. My guess is they'll figure out you're in Fort Davis eventually. You've got maybe 6 hours before they widen the search. Or they're already here. That's possible too. Tom let the curtain fall closed. He turned on the lamp next to the bed. The light made him squint. What do you want me to do? I want you to not be there when they find you. I want you to disappear for a week and let this cool down. That's not the job. The job's over, Tom. I told you this was going to get complicated. Now it's complicated. Garza's sent men to kill you. That means the next step is he sends more men. Then more. You can't win that fight. Tom sat back down on the bed. He looked at the Glock on the nightstand, picked it up, and checked the magazine. 15 rounds. He had 3 more magazines in the go bag. Enough for a fight if the fight was short. Not enough if the fight was long. I need to go back to Pecos. That's the opposite of what I just said. I've got things there. Equipment. Documents. Cash. I can't leave it. Things can be replaced. Some of them can't. Wade was quiet for a moment. Tom heard papers rustling, like Wade was looking at something on his desk. If you go back to Pecos, you go expecting a fight. They might be waiting for you. They might follow you there. Either way, you need to be ready. I'm always ready. That's what you said last time. And last time you were right. But eventually being ready stops being enough, and you need to be lucky too. I'll be careful. Careful and lucky aren't the same thing. Tom hung up. He got dressed, strapped on the Glock, packed the go bag, checked out of the motel at 3:30, and drove north toward Pecos with the headlights cutting through the dark and the radio off, and nothing in his head except the specific mathematics of 2 men with filed serial numbers looking for him in a town where everyone knew his truck and his house, and the fact that he'd been gone 3 days. Tom hit Pecos at 5:15. The sun was not up yet, but the sky was starting to lighten in the east. He didn't drive to his rental house. He drove to a convenience store on the north side of town and parked where he could see the road. Called Wade. I'm here, Tom said. Where's here? Pecos. North side. You see the Suburban? Not yet. My man saw it leave your street at 2:30. Headed east. Could be they gave up. Could be they're waiting somewhere, watching. I need to get to my house. I'd advise against that. Noted. Tom hung up. He sat in the Silverado and watched the road and the convenience store and the houses across the street that were dark, except for one that had a porch light on. He thought about the 2 men and the Suburban, and whether they'd given up or whether giving up was something men like that did. Decided they probably hadn't given up. Decided they were probably somewhere between here and Tom's house waiting for him to come home. He drove to his street at 5:40. Came at it from the west instead of the east. His rental house sat 3 houses from the corner on the south side. No Suburban in the driveway. No Suburban on the street. Tom drove past without stopping. Circled the block. Came back from the east. Still no Suburban. He parked 2 houses down and got out. Kept the Glock under his jacket. Walked to his house. The front door was locked. The windows were intact. Everything looked normal, except that the power was off. Tom could tell because the porch light he always left on was dark. Tom went around to the back. The power meter was on the side of the house. Someone had pulled the main breaker. Tom looked at the back door. It was closed, but the frame around the lock was splintered like someone had kicked it in and then pulled it closed after. Tom drew the Glock. Went back to the Silverado. Got a flashlight from the go bag. Came back to the house and stood at the back door listening. Heard nothing. Opened the door slow and went inside. The house was dark. Tom used the flashlight to clear the rooms. Kitchen, empty. Refrigerator door open, something had hit it and left a dent. Living room, empty. Couch was where it should be. Bedroom, empty. Closet door open, his clothes still hanging there. Bathroom, empty. Tom came back to the kitchen and looked at the refrigerator dent. Looked at the floor. Saw something dark near the hallway. Shined the flashlight on it. Blood. Not a lot, but enough to suggest someone had been shot here and had either walked or been carried out. Tom followed the blood trail. It went to the back door. Stopped there. Outside on the concrete pad behind the house, more blood, drag marks, tire tracks. Someone had pulled a vehicle into the backyard, loaded a body, driven away. The tracks were fresh, maybe 2 hours old, maybe less. Tom went back inside. Turned on the flashlight and searched the house more carefully. Found 2 shell casings in the hallway. 9mm. He picked them up and put them in his pocket. Found where bullets had hit the wall behind where Tom's bed was. 2 rounds, close together. If Tom had been sleeping in his bed when those rounds came through, he'd be dead. But Tom hadn't been in Pecos. He'd been in Fort Davis. And someone had come here expecting to find him, and had found an empty house instead, and had kicked in the door and waited, and eventually given up, or done something else that Tom couldn't piece together from the evidence. Except there was more evidence. In the living room, Tom found another shell casing. Different location from the first 2. Someone had fired from the living room toward the kitchen. Tom shined the flashlight toward the kitchen and saw where the round had hit the refrigerator, producing the dent. 2 men had come here. They'd cut the power. They'd kicked in the back door. They'd waited. Someone had surprised them. Another person maybe, or they'd surprised each other in the dark. Shots fired. Someone hit. Someone dragged out. The 2 men had left. Tom thought about this. Thought about who else would have been in his house at 3 a.m. Thought about whether Wade had sent someone to watch the house, and that someone had walked into the same trap Tom would have walked into if he'd been home. He called Wade. "You send someone to my house?" Tom said. "No." "Why?" "Someone was here. There was a fight. Blood on the floor. Shell casings. Looks like 2 men came in expecting to find me, and found someone else instead." Wade was quiet. Tom heard typing. "My man in Pecos didn't report going to your house. But he hasn't checked in since 3 o'clock. What's his name?" "Carson. Mike Carson. He's a retired deputy. Lives on the east side. Does security work for the association. You have his number?" Wade gave it to him. Tom hung up and called. The phone rang 6 times and went to voicemail. Tom didn't leave a message. He stood in his dark house and thought about Mike Carson and whether Carson had been here, and whether the blood on the floor was Carson's blood, and whether Carson was alive or dead or somewhere in between. He decided it didn't matter. What mattered was getting what he needed and leaving before the 2 men came back or before someone else came looking. Tom packed fast. He took the cash from the coffee can in the freezer, 5,000 in hundreds. Took the documents from the false bottom in his closet. A spare driver's license, a passport that was real but had a name that wasn't his, deeds to 2 properties in New Mexico that he'd bought with cash through shell companies. Took the ammunition from the cabinet in the garage, 6 boxes of .308, 4 boxes of 9mm. He loaded everything into the Silverado. Went back inside one more time. Looked at the house and thought about 2 years of living here and whether any of it had mattered. Decided it hadn't. This was just a place he'd slept between jobs. Nothing more. He reset the main breaker. The power came back on. The refrigerator started humming. The porch light came on. Tom turned them all back off. Went to his truck and drove away. He was 3 blocks from his house when the black Suburban pulled out from a side street and fell in behind him. Tom saw it in the rearview mirror. Suburban, black, Chihuahua plates that Tom couldn't read from this distance, but that he knew were Chihuahua because Wade had told him. 2 men in the front seat. The passenger had something in his lap that looked like a rifle or a shotgun. The Suburban stayed 3 car lengths back. Tom ran the stop sign at the next intersection. The Suburban ran it too. Tom turned left on Highway 285. The Suburban followed. Tom accelerated. The Silverado had a supercharged engine that he'd had installed for exactly this kind of situation. He hit 80 in 4 seconds. 90 in 6. The Suburban accelerated too, but couldn't match. Tom pulled away. The passenger in the Suburban leaned out the window with a rifle. Tom saw the muzzle flash in the rearview mirror before he heard the shot. The round hit the Silverado's tailgate. Tom swerved right. Another flash. This round went wide. Tom took the Silverado off the highway onto a county road that ran east through ranch land. The road was dirt and gravel, and the Silverado handled it better than the Suburban would. Tom pushed to 95. The steering wheel shook. The truck bounced over ruts. In the mirror, the Suburban fell back. Tom ran the county road for 6 miles. Took another dirt road south. Then another west. By the time he hit pavement again, the Suburban was gone. Tom checked the mirror every 10 seconds for the next 20 miles. Saw nothing. Nothing followed. Nothing appeared. He pulled into a truck stop outside Fort Stockton at 7:30. Parked behind the building where the Silverado couldn't be seen from the highway. Got out and looked at the tailgate. The round had punched through the metal and exited through the bed. Missed the gas tank by 8 inches. If it had hit the tank, Tom would have had a different morning. He went inside the truck stop and bought coffee and sat at a table near the window where he could watch the parking lot. Called Wade. "They found me," Tom said. "You all right?" "I'm all right. They're not following anymore." "Where are you?" "Fort Stockton." "That's not Pecos." "I left Pecos. They shot at my truck. I lost them on county roads east of town." Wade sighed. It was the sigh of a man who'd been right about something and wished he'd been wrong. "This is what I was talking about, Tom. They're not going to stop. Garza sent 2 men. Those 2 men failed. He'll send 4 next time. Then 6. Then however many it takes. Let him send them. You can't fight an organization. You're one man. They're an organization. I've fought organizations before. In Afghanistan. With a platoon backing you up. This is different. This is you alone against people who have more resources and more reach and more willingness to spend both than you have bullets." Tom drank his coffee. It was bad coffee, the kind that truck stops make at 4 in the morning and leave on the burner until it tastes like burnt water. "What do you want me to do?" "I want you to leave. Go to New Mexico. Go to Colorado. Go somewhere that's not Texas and stay there until this blows over." "What about Nash?" "Nash will be fine. Garza's not interested in Nash. Garza's interested in you. You leave, Garza stops caring about the Nash ranch." Tom thought about this. Thought about Nash and the ranch, and the $60,000 in losses, and the banknote due in March. Thought about whether Wade was right that leaving would solve the problem, or whether leaving would just produce a different problem later. "I'm not leaving." "Then you're on your own. The association can't be involved in a war with Garza. That's not what we pay you for. You pay me to solve problems. We pay you to solve cattle theft problems, not cartel problems. There's a difference." "Is there?" "Yes. One gets ranchers arrested. The other gets ranchers killed." Wade hung up. Tom sat in the truck stop and finished his coffee and thought about the difference between cattle theft problems and cartel problems, and whether that difference mattered when the same men were stealing cattle and threatening to kill people who tried to stop them. He decided the difference didn't matter. What mattered was Nash keeping his ranch and Tom keeping his word, and Garza learning that some ranches cost more to steal from than they're worth. Tom left the truck stop at 8 o'clock and drove south toward Fort Davis. He had cash, documents, ammunition, and a truck with a hole in the tailgate. He had a job to finish, and men coming to stop him from finishing it. He had Wade telling him to leave, and Garza telling him not to come back, and Nash needing him to do both things that couldn't be done at the same time. He decided to go back to the Nash ranch. Nash needed to know what had happened. Nash needed to decide whether the job was worth continuing, or whether Wade was right, that the cost was higher than the benefit. Tom thought Nash would say continue. Nash had 3 generations and $60,000, and a banknote due in March. Nash had more to lose than Tom did. Which meant Nash would want Tom to finish this, regardless of what Wade said or what Garza threatened, or how many men came looking. Tom drove south thinking about the 2 men in the Suburban, and the rifle leaning out the window, and the muzzle flash in his rearview mirror, and whether next time would be 2 men or 4 or 6, and whether the supercharged engine in the Silverado would be enough to get him out of whatever came next. He decided it probably wouldn't be. But he drove south anyway. Chapter 10. Tom pulled into the Nash Ranch at 9:30 in the morning with the sun high enough to hurt and the temperature already past 90. Nash's F-250 sat in the driveway next to Grace's Civic, which meant everyone was home and awake and would have questions about why Tom's truck had a bullet hole in the tailgate. Nash came out of the barn when Tom pulled up. He had a wrench in his hand and grease on his shirt, and the look of someone who'd been fixing something that had broken at exactly the wrong time. He walked over to the Silverado and looked at the tailgate and then at Tom, and said nothing for a moment because sometimes looking at something is a better question than asking about it. "They found you," Nash said. "They found me." "When?" "This morning. Pecos. 2 men in a Suburban. They shot at my truck on Highway 285. Nash walked around to look at the tailgate from a different angle. Put his hand on the hole where the bullet had punched through. "You all right?" "I'm all right." "They're not following anymore." "Where are they?" "Lost them on county roads east of Pecos." "Could be they gave up. Could be they're regrouping." Nash pulled his hand back from the tailgate and wiped it on his jeans even though there was nothing to wipe off. "This is bad, Tom." "It's complicated." "Complicated meaning what?" "Complicated meaning Garza sent men to kill me, and those men failed, and now he'll send more men." "Complicated meaning Wade pulled the association's support." "Complicated meaning I'm on my own, and you need to decide if you want me to keep going or if you want me to leave." Nash looked at the barn, and then at the house, and then at Tom. "Let's go inside. Grace needs to hear this." Grace was in the kitchen making breakfast. Eggs and bacon and toast, laid out on plates that she'd set at the table with the same geometric precision she'd used every time Tom had been here. Willie was upstairs. Tom heard music playing through the ceiling. Grace looked up when Tom and Nash came in, and her face went through the same sequence of expressions it always went through when Tom appeared: recognition, resignation, anger held just behind the eyes. "Mr. Archer," Grace said. "Ma'am." "You're back." "I'm back." She set a spatula down on the counter and crossed her arms. "Keller said the men who hit the ranch were connected to someone in El Paso. Said you went to talk to him." "I did." "How did that go?" "About how I expected. He sent men after me this morning. They shot at my truck. I lost them east of Pecos." Grace looked at Nash. Nash looked at the floor. Grace looked back at Tom. "You brought them here." "They were already coming here. I just made sure they came for me instead." "That's not reassuring." "It's not meant to be. It's just what happened." Nash pulled out a chair and sat down. Tom stayed standing near the door, because sitting would mean staying, and staying would mean having a longer conversation, and Tom wanted to deliver information and leave before Grace told him to. Grace turned off the stove and moved the pan to a cold burner, came to the table, and sat across from Nash. "Tell us what happened," Nash said. Tom told them. About Wade calling at 3 in the morning. About the two men in the Suburban asking questions in Pecos. About going back to his house and finding evidence of a fight and blood on the floor. About Mike Carson, who probably walked into a trap meant for Tom, and who probably died because of it. About packing his things and leaving, and the Suburban finding him anyway, and the chase on Highway 285, and the bullet that missed the gas tank by 8 inches. Grace listened without interrupting. Nash listened and looked at his hands and at the table and at Grace and back at his hands. When Tom finished, the kitchen was quiet, except for the refrigerator humming, and Willie's music upstairs, and the specific silence that comes after someone tells you something that changes the situation from bad to worse. "We need to call the law," Nash said. "The law can't help with this," Tom said. "They shot at you. They killed Wade's man. That's attempted murder and murder. The law can do something about that. The law can write a report. The law can open an investigation. The law can spend 6 months building a case that never gets to court, because Garza's connected to people who make witnesses disappear, and evidence vanish, and prosecutors decide it's not worth pursuing. So what do we do? You don't do anything. I finished the job." "How?" "By making Garza understand that stealing from this ranch costs more than it's worth." Grace stood up from the table. "I've heard that before. You said killing 2 men would send a message. The message they got was to send 5 trucks and 10 men and steal $60,000 worth of our property. Then you said talking to Garza would fix it. Now Garza's sending men to kill you, and you want to go back and do what? Kill more people? Send another message that they'll ignore." "This time the message will stick," Tom said. "How do you know?" "Because I'm going to make it stick." "By doing what?" Tom looked at Nash. Nash looked back. Tom said, "You don't want to know the details." "Maybe I do," Grace said. "Maybe I want to know exactly what you're planning, so I can decide if it's worth my husband losing his ranch, or my son losing his father, or me losing my family, because you decided violence is the only answer." "Grace," Nash started. "No. I want to hear it. I want Mr. Archer to tell me exactly what he's planning to do, and exactly how many people he's planning to kill, and exactly how that keeps us safe instead of painting a target on our backs." Tom looked at Grace and saw in her face the specific combination of fear and fury that he'd seen before when she'd found him teaching Willie to shoot. The fury came from not being able to protect her family. The fear came from knowing that the things she couldn't control were getting worse instead of better. "I'm going after Garza's operation," Tom said. "I'm going to damage it enough that continuing to steal from this ranch becomes unprofitable. If that doesn't work, I'll escalate. I'll keep escalating until Garza decides you're not worth the trouble. And if he decides you're not worth the trouble and comes here anyway, then I'll be here." "For how long?" "A week. A month. The rest of your life. However long it takes." Grace walked to the window and looked out at the ranch. Her back was to Tom and Nash. Her shoulders were rigid. "The job is finished," she said. "It's not finished," Tom said. "Keller still has his ranch. The stealing has stopped. You're not dead yet. That sounds finished to me. The stealing stopped because I killed 2 men. It started again because Garza sent 10 men. It stopped again because I went to El Paso. It'll start again unless I make it stop permanently. And making it stop permanently means what? It means one more trip to El Paso." Grace turned around. "To kill Garza." Tom said nothing, because saying yes would confirm what Grace already knew, and saying no would be a lie. "I want you to leave," Grace said. "I'll leave when the job's done." "The job is done. You're just deciding it's not done because you don't know how to stop." Tom looked at Nash. "Is that what you think?" Nash was quiet for a long moment. He looked at Grace and then at Tom. "I think Grace is scared. I think she's right to be scared. I also think if you leave now, Garza wins. He knows he can steal from us, and all he has to do is send enough men, and eventually we give up." "Keller," Grace said. "I can't afford to give up, Grace. We lost 60,000. The banknote is due in March. If we lose another 60,000 between now and then, we're done. 3 generations gone because I didn't have the spine to see this through." "It's not about spine. It's about survival. It's about the same thing." Grace came back to the table. She sat down and looked at her hands and then at Nash. "If you let him do this, people are going to die. Maybe Garza's people. Maybe Tom. Maybe you. Maybe all of us." "I know," Nash said. "And you're okay with that?" "I'm not okay with any of it. But I don't see another option." Grace stood up and left the kitchen. Tom heard her footsteps on the stairs and a door closing upstairs. Nash sat at the table and looked at the breakfast Grace had made, and that no one was going to eat now. "She's right, you know," Nash said. "About what?" "About all of it. You do bring trouble. People do die around you. This probably ends badly, no matter what happens." "Probably," Tom said. "But I don't have a choice." "Everyone has a choice. Not everyone has a good choice. Some of us just have the choice between bad and worse." Tom went upstairs to the guest room. The quilt was folded on the bed, the same way it had been folded the last time he'd been here. The Bible was still in the nightstand drawer. The room looked exactly like a room that gets cleaned but not used, which is what it was. He set his go bag on the bed and pulled out his phone. Called Wade, even though he knew how the conversation would go, and knew that calling wouldn't change anything, but felt like he needed to make the effort anyway. Wade answered on the 4th ring. "Tom. I'm at the Nash ranch." "I figured. You tell Nash what happened?" "I told him." "What did he say?" "He said he wants me to finish the job." Wade sighed. It was the sigh of a man who'd been expecting this answer, and who wished he'd been surprised. The association's position hasn't changed. "We're not backing a war with Garza. That's not what we pay you for. I'm not asking for association money. I'm asking if you'll help me find information on Garza's operation. Where he keeps his cattle. Where he stores equipment. How he moves product." "Why would I help you with that?" "Because if I finish this job, it sets a precedent. It says the association protects its members even when that protection costs more than what you usually pay. If I don't finish it, it sets a different precedent. It says Garza can steal from association members, and all he has to do is send enough men and the association backs down. We're not backing down. We're making a business decision. Those are the same thing out here." Wade was quiet. Tom heard typing. Heard papers moving. "I can give you information. Locations. Schedules. But that's all I can give you. No money. No backup. No cleanup if something goes wrong. You're on your own. I've been on my own since this started." "Not like this, you haven't." Wade hung up. Tom sat on the bed and looked at his phone and thought about the conversation and what it meant. Wade would give him information but nothing else. No money meant Tom was working on what he had saved. No backup meant if Tom got killed, no one was coming to help. No cleanup meant if Tom left bodies in places the law could find them, the law would find them, and LaFers would finally have what he needed to make charges stick. Tom thought about this and decided it didn't change anything. He'd been working alone for 3 years. He'd been saving money for 3 years. He'd been killing people for 3 years without leaving evidence the law could use. This job was just more of the same, except the stakes were higher and the opposition was better funded and the margin for error was smaller. He lay back on the bed and closed his eyes and listened to the house. Grace upstairs in her room. Willie in his room with music playing. Nash downstairs in the kitchen, probably sitting at the table looking at breakfast that had gone cold. The ranch settling into morning with all the sounds that houses make when the people inside them are waiting for something to happen and hoping it happens to someone else. Tom thought about Garza and El Paso and the feedlot in Presidio and the infrastructure that needed to be damaged. Thought about the 40 head of Nash's cattle that were sitting in pens 200 miles south, waiting to be sold to buyers who wouldn't ask questions. Thought about whether taking those cattle back would send the message Tom needed to send, or whether it would just escalate the situation and produce more men with more rifles and more Suburbans. He decided it would probably produce more men. But it would also produce a message that said Tom Archer doesn't quit, and sometimes not quitting is more valuable than winning. He opened his eyes and looked at the ceiling and counted the water stains and the cracks and thought about Grace standing in the kitchen saying the job is finished, and Nash saying I don't have a choice, and Willie upstairs listening to music and learning lessons about men who solve problems with violence, and whether any of those lessons would make Willie's life better or just make it different. Tom decided different was probably the best anyone could hope for. He got up and went downstairs. Nash was still at the kitchen table. Tom sat down across from him. I need to borrow your trailer, Tom said. What for? I'm going to Presidio. I'm going to take back your cattle. Nash looked at Tom. That's going to make things worse. Things are already worse. This just makes them clear. Clear meaning what? Clear meaning Garza will know I'm not stopping. Clear meaning he'll have to decide if this ranch is worth the trouble I'm causing. Clear meaning we'll find out soon whether I'm right that he'll back off, or whether you're right that this ends badly. Nash stood up and went to the key rack by the door. Pulled off a key and handed it to Tom. Trailer's in the barn. Hitch is already on the F-250, but you can't take the F-250 because I need it. You'll have to use your truck. I'll make it work. When are you leaving? Tonight. 2 in the morning. I'll be back by noon tomorrow. You need help? No. Nash nodded. He looked like he wanted to say something else, but had decided saying it wouldn't change anything. Tom took the key and went to the barn and looked at the trailer. It was a livestock trailer, 20 feet long, 2 axles, good tires. Tom backed the Silverado up to it and hooked the hitch. The trailer sat level. The lights worked. The brakes worked. Everything worked. Tom went back inside. Grace was in the kitchen now, cleaning up the breakfast no one had eaten. She didn't look at Tom when he came in. Tom went upstairs and lay on the bed and set his phone alarm for 1:30 in the morning and closed his eyes and waited for sleep. It came eventually. But not before he'd spent an hour staring at the ceiling, thinking about Presidio and cattle and messages, and whether any of what he was about to do would matter, or whether Grace was right that the job was already finished, and Tom was just too stubborn to admit it. Chapter 11. The alarm went off at 1:30. Tom woke immediately with his hand already reaching for the Glock on the nightstand, before his brain caught up with his body and reminded him where he was, and that the alarm was expected, and that nobody was trying to kill him right this second. He turned off the alarm and lay in the dark for a moment listening to the house settle and the air conditioning cycle, and the specific silence that houses have at 1:30 in the morning when everyone inside them is asleep, except the one person who isn't. He got up and got dressed. jeans, boots, a black shirt that wouldn't show dirt or blood if either of those things became relevant. Strapped on the Glock. Went downstairs with his boots in his hand so the footsteps wouldn't wake anyone. The kitchen was dark. Tom turned on the light over the stove and made coffee in the pot Grace kept on the counter. While it brewed, he ate 2 protein bars from his go bag and drank a bottle of water and thought about Presidio and cattle and whether what he was about to do would accomplish anything or whether it was just the next step in a sequence that ended with Tom dead and Garza still stealing cattle. He decided it didn't matter. What mattered was moving forward. Staying still produced nothing. Moving forward at least produced motion. And motion created opportunities, even if those opportunities were just opportunities to fail in new ways. He poured coffee into a travel mug, turned off the light, went outside. The night was cold. September in West Texas, which meant the days were hot and the nights dropped 40 degrees and you needed a jacket after sunset. Tom got in the Silverado and started the engine. The trailer hitched behind rattled once when he pulled forward. He drove down the ranch road with the headlights off until he hit the county road and then turned them on and headed south. Desert Valley Livestock sat 15 miles north of Presidio on a dirt road that branched off Highway 67. Tom had been here once before when he was tracking Nash's cattle through public records and corporate filings. He'd driven past without stopping and noted the layout. Pens on the west side, loading dock on the east, office in the middle, one guard in a white pickup who parked near the entrance and whose truck never moved during the 4 hours Tom had watched. Tonight, Tom didn't drive past. He parked the Silverado 2 miles away on a side road that led to an abandoned ranch house. Unhitched the trailer and left it there. Drove the Silverado to the feedlot at 2:15 in the morning with the lights off and the engine quiet. The guard's white pickup sat at the entrance. Tom could see someone in the driver's seat, head back, probably sleeping. The feedlot was lit by sodium lights that threw everything into orange and black. The pens held cattle. Tom counted maybe 300 head scattered across a dozen enclosures. The west side pens held the cattle Tom wanted. Younger stock, mixed breeds, the kind that ranchers like Nash raised because they grew fast and sold well. Tom parked the Silverado behind the office where the guard couldn't see it. Got out. Drew the Glock. Walked to the fence line on the west side. The fence was 6-strand barbed wire on metal posts. Good fence, well maintained. The kind that keeps cattle in and keeps people out. Tom found the gate. It was chained with a padlock that looked substantial until you examined it and realized it was a master lock that could be cut with bolt cutters or shot off with a 9mm if you were willing to make noise. Tom was not willing to make noise. He pulled a tension wrench and a pick from his pocket and worked the lock. It took 45 seconds. The lock opened. Tom removed the chain and pushed the gate open and went inside. The cattle in the west pen stirred when Tom entered. They moved away from him with the nervous energy that cattle have when something unfamiliar comes into their space. Tom counted heads. 42, close enough to the 40 Nash had lost. Tom couldn't verify the brands in the dark, but he recognized the mix. Charolais, Herefords, a few Angus. Nash's stock. Tom opened the pen gate that led to the access road outside the feedlot. The cattle moved toward it slowly, testing whether this opening was real or whether it was a trap. Tom went to the back of the pen and made noise. Not loud noise, just enough to encourage movement. The cattle started walking. Then walking faster. Then they were through the gate and on the access road, and Tom was behind them, keeping them moving north. Herding cattle at night without horses or dogs or help is not something most people can do. Tom had learned it in Afghanistan when he'd been assigned to work with farmers in Helmand province and had spent 3 months learning how to move goats and sheep and the occasional cow across terrain that didn't want to cooperate. The principle was the same regardless of species. Apply pressure from behind, guide from the sides, let them move at their own pace. Tom walked behind the 42 head and kept them on the access road. When they tried to drift left into the scrub, he moved left and applied pressure. When they tried to drift right, he moved right. After 20 minutes, they understood the pattern and stopped testing. They walked north on the access road at a pace that covered maybe 2 miles per hour. At 3 o'clock, Tom reached the side road where he'd left the trailer. He drove the Silverado back and hitched the trailer and opened the back. The cattle balked at loading. They didn't trust the trailer, and they didn't trust Tom, and they had 42 opinions about whether getting in was a good idea. Tom spent 30 minutes convincing them. By 3:30, he had 20 head in the trailer. By 4 o'clock, he had all 42 loaded, though he'd exceeded the trailer's rated capacity, and the suspension groaned when he pulled forward. Tom decided the suspension would hold. It had to hold because the alternative was leaving half the cattle on the side of the road. He drove north on Highway 67, with the trailer swaying behind him, and the Silverado's engine working harder than it should, and the temperature gauge climbing toward the red zone, because pulling 2 tons of cattle in a trailer rated for 1.5 tons produces heat, and heat produces problems. Tom watched the gauge and kept driving. At 5:30, he reached the Nash Ranch. The sun was starting to rise in the east, and the mountains were turning from black to blue. Tom pulled into the driveway and stopped near the barn. Got out. Opened the trailer gates. The cattle walked out confused but docile and spread across the yard like they were looking for grass that used to be there. Nash came out of the house. He had coffee in his hand, and the expression of someone who'd heard a truck at 5:30 in the morning and had come outside to see what fresh problem had arrived. He looked at Tom, looked at the cattle, looked back at Tom. "You took them," Nash said. "I took them." "From the feedlot." "From the feedlot." Nash set his coffee on the porch railing and walked down to where the cattle stood. He looked at the brands, looked at the mix, looked at Tom. "These are mine." "Close enough. 42 head. Might not be the exact 40 you lost, but they're the same breeds and ages." "Garza's going to know." "Garza's going to know." "What happens when he finds out?" "We find out whether I was right that he'll back off, or whether you were right that this ends badly." Nash walked back to the porch and picked up his coffee. Grace appeared in the doorway behind him. She looked at the cattle, and then at Tom, and her face showed the resignation of someone who'd known this was coming and had hoped it wouldn't, but who'd been right about the knowing part. "Get them into the north pasture," Nash said. "I don't want them near the road, where someone might see them from the highway." Tom and Nash spent the next 2 hours moving cattle. By 8 o'clock, the 42 head were in the north pasture, and the trailer was back in the barn, and the Silverado was parked in its usual spot, and nothing looked unusual except that Nash had 42 more cattle than he'd had yesterday. Tom went inside. Grace had made breakfast. She set a plate in front of him without saying anything. Tom ate and drank coffee and waited for his phone to ring. It rang at 9:40. The number was unlisted. Tom answered without saying anything. Listened. A voice on the other end said, "Mr. Archer." Tom recognized the voice. "Victor Garza." "Mr. Garza. You stole my cattle." "I took back Nash's cattle." "There's a difference." "Not from where I'm sitting. My feedlot manager called the sheriff this morning. Said someone cut the fence and drove off with 40 head. The sheriff called me. I'm calling you." "How did you get this number?" "You left it with my receptionist when you came to my office. Remember? You said if I wanted to talk, I should call. So I'm calling." Tom looked at Nash and Grace. They were both watching him. Nash had stopped eating. Grace was standing at the sink with a dish towel in her hands that she'd been using to dry plates, but had forgotten about. "What do you want?" Tom said. "I want you to understand something," Garza said. "When you killed my contractors, that was intimidation. That was you sending a message. I didn't like the message, But I understood it. When you came to my office, that was intimidation too. You were making sure I knew who you were and what you could do. I respected that. And now you've crossed a line. You stole from me. That's not intimidation. That's theft. The people I work with don't forgive theft. They don't negotiate with thieves. They remove them. You stole those cattle first. That was business. I move product. Sometimes that product comes from places it shouldn't. That's how the business works. You know this. You've been doing the same thing for 3 years, taking money to remove problems. You and I are in the same business, Mr. Archer. The only difference is scale. I don't steal from ranchers. You kill for them. Is that better? Tom said nothing, because Garza was right, and saying Garza was wrong would be a lie, and lying to someone who understood the business as well as Garza did would be pointless. Here's what happens next, Garza said. You return my cattle. You leave Texas. You don't come back. If you do these things, we're done. If you don't do these things, I send more men. Then more. Then however many it takes until you're dead, and the problem is solved. I'm not returning your cattle, and I'm not leaving Texas. Then you've made your choice. I made my choice when I took the job. The job is keeping Nash's ranch safe. That means you stop stealing from him. That means your contractors stop cutting his fences. That means this ends when you decide it's not worth the trouble. It ends when you're dead, Mr. Archer. That's the only way this ends. Then I guess we'll see who's right. Garza was quiet for a moment. Tom heard breathing on the line and background noise that sounded like an office. I gave you a chance. I offered you a way out. You didn't take it. What happens next is on you. Garza hung up. Tom set the phone on the table and looked at Nash and Grace. What did he say? Nash asked. He said I stole from him. He said the people he works with don't forgive theft. He said he's sending more men. Grace set the dish towel down. How many men? However many it takes. When? Soon. Maybe today. Maybe tomorrow. But soon. Nash stood up from the table. I'm calling the sheriff. The sheriff can't help, Tom said. He can, if there's 42 head of stolen cattle on Garza's property. He can, if there's a complaint and evidence and a reason to investigate. Garza will have moved those cattle by the time the sheriff gets there. And even if he hasn't, the sheriff will find bills of sale and corporate paperwork, and enough legal cover that the investigation dies before it starts. So what do we do? You do nothing. I wait. For what? For Garza to send his men. When they come, I deal with them. When I've dealt with enough of them, Garza decides whether Nash's ranch is worth the cost. Grace walked over to where Tom sat. She put both hands on the table and leaned forward. You're using our ranch as bait. I'm protecting your ranch. By making us a target. You've been a target since February. I'm just making sure the target is me instead of you. And when they kill you? When they come with 6 men or 10 men or 20 men, and they kill you and then they come for us because we helped you. Tom stood up. Grace didn't move. They were close enough that Tom could see the lines around her eyes and the way her jaw was set, and the specific controlled fury that came from watching someone put her family in danger and not being able to stop it. If they kill me, Tom said, you call the law. You tell them everything. You tell them about Garza and the cattle and the men who came to kill me. You tell them you hired me because the law doesn't work fast enough. You tell them the truth. The law might not help, but at least Garza knows you've talked, which makes killing you pointless. That's your plan. Hope they kill you before they kill us, and then hope talking to the law keeps us safe. You have a better one. Grace straightened up. She walked to the window and looked out at the ranch and the cattle in the north pasture and the empty land beyond. "I want you to leave," she said without turning around. "I want you to pack your things and drive away and never come back. I want my family to be out of this." "Your family's been in this since February," Tom said. "I didn't put you here. The men stealing your cattle put you here. I'm just trying to make it stop. By making it worse. By making it clear." Grace turned around. "Clear meaning what?" "Clear meaning Garza knows I'm not backing down. Clear meaning he has to decide if this ranch is worth the trouble. Clear meaning we find out soon whether stealing from Nash costs more than it's worth. And if it doesn't? If Garza decides we're all worth killing, then at least we'll know," Tom said. Grace left the kitchen. Tom heard her footsteps on the stairs and a door closing upstairs. Nash stood at the table looking at his half-eaten breakfast and the coffee that had gone cold. "She's right, you know," Nash said. "About what?" "About all of it. You are using the ranch as bait. You are making us a target. This probably does end with someone dead." "Probably," Tom said. "But I can't afford to stop. Not with 60,000 lost and 42 head back, and the banknote due in March, and 3 generations of this place, depending on me not being the one who gives up." "I know." Nash picked up his coffee cup and looked at it and set it back down. "How long do we wait?" "However long it takes." "That's not a plan." "It's the plan we have." Tom went upstairs to the guest room, lay on the bed with the Glock on the nightstand and his phone next to it, closed his eyes, and listened to the house settle and Grace moving around in her room, and Nash downstairs in the kitchen doing whatever people do when they're waiting for violence and hoping it arrives for someone else. Tom thought about Garza and the phone call and the promise that men were coming. Thought about how many men and when, and whether the Glock and the Remington would be enough, or whether this time the numbers would be wrong and Tom would be the one who didn't walk away. He decided thinking about it produced nothing useful. He opened his eyes and stared at the ceiling and waited. Chapter 12. "Are you going to kill Mr. Garza?" Willie said it at dinner like he was asking whether Tom wanted more potatoes. The table went quiet in the specific way that tables go quiet when someone says something that everyone was thinking but nobody wanted said out loud. Grace dropped her fork. It hit her plate with a sound that seemed louder than it should have. Nash stopped chewing and looked at Willie and then at Tom and then at his plate like the plate might offer guidance on what to say next. Tom set down his own fork and looked at Willie. The kid was serious. Not curious, the way he'd been curious when he'd asked about Afghanistan. Not testing boundaries, the way teenagers test boundaries when they want to see how adults react. Willie's face showed the specific intensity of someone who'd been thinking about a question for a long time and had decided that dinner was the moment to ask it because waiting any longer would mean missing the chance. "That's not something you ask at the dinner table," Tom said. "It's not something you answer anywhere," Willie said. "Which means yes." Grace pushed her chair back. The legs scraped against the floor. She stood up and looked at Willie. "Go to your room." "Mom." "Now, Willie." Willie looked at his father. Nash said nothing. Willie looked at Tom. Tom said nothing. Willie stood up and left the kitchen, and Tom heard his footsteps on the stairs and a door closing upstairs. Grace picked up her plate and carried it to the sink. She stood with her back to Tom and Nash and ran water over the plate, even though the plate was already clean and didn't need more water. Nash finished chewing whatever he'd been chewing when Willie asked the question. Swallowed. Set his fork down parallel to his knife, the way people do when they're done eating, or when they've decided eating is less important than whatever conversation is about to happen. "We need to talk," Nash said. They went out to the porch after Grace had finished with the dishes and Willie's music was playing upstairs and the sun had dropped below the mountains and turned the sky the color of old bruises. Tom sat in one of the rocking chairs. Nash leaned against the railing. Grace stood near the door with her arms crossed, and the expression of someone who'd been building toward this conversation for days and was relieved to finally be having it. "This ends now," Grace said. Tom looked at her. She looked back. Nash looked at both of them and appeared to decide that staying quiet was the best tactical choice for the moment. "You leave tonight," Grace said. "You pack your things, and you drive away, and you don't come back. We'll figure out the cattle situation ourselves." "The cattle situation isn't figured out," Tom said. 42 head are back on our property. The stealing has stopped. Nobody's died in 3 days. That sounds figured out to me. The stealing stopped because I took your cattle back from Garza's feedlot. It'll start again unless Garza decides this ranch costs more to steal from than it's worth. And how does Garza decide that? When the message is clear enough that continuing becomes unprofitable. Clear meaning what? Tom looked at Nash. Nash looked at the porch boards. Tom looked back at Grace. Clear meaning Garza understands that every time he sends men here, those men don't come back. Clear meaning the cost of stealing from this ranch exceeds the benefit. Clear meaning eventually he moves on to easier targets. And making the message clear involves what, exactly? It involves doing what I've been doing. Waiting for his men. Dealing with them when they come. Repeating until Garza stops sending them. Dealing with them, Grace said. You mean killing them? If necessary. Is it ever not necessary in your line of work? Tom said nothing, because the answer was no, and saying no would confirm what Grace already believed about him. Grace walked over to where Nash stood at the railing. She didn't look at Tom. She looked at her husband. Keller. Tell him to leave. Nash was quiet for a moment. He looked at the ranch, and the empty land beyond, and the cattle in the north pasture that were Tom's doing, and the fence line that had been cut 4 times and repaired 4 times, and would be cut again if Tom left. I can't afford for him to leave. Not yet. The job is done. The job isn't done until Garza's dealt with, Tom said. Grace turned to face him. Dealt with meaning what? You keep saying that. Dealt with. What does that mean? Does it mean you kill more of his men? Does it mean you burn down his feedlot? Does it mean you go to El Paso and put a bullet in his head? What does dealt with mean? It means whatever's necessary to make him stop. So yes, all of those things, including killing Garza. Not necessarily. Not necessarily means maybe. Maybe means you're planning to murder someone, and you're using our ranch as your base while you do it. Maybe means Willie grows up knowing that the man who lived in our guest room killed people for money, and his parents let it happen because we were too scared or too cheap or too stubborn to stop it. Willie already knows, Tom said. The words came out flat. Grace looked at Tom, and her face changed from anger to something else. Not surprise, she'd probably suspected this, but confirmation of something she'd hoped wasn't true. What do you mean he already knows? Grace said. I mean he's 15, and he's smart, and he's been watching me for 2 weeks. He knows what I am. He knows what I do. He asked questions, and I gave him answers, and he figured out the rest. When you took him to the range. Before that. At dinner, when he asked about Afghanistan. When LaFurs came to the ranch. When I showed up with a bullet hole in my truck. Willie's been putting pieces together since I got here. Nash pushed off from the railing. Does he know about the men you killed? He knows men died. He doesn't know the details. But he's not stupid. He's seen the way you and Grace talk when I'm around. He's heard the phone calls. He's watched his mother cry in the kitchen when she thinks nobody's looking. Grace's hands went to her face. She stood there for a moment, with her palms covering her eyes, like she was trying to block out something she couldn't stop seeing. Nash went to her and put his arm around her shoulders, and Grace leaned into him, and Tom could see her shoulders shaking. Tom stood up from the rocking chair. "I'll leave tonight." Grace's hands came down from her face. Her eyes were red, but she hadn't been crying. Not yet. She looked at Tom with the specific, controlled expression of someone who's decided that breaking down in front of the person who caused the problem would be giving that person too much. "Thank you," Grace said. "The job's not finished." "The job is finished. You're just deciding it's not because you don't know when to stop." Tom thought about this. Thought about whether Grace was right. Thought about whether he was continuing because the job required continuing, or because continuing was what he did, and stopping required making a choice he didn't know how to make. "Maybe," Tom said. Grace looked surprised. Not because Tom had agreed with her, but because Tom had admitted the possibility that she might be right. "I'll pack my things," Tom said. "I'll be gone in an hour." He went inside. Grace and Nash stayed on the porch. Tom could hear them talking in low voices, but couldn't make out the words. Upstairs, Willie's music was still playing. Tom went to the guest room and packed his go-bag. Everything fit: clothes, documents, ammunition, the Bible from the nightstand drawer that he'd been reading at night. He carried the bag downstairs and set it by the door. Nash came inside. "You don't have to leave tonight. Morning would be fine. Grace wants me gone." "I'm going." Nash pulled an envelope from his pocket. "Here's the rest. 10,000. We agreed on 10 total. You got paid 5 when you left before. This is the other 5. Tom looked at the envelope. "The job isn't finished." "Take it anyway." "Why?" "Because you did what I hired you to do. You stopped the stealing. You got our cattle back. You made it clear that this ranch isn't an easy target. The rest of it, whether Garza sends more men, whether we lose more cattle, whether any of this was worth it, that's not your problem. That's mine." Tom took the envelope, put it in his jacket pocket next to the Glock. The envelope was thick. 10,000 in hundreds probably. Nash's final payment for a job that Tom was walking away from before it was finished. "Thank you for coming down," Nash said. "Thank me when it's done." "It is done. At least the part you can do. The rest of it is just life. And life doesn't get fixed. It just keeps going." Tom carried his bag to the Silverado. The sun was gone now, and the stars were coming out, and the temperature had dropped to the point where Tom could see his breath when he exhaled. He loaded the bag in the back seat. Checked the Glock. Checked the Remington in its case. Everything was where it should be. He looked up at the house. Grace was in the kitchen window, watching him. Nash was on the porch. Willie was in his bedroom window upstairs, standing back from the glass enough that he probably thought Tom couldn't see him. Tom raised his hand. Not a wave, exactly. Just an acknowledgement that Willie was there, and that Tom had seen him. Willie didn't raise his hand back. Just stood in the window watching Tom load the truck, and watching Tom get in the truck, and watching Tom start the engine. Tom backed out of the driveway and turned toward the county road. In the rearview mirror, he saw Nash go inside, and the porch light go off, and Grace still standing in the kitchen window. Willie was still in his bedroom window. Still watching. Still not waving. Tom drove down the ranch road, thinking about Willie at the dinner table, asking the question everyone had been thinking. Thinking about Grace's face when Tom said Willie already knows. Thinking about Nash paying him 10,000 for a job that was half finished at best and walking away at worst. He thought about Garza, and whether Garza would send more men to the ranch now that Tom was gone. Thought about whether leaving would solve the problem or just defer it. Thought about whether Grace was right that Tom didn't know when to stop, or whether Tom was right that stopping now would produce a worse problem later. He decided he didn't know the answer. But he was leaving anyway, because Grace had asked him to leave, and because Willie was watching from his window, and because staying would mean continuing to teach Willie lessons about violence that Willie's mother didn't want him to learn. Tom drove to Fort Davis and checked into his motel. Room 14, same room as before. Same thin bedspread, same rattling air conditioner. He lay on the bed with the Glock on the nightstand and the 10,000 in his jacket pocket, and thought about Nash and Grace and Willie, and whether any of what he'd done had been worth the cost. He thought about the 42 head in the north pasture, and the 2 men dead in the canyon, and the 2 men who'd driven away, and told Garza about Tom and the men in the Suburban who'd shot at his truck, and Mike Carson who'd probably died in Tom's house waiting for Tom to come home. He thought about Willie asking if Tom was going to kill Garza, and Tom not saying no because saying no would be a lie, and lying to Willie would be worse than the truth. He thought about the fact that Willie already knew what Tom was and what Tom did, and that teaching Willie to shoot had just confirmed what Willie had already figured out on his own. Tom closed his eyes and waited for sleep. It came eventually. But not before he'd spent an hour thinking about whether he'd helped the Nash family, or just made their lives more complicated in ways they'd be dealing with long after Tom was gone. He dreamed about Willie standing in the window watching Tom leave. In the dream, Willie raised his hand and waved. But when Tom woke, at 3 a.m, the dream was gone, and the memory that remained was Willie standing in the window, not waving, while Tom drove away into the dark. Chapter 13. Tom woke at 7 to someone knocking on the motel room door. Not loud knocking. Not the kind that suggested emergency or urgency. Just persistent knocking that would continue until Tom either answered or the person knocking gave up. And Tom had the sense that whoever was knocking was not the kind of person who gave up. He got out of bed and pulled on jeans and checked the Glock on the nightstand and went to the window. Pulled the curtain back an inch. A white Dodge Charger sat in the parking lot with state plates. Tom let the curtain fall closed. He knew who was knocking. He opened the door. Joseph LaFers stood in the morning sun with his badge clipped to his belt, and the expression of someone who'd been waiting for this moment for a long time and was relieved to finally be having it. "Mr. Archer," LaFers said. "Ranger. Got a minute? Do I have a choice?" LaFers smiled. It was a thin smile, the kind that meant no. "I have a warrant for your arrest." Tom said nothing. LaFers pulled a folded document from his jacket pocket and handed it to Tom. Tom unfolded it and read. "Warrant issued by a judge in Alpine, dated yesterday, authorizing the arrest of Thomas Archer for questioning related to multiple homicides in Reeves County and Pecos County. Valid for 30 days. Signed and sealed." Tom refolded the warrant and handed it back. "I want a lawyer." "You don't need a lawyer if you're innocent." "Everyone needs a lawyer. Especially when a Texas Ranger shows up at 7 a.m. with a warrant." LaFers put the warrant back in his pocket. "Turn around. Hands behind your back." Tom turned around. LaFers cuffed him with the efficient movements of someone who'd done this 1,000 times. The cuffs were tight, but not painful. LaFers patted Tom down, found the Glock on the nightstand, cleared it, bagged it, tagged it. Found Tom's phone and wallet and keys and did the same. "You got anything else in the room I need to know about?" LaFers said. "Go bag in the closet. Remington 700 in a case under the bed." LaFers retrieved both. Opened the go bag and went through it. Cash, documents, ammunition, protein bars. He bagged the documents and ammunition. Left the protein bars and the cash. Pulled the Remington from its case and looked at it with the attention of someone who knew rifles and who recognized this one. "This the .308, LaFers said. "That's a .308. This the one you used?" "I'm not answering questions without a lawyer." LaFers bagged the rifle. Tagged it. Stood up and looked at Tom. "Federal ballistics ran the bullets we pulled from the scene in Pecos. Same .308 that's been showing up in Reeves County for 3 years. Same firing pin marks. Same rifling. We sent the bullets to the FBI lab in Quantico. They confirmed it. Every .308 round we've recovered from 14 different scenes across 3 counties came from the same rifle. And now I've got that rifle. I'm not answering questions without a lawyer, Tom said. You don't have to answer questions. The rifle will talk for you. LaFurs drove Tom to Alpine in the white Dodge Charger, with Tom in the back seat and the Remington and the go bag in the trunk. The drive took 40 minutes. LaFurs didn't talk, and Tom didn't talk, and the radio played country music at low volume. Tom watched the desert go past and thought about the warrant and the rifle and the specific mathematics of 14 scenes across 3 counties, and whether LaFurs had enough to make charges stick, or whether this was just another attempt that would end the way previous attempts had ended, which was with Tom walking away and LaFurs going back to tracking. They arrived in Alpine at 8:15. LaFurs pulled into the Brewster County Sheriff's Office and parked in a spot marked Texas Rangers. Got out. Opened Tom's door. Helped Tom out of the back seat with a hand under Tom's elbow that was polite but firm. Inside, fluorescent lights, linoleum floors, the smell of old coffee, and the specific institutional air that government buildings have when they've been government buildings for longer than anyone working in them has been alive. A deputy at the front desk looked up when LaFurs brought Tom in. The deputy was young, maybe 25, and had the expression of someone who was trying to look professional, but who was mostly just excited that something interesting was happening. Got a customer for processing, LaFurs said. The deputy pulled out a form. Name: Thomas Archer. Charges: questioning related to multiple homicides. No formal charges yet. The deputy wrote this down. LaFurs handed over the evidence bags. The deputy logged everything: Glock, phone, wallet, keys, documents, ammunition, Remington. Each item got a number and a description and a signature. Tom stood with his hands cuffed behind his back and watched this happen, and thought about the rifle and whether the firing pin marks were distinct enough to hold up in court, or whether LaFurs was bluffing about the FBI lab and Quantico and 14 scenes. Tom decided LaFurs probably was not bluffing. LaFurs had been tracking Tom for 2 years. LaFurs was methodical. LaFurs did not show up with warrants unless he had something. The deputy finished the paperwork. LaFurs took Tom down a hallway to a booking room. Fingerprints, photograph, medical screening. The same process Tom had gone through 3 years ago after his first arrest, which had ended with charges dropped and Tom walking away. Tom wondered if this arrest would end the same way, or if this time LaFurs had what he needed. After booking, LaFurs took Tom to a holding cell. 6x8 concrete walls, metal bunk with a thin mattress, steel toilet in the corner. LaFurs removed the cuffs. Tom rubbed his wrists. 72 hours, LaFurs said. That's how long I can hold you without charges. After 72 hours, I either charge you or release you. Right now, I don't have enough for murder charges. But I've got enough to hold you, and enough to keep working the case. So that's what I'm going to do. I want my phone call. You'll get it. After you've had some time to think about whether you want to keep saying you want a lawyer, or whether you want to tell me what happened in Pecos. I want a lawyer. LaFurs looked at Tom with the expression of someone who'd expected this answer, and who was disappointed, but not surprised. You're making this harder than it has to be. I'm making it exactly as hard as it has to be. LaFurs left. The cell door closed with the heavy sound that steel makes when it closes and locks. Tom sat on the bunk and looked at the walls and the ceiling and the toilet and thought about 72 hours and whether LaFurs really had what he said he had, or whether this was just pressure meant to produce a confession. Tom decided it didn't matter. He'd asked for a lawyer. LaFurs couldn't question him now. All Tom had to do was wait for the lawyer to arrive and tell him what to say and what not to say, and whether LaFleurs had a case or whether this was just theater. Tom lay back on the bunk and closed his eyes. The mattress was thin, and the springs were broken, and the cell was cold. Tom had been in worse places. Afghanistan had been worse. The first arrest 3 years ago had been worse. This was just a holding cell in Alpine, and Tom would either be released in 72 hours or he'd be charged and arraigned, and the process would continue. Either way, Tom would deal with it the same way he'd dealt with everything else in his life, which was one day at a time until the days stopped coming. Wade heard about the arrest at 9:30 from a member of the Cattlemen's Association, who'd heard about it from a deputy in Alpine, who'd heard about it from the deputy who'd processed Tom that morning. News traveled fast in West Texas, especially when the news involved Texas Rangers and arrest warrants and rifles that had been used in multiple homicides. Wade called his lawyer from his office in Midland. The lawyer was Marcus Brennan, and he'd been keeping West Texas oilmen and ranchers out of prison for 30 years by knowing which judges to talk to, and which prosecutors to pressure, and which cases to settle before they got to trial. Brennan answered on the second ring. "Preston." "We have a problem," Wade said. "What kind of problem?" "LaFleurs arrested Tom Archer this morning. Took him to Alpine. Charged him with questioning related to multiple homicides." Brennan was quiet for a moment. Wade heard papers moving. "What do they have?" "Ballistics. LaFleurs says the bullets they pulled from a scene in Pecos match bullets from 14 other scenes across 3 counties. Says they all came from the same rifle. Says they've got the rifle now." "Do they?" "They've got a rifle. Whether it's the rifle is the question." "Have they charged him?" "Not yet. LaFleurs is holding him for questioning. 72 hours. Brennan sighed. It was the sigh of a man who'd been in this business long enough to know when a case was bad and when a case was very bad. "This is bad, Preston." "How bad?" "If they connect Tom to the bodies in Pecos, they'll connect him to the bodies in Reeves County. If they connect him to the bodies in Reeves County, they'll start looking at who hired him. That trail leads to you. And if it leads to you, it leads to the association. And if it leads to the association, every rancher who's ever paid Tom to solve a problem is going to be answering questions about contract killing. Can you make it go away?" "I can try. But LaFleurs is methodical. He's been building this case for 2 years. He wouldn't have arrested Tom unless he thought he had something. So what do we do?" "I'll go to Alpine. I'll talk to Tom. I'll see what LaFleurs has and what he doesn't have. If the evidence is circumstantial, I can get Tom released. If it's not circumstantial, we've got a problem." "Fix it, Marcus." "I'll do what I can." "Do more than you can. The association can't be connected to this. If Tom goes down, he goes down alone. That needs to be very clear." Brennan was quiet. Wade could hear him breathing on the line. "Are you telling me to make sure Tom doesn't talk?" "I'm telling you to make sure the association is protected. How you do that is up to you." "Preston." "Marcus. I've been paying you for 30 years to keep people out of prison and keep the association out of trouble. This is what I pay you for. Handle it." Wade hung up. He sat in his office and looked at his desk and the papers on it, and the laptop that showed cattle prices and association business, and the 1,000 small details that went into running an organization that covered 300 ranchers across 6 counties. He thought about Tom in a cell in Alpine and LaFleurs with a rifle and ballistics that connected 14 scenes, and whether any of this could be contained or whether it was already too late. He decided it probably was not too late. Brennan was good. Brennan had handled worse. Brennan would go to Alpine and talk to Tom and figure out what LaFleurs had and whether it was enough to make charges stick. And if it was enough, Brennan would make sure Tom understood that talking about the association would not help Tom and would only produce more problems for everyone involved. Wade picked up his phone and called his assistant. "Clear my calendar for the next 3 days. Cancel everything. Tell anyone who asks that I'm dealing with a family emergency." The assistant said she'd take care of it. Wade hung up and sat in his office and waited for Brennan to call back with news about what LaFers had, and whether Tom was going to prison and whether the association was going to survive whatever came next. He thought about the $15,000 he'd paid Tom 3 weeks ago for 3 men in Pecos. He thought about the $10,000 Nash had paid Tom for the job at the ranch. He thought about the 11 other jobs Tom had done over 3 years, and the money that had changed hands, and the bodies that had ended up in canyons and abandoned wells, and the specific accountability that came from hiring someone to kill people even when those people were thieves. Wade thought about whether any of it had been worth it. Thought about whether protecting ranchers from cattle thieves justified what Tom had done. Thought about whether the association's reputation was worth the cost of what was about to happen if LaFers made charges stick. He decided thinking about it produced nothing useful. What mattered now was containment. What mattered was making sure that if Tom went down alone, and the association stayed separate, and the ranchers stayed protected, and the business continued the way it had been continuing for 30 years. Wade looked at his phone and waited for it to ring. Chapter 14. Marcus Brennan arrived at the Brewster County Sheriff's Office on Tuesday afternoon with a leather briefcase that had seen 30 years of West Texas courtrooms and a suit that cost more than most deputies made in a month. He was 62 and gray-haired, and had the particular bearing that lawyers develop when they've been winning cases long enough to forget what losing feels like. The deputy at the front desk recognized him. "Mr. Brennan." "Deputy, I'm here to see Thomas Archer." "You his lawyer?" "I am now." The deputy made a phone call. 5 minutes later, Tom was brought from the holding cell to a small interview room with a metal table and 2 chairs and a mirror on the wall that was probably one-way glass. The deputy removed Tom's cuffs and left. Brennan set his briefcase on the table and sat down. Tom sat across from him. "My name is Marcus Brennan," Brennan said. "Preston Wade hired me to represent you." "I didn't ask for Wade's help." "You asked for a lawyer." "Wade sent me. I'm good at what I do. You should take the help." Tom looked at Brennan and decided that arguing would cost more time than accepting. "What's the situation?" Brennan opened his briefcase and pulled out a legal pad covered in handwriting. "The situation is complicated but manageable. LaFers arrested you on a warrant for questioning related to multiple homicides. He's holding you for 72 hours while he builds a case. The good news is, he doesn't have much. The evidence is largely circumstantial." "He has the rifle," Tom said. "He has a rifle. Whether it's the rifle is the question. Ballistics testing takes time. The FBI lab at Quantico is backlogged 6 months. Even if they fast-track it, we're talking weeks. LaFers doesn't have weeks. He has 72 hours. What else does he have? Ballistics from 14 scenes that suggest the same rifle was used. No witnesses. No forensics placing you at any of the scenes. No physical evidence except the bullets themselves. In Texas, that's not enough for murder charges. You need more." "What about Pecos?" "He said there were bodies." "There were. 2 men found in your rental house. Both shot. Scene was cleaned professionally. No prints, no trace evidence. The cleanup was good. Too good for LaFers to prove you were involved." Tom thought about this. Thought about Mike Carson, and whether Carson had been one of the 2 bodies or whether the 2 bodies had been the men who came for Tom. Decided asking would produce information he didn't need, and that Brennan probably didn't have. "What do I need to do?" Tom said. "Nothing. Keep your mouth shut. Don't answer questions. Don't volunteer information. LaFers is going to try to pressure you. He's going to bring people in. He's going to make you think he has more than he has. Don't fall for it. If you keep quiet, he has to release you in 72 hours. And after 72 hours, you walk out of here and go back to your life. LaFers will keep investigating. He'll try to build a case. But without more evidence, the DA won't file charges. You'll be free." Tom looked at the mirror on the wall, wondered if LaFers was on the other side, watching this conversation. Decided he probably was. "What does Wade want?" Brennan set his pen down. "Wade wants you to understand that the association can't be connected to this. If LaFers asks about who hired you, you don't mention Wade. You don't mention the Cattlemen's Association. You don't mention any of the ranchers you've worked for. What do I say?" "You say nothing. You invoke your Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination. You let me handle the questions. And if LaFers has more than you think he has, then we deal with that when it happens. But right now, based on what I've seen, he doesn't. He has suspicions and patterns and ballistics that suggest a connection. But suspicions aren't convictions. Patterns aren't proof. He needs more. And he doesn't have time to get it." Brennan stood up. "I'll be back tomorrow. If LaFers tries to question you, invoke your right to counsel. Say nothing else. Understand?" "I understand." Brennan knocked on the door. The deputy let him out. Tom was taken back to his cell. He lay on the bunk and thought about Brennan and Wade and the association that couldn't be connected, and whether keeping quiet would be enough or whether LaFers had something Brennan didn't know about. Tom decided it didn't matter. Talking would produce problems. Staying quiet would produce either freedom or charges. Tom would take his chances with quiet. LaFers came to the cell at 4 o'clock Wednesday afternoon with a folder under his arm and the expression of someone who'd been working on something and was ready to try it. He opened the cell door. "Interview room. Now." Tom stood. LaFers cuffed him and walked him down the hallway. They went past the interview room Tom had been in with Brennan and into a different room. This one had a table and 3 chairs. Keller Nash sat in one of the chairs. Nash looked at Tom. Tom looked at Nash. LaFers gestured to the empty chair. Tom sat. LaFers stood near the door. "Mr. Nash," LaFers said, "tell Mr. Archer what you told me." Nash looked uncomfortable. He looked at LaFers and then at Tom. "I hired you for security work. That's all I said." "Security work," LaFers said. "Is that what you call it?" "Mr. Nash, you hired Tom Archer to stop people from stealing your cattle. Correct?" "That's correct." "And did he stop them?" "The stealing stopped." "How did he stop them?" Nash was quiet. LaFers opened his folder and pulled out a photograph. Set it on the table. It showed 2 bodies in the desert with 2 stones stacked on each one. Tom recognized the photograph. It was the same one he'd shown Garza in El Paso. "These men were found 3 weeks ago on BLM land about 20 miles from your ranch," LaFers said. "Both shot from distance with a .308 rifle. Both had your stolen cattle in the truck they were driving. Both had 2 stones stacked on their bodies. Mr. Archer's signature." Nash looked at the photograph. Looked at Tom. Looked at LaFers. "I don't know anything about that. You hired Mr. Archer to provide security. These men were killed while stealing your cattle. And you're telling me you don't know anything about it?" "I hired him for security. What he did to provide that security is between him and whoever was stealing from me. So you're admitting you hired him to kill cattle thieves? I'm admitting I hired him to stop the stealing. How he stopped it isn't my business. LaFers pulled out another photograph. This one showed the north fence line at Nash's ranch. The cut wire. The tire tracks. This is your property. This is where the fence was cut. This is where Mr. Archer waited for the thieves and shot them. You're telling me you didn't know this was happening on your land? Nash said nothing. LaFers leaned forward. Mr. Nash, I understand your situation. You've been losing cattle for months. The law hasn't been able to help you. You got desperate. You hired Tom Archer. But hiring someone to kill people is a crime. It's called solicitation of murder. And if I can prove you hired him to do it, you're going to prison too. I hired him for security, Nash said. Security that leaves bodies. I don't know anything about bodies. I hired a man to protect my property. That's legal in Texas. What he did is on him. LaFers straightened up. He looked at Nash and then at Tom. You're both going to prison. You know that, right? Tom for murder. You for solicitation. And your wife and son are going to lose the ranch because you made a deal with a killer. Nash stood up. Am I under arrest? Not yet. Then I'm leaving. LaFers didn't stop him. Nash walked to the door. Stopped. Turned back and looked at Tom. I'm sorry. Tom said nothing. Nash left. LaFers sat down in the chair Nash had vacated. He looked at Tom with the expression of someone who'd tried something and watched it fail, but who wasn't surprised by the failure. That didn't work the way I wanted, LaFers said. Tom said nothing. But I'll tell you what I learned. I learned Nash is scared. I learned he hired you, knowing what you were going to do. And I learned he's not going to testify against you because doing that puts him in prison too. Tom said nothing. You're good at keeping quiet. I'll give you that. Most people in your situation would be talking by now. Making deals. Trying to save themselves. But you just sit there and say nothing and wait for your 72 hours to run out. Tom said nothing. LaFers stood. I've got 24 hours left. I'm going to spend those 24 hours trying to find something that sticks. And when I find it, because eventually I will find it, you're not walking out of here. You're staying. And this time, I'm going to make sure the charges hold. LaFers opened the door. Called for the deputy. Tom was taken back to his cell. He lay on the bunk and thought about Nash in the interview room saying, I'm sorry, and LaFers saying, I've got 24 hours left, and whether 24 hours was enough time for LaFers to find what he was looking for. Tom decided it probably was not. Brennan was right. LaFers had suspicions and patterns, and a rifle that might or might not be the rifle. But suspicions weren't convictions. And without Nash testifying, LaFers didn't have motive or means or opportunity that could be proved. Tom closed his eyes and waited for the 24 hours to pass. Thursday afternoon, at 3 o'clock, Marcus Brennan filed a motion for release with the district judge in Alpine. The motion cited insufficient evidence, lack of probable cause, and violation of Tom's rights under the Fourth Amendment. The judge reviewed the motion and the evidence LaFers had presented and issued an order, release Thomas Archer immediately, insufficient evidence to hold. Tom was processed out at 4:15. They gave him back his phone, wallet, keys, and the cash from his go-bag. They did not give him back the Glock, or the Remington, or the documents, or the ammunition. Those were being held as evidence, pending further investigation. Brennan met him in the parking lot. You're free to go. For how long? As long as LaFers doesn't find more evidence. He'll keep looking. He'll keep building his case. But without the rifle testing results, and without a witness, he can't charge you. You're clear. What about the Glock and the Remington? Those are evidence. They'll hold them until the investigation closes. Could be months. Could be years. Eventually, they'll have to return them or destroy them. But you're not getting them back today. Tom looked at the Silverado, parked at the far end of the lot. The bullet hole in the tailgate was still there. The truck looked like it had been searched. The glove box was hanging open, the back seat was disturbed. They went through my truck. They had a warrant. They went through everything. Didn't find anything worth keeping. Tom walked to the Silverado. Brennan followed. They stood by the truck and looked at the sheriff's office and the jail that Tom had just walked out of. Wade wants you to know he appreciates your discretion, Brennan said. Tell Wade I don't need his appreciation. What do you need? I need my guns back. I need my documents back. I need to finish the job I started. The Nash job is done. The cattle are back. The stealing has stopped. You should leave it alone. The job's not done until Garza's dealt with. Brennan looked at Tom with the assessing quality of a lawyer who'd spent 30 years reading people, and who could tell when someone was going to take advice and when they weren't. If you go after Garza now, LaFers will know about it. He's watching you. He's waiting for you to make a mistake. And the next time he arrests you, I won't be able to get you out. Then I'll be careful. Careful doesn't help when you're being followed. Tom got in the Silverado and started the engine. Brennan stepped back from the truck. Tom rolled down the window. Tell Wade thanks for sending you, Tom said. I will. And tell him the association's not going to hear from me. Not about this. Not about anything. He'll appreciate that. Tom pulled out of the parking lot. In the rearview mirror, he saw LaFers standing near the entrance to the sheriff's office. LaFers was watching. LaFers was waiting. LaFers believed what he'd said in the interview room, which was that eventually Tom would slip up, and when Tom did, LaFers would be there. Tom drove out of Alpine thinking about the 72 hours, and Nash saying, I'm sorry, and LaFers with 24 hours left to find something that stuck. Thinking about Brennan saying the Nash job is done, and Tom saying the job's not done until Garza's dealt with. Thinking about whether Brennan was right, that going after Garza now would be a mistake, or whether waiting would just give Garza more time to send more men. Tom decided waiting was the mistake. Garza had promised more men were coming. Those men would come whether Tom waited or whether Tom acted. Better to act first. Better to make Garza respond instead of responding to Garza. Tom drove south on Highway 118 toward the border, and thought about El Paso and Garza's office, and whether what he was about to do would finish the job, or whether it would just produce more problems that couldn't be solved with bullets and stones. He decided he'd find out soon enough. Chapter 15. Tom stopped in Fort Stockton on the way south, and bought a Smith & Wesson 9mm from a pawn shop that didn't ask questions if you paid cash, and didn't care about background checks if you looked like you knew what you were doing with a gun. The Smith & Wesson was used and the grips were worn, and the previous owner had scratched their initials into the slide, but it fired clean, and held 15 rounds, and cost $300, which was $300 Tom could afford to spend on not being defenseless. He also bought 2 boxes of ammunition, a holster that fit the Smith & Wesson, and a tactical knife with a 4-inch blade that came in a sheath he could clip to his belt. The total came to $420. Tom paid and loaded the Smith & Wesson, and put it in the holster and clipped the knife to his belt, and got back in the Silverado and drove south. That was Thursday evening. Friday morning at 10:30, he was on Highway 67 between Alpine and Fort Davis when he saw the black Suburban in his rearview mirror. The Suburban came fast. No plates. Tinted windows. Closing the distance at a rate that suggested the driver was not interested in maintaining a safe following distance. Tom checked his speed, 75 in a 70 zone. He accelerated to 80. The Suburban accelerated too. Tom looked ahead. A second truck was parked on the shoulder, a quarter-mile up the highway. White Ford F-250, also no plates, also tinted windows. Tom saw someone in the driver's seat. Saw movement in the bed. The truck started pulling forward as Tom approached, angling to block the highway. Tom had maybe 10 seconds before the F-250 cut him off and the Suburban closed from behind. He made a decision and acted on it. Jerked the wheel right and took the Silverado off the highway into the desert. The desert was rough. Caliche and scrub and rocks that came up fast and hit the undercarriage hard. The Silverado bounced, and the suspension groaned, and Tom held the wheel tight and kept his foot down. The speedometer dropped to 60, then 50, then climbed back to 60 as Tom found a flatter section. In the rearview mirror, the Suburban followed. The F-250 had made it onto the highway and was turning around, probably planning to parallel Tom on the road and cut him off when he tried to get back on pavement. Tom went deeper into the desert instead. The Silverado handled the terrain better than Tom expected. The supercharged engine had power, and the four-wheel drive had traction, and the suspension had been built for ranch work, which meant it could take punishment. Tom pushed to 65. The Suburban stayed close, but couldn't match the speed. Tom headed south across open ground. The desert here was flat enough to see for miles. Behind him, the Suburban throwing dust. To his left, the F-250 on the highway keeping pace. Tom counted. Probably 3 men in the Suburban, probably 3 in the F-250. 6 total. Maybe more. All of them armed. All of them sent by Garza to finish what the first crew hadn't finished. Tom found a wash that cut east to west through the desert. Followed it for 2 miles. The wash was rocky and narrow, and the Silverado scraped both sides, but the Suburban couldn't follow. Tom looked in the rear view and saw the Suburban stop at the mouth of the wash. Saw men getting out. 3 men, just like Tom had counted. They stood by the Suburban and watched Tom disappear into the wash. Tom came out of the wash doing 40 and immediately accelerated. The F-250 was ahead of him now, off the highway, cutting across the desert to intercept. Tom went right. The F-250 adjusted. Tom went left. The F-250 adjusted again. Tom was running out of room and running out of options. He needed higher ground and cover and time to think. A ridge rose ahead, maybe 30 feet high, rocky, steep on one side and gradual on the other. Tom took the gradual side. The Silverado climbed in second gear with the engine screaming and the tires throwing rocks. Tom reached the top and stopped behind the ridge and killed the engine. He got out. Pulled the Smith & Wesson. Looked down at the desert below. The F-250 came up the ridge 60 seconds later. Tom was positioned behind a rock formation, 10 yards from where the Silverado sat. He had a clear line of sight to the crest of the ridge. When the F-250's hood appeared, Tom fired 4 rounds through the windshield. The windshield spiderwebbed. The truck lurched left and stopped. The driver's door opened, and someone fell out. Tom couldn't tell if the driver was hit or if he was getting out to take cover. The passenger door opened, and someone fired 3 rounds in Tom's general direction. The rounds went wide. Tom moved. Got behind a different rock. Waited. Voices below the ridge. Spanish. Tom didn't speak Spanish well enough to understand what they were saying, but he understood the tone, which was tactical. Someone giving orders. Someone responding. Someone moving to flank. Tom counted to 10 and looked around the rock. Saw 3 men coming up the ridge on foot. They were spread out, using cover, moving with the coordination of people who'd done this before. Tom fired twice at the closest man. Both rounds hit. The man went down. The other 2 went to ground. Tom moved again. Found a position with better cover and a clearer angle. Checked his ammunition. He'd fired 6 rounds. Had 9 left in the magazine. 2 more magazines in his pocket. 39 rounds total. Against 5 men. Maybe 6, if the driver of the F-250 was still alive. The math was bad, but not impossible. Tom had cover and high ground. They had numbers and probably more ammunition. But they also had to cross open ground to reach him, and crossing open ground under fire was how people died. Tom waited. The 2 men on the ridge waited. Nobody moved for 5 minutes. Then 10. Then 15. Tom heard an engine. Looked down and saw the Suburban coming across the desert from the direction of the wash. It stopped at the base of the ridge. 3 more men got out. That made 5 men total on the ground, plus whoever was in the F-250. 6 or 7 total. Tom revised his math from bad to very bad. But very bad had happened before. Afghanistan had been very bad. The first arrest had been very bad. This was just another situation where the numbers didn't favor Tom, and where Tom's only advantage was that he'd been in situations like this before and had survived them by being patient and methodical and willing to shoot first. Tom aimed at the 3 men who'd just gotten out of the Suburban. They were talking to the 2 men on the ridge. Coordinating. Planning. Tom fired 3 rounds. Hit 1 man in the leg. The man went down. The other 4 scattered. Tom moved again. They knew his position now. They'd return fire. Tom counted to 3 and heard the rounds coming. 6 shots, 8 shots, 12 shots. All hitting the rocks around where Tom had been. None hitting where Tom was now. Tom waited until the firing stopped. Looked around a different rock. Saw 1 man moving up the ridge. Tom aimed. Fired. Missed. The man dove behind cover. Tom fired again. Hit the man in the shoulder. The man fell and rolled back down the ridge. That made 3 men down. 3 or 4 men still up. Tom reloaded. Checked his remaining ammunition. 1 full magazine in the gun. 1 full magazine in his pocket. 1 round left in the second magazine. 31 rounds total. The men below stopped advancing. Tom heard voices again. More discussion. More coordination. Then Tom heard engines. Both engines. The Suburban and the F-250. Tom looked and saw the Suburban backing away from the ridge. Saw men getting in. Saw the F-250. Someone had gotten it running and was driving it back down the ridge the way it had come up. They were retreating. Tom stayed behind cover and watched them go. The Suburban headed north across the desert. The F-250 followed. They left 2 men on the ground. One was the man Tom had shot in the leg. The other was the man Tom had shot in the shoulder. Both were moving. Both were alive. Neither looked capable of continuing the fight. Tom waited another 20 minutes. Made sure they weren't coming back. Then he walked to the Silverado and looked at the damage. Bullet holes in the driver's door. Bullet holes in the passenger door. 1 round had hit the side mirror and shattered it. Another had punched through the bed. The radiator was leaking. Tom could see coolant pooling under the truck. He checked the engine. The radiator leak was bad, but not catastrophic. The truck would run if Tom kept the RPMs low and stopped every 10 miles to let it cool. Tom started the engine. It ran rough, but it ran. He put it in gear and drove down the ridge and headed back toward the highway. Tom made it to Fort Davis at 1 in the afternoon with the temperature gauge in the red zone and steam coming from under the hood. He pulled into a truck stop behind the building where the Silverado couldn't be seen from the highway. Killed the engine. Got out and opened the hood and looked at the damage. The radiator was done. 2 bullet holes had punched through the core, and coolant had leaked out over 8 miles of desert driving. The engine was probably damaged too, running that hot for that long produced wear that showed up later as knocking and misfires and eventual failure. Tom stood in the truck stop parking lot and looked at his truck and thought about the 8 miles and the ridge and the 6 or 7 men who'd come for him and the 3 he'd put down and the 4 who'd retreated. Thought about whether this was winning or whether this was just surviving, and whether surviving long enough eventually became winning, or whether it just meant you died slower. He pulled out his phone and called Wade. Wade answered on the 3rd ring. Tom. They came for me again. When? This morning. Highway 67. 6 men, 2 trucks. I took down 3. The other 3 retreated. Wade was quiet. Tom could hear him breathing. This is exactly what I was afraid of. I know. Garza's not going to stop. You understand that, right? You killed 2 of his contractors 3 weeks ago. You stole 40 head of cattle from his feedlot. You shot 3 more of his men today. He's not going to forgive that. He's going to keep sending people until you're dead. So what do you want me to do? I want you to either finish this or disappear. Finish means you deal with Garza permanently. Disappear means you leave Texas and don't come back. I'm working on finishing it. Then work faster. Because the longer this goes on, the more attention it brings. And the more attention it brings, the more questions people ask. And some of those questions lead back to me and the association. The association's not involved. The association is very involved. You think LaFers doesn't know who you work for? You think he hasn't figured out that every rancher you've helped has a connection to the Cattlemen's Association? He knows. He's building a case. And every day you're still alive and still killing people, that case gets stronger. Tom leaned against the Silverado. The metal was hot from the drive and from the sun. What do you want me to say? I want you to say you're going to finish this today. This week. Before LaFers gets enough to make charges stick, and before Garza sends 20 men instead of 6. I'll finish it. When? Soon. Soon isn't a timeline. It's the timeline I have. Wade hung up. Tom put the phone in his pocket and looked at the truck stop and the highway and the desert beyond where 6 men had tried to kill him, and where Tom had put 3 of them down, and where the other 3 had driven away to report back to Garza that Tom Archer was still alive and still fighting. Tom thought about what Wade had said. Finish this or disappear. Finish means deal with Garza permanently. Tom had been thinking about dealing with Garza for 3 weeks. Had been planning it since the first phone call. Had been working toward it since the feedlot job. But planning and working were different from doing, and doing required getting close to Garza, which required not getting killed first. Tom decided not getting killed first was the priority. Getting close to Garza was second. Dealing with Garza permanently was third. The question was whether Tom could accomplish all 3 or whether he'd die trying. Tom decided he'd find out soon. But first, he needed a truck that ran, and ammunition to replace what he'd fired, and a plan that was better than driving to El Paso and hoping Garza didn't have 20 men waiting. He went inside the truck stop and bought water and protein bars and sat at a table near the window where he could watch the highway and think about what came next. Chapter 16. Tom couldn't kill Garza directly. Garza was too public, too connected, too well protected. Garza had lawyers and accountants, and people whose job it was to insulate him from the things he did. Killing Garza would produce federal investigations and cartel retaliation and attention that Tom couldn't afford, and that wouldn't solve the problem because someone would just take Garza's place and continue the business. But Tom could make the business unprofitable. He could damage the infrastructure. He could create costs that exceeded benefits. He could make Garza decide that stealing from Nash's ranch and hunting Tom Archer weren't worth the trouble. That was the plan. Wage a war of attrition. Make Garza bleed money and resources until Garza decided to move on. Tom started with the feedlot. Desert Valley livestock sat dark and empty at 3 o'clock Sunday morning. Tom had rented a different truck, a Ford Ranger from a place in Marfa that didn't ask questions if you paid cash and showed a driver's license that said your name was Michael Garrett. The Silverado was at a mechanic in Fort Davis getting a new radiator and bodywork and wouldn't be ready until Tuesday. Tom parked the Ranger a quarter-mile from the feedlot and walked the rest of the way. He wore black and carried a backpack with supplies, 2 5-gallon gas cans, a lighter, gloves, and 2 stones he'd collected from a creek bed that afternoon. The feedlot was protected by a chain-link fence that was easy to climb. The security guard Tom had seen on his previous visits was asleep in his truck near the entrance. Tom went around to the west side, where the pens held cattle. The office building sat in the middle of the property, wood frame, probably built in the 60s, definitely would burn. Tom poured gasoline along the west wall of the office. Poured more along the south wall. Used both cans. The fumes were strong and made Tom's eyes water. He pulled the lighter from his pocket and lit a piece of cloth he'd brought for the purpose. Dropped it on the gasoline trail and stepped back. The fire caught immediately. Spread along the wall faster than Tom expected. Within 30 seconds, the west wall was burning. Within a minute, the fire had reached the south wall and was climbing toward the roof. Tom walked away from the building and stacked 2 stones near the entrance gate where whoever found them would see them and understand who'd been here. He climbed back over the fence and walked to the Ranger and drove north. In the rearview mirror, he saw flames and smoke. Heard sirens starting in Presidio. The feedlot would burn. The insurance would cover it. But Garza would lose the infrastructure and the pipeline and the ability to move stolen cattle through Presidio, which was the point. Monday night, Tom drove to El Paso. Garza Transport operated out of a lot on Paisano Street, where 12 white box trucks sat parked in rows. The trucks were the business, moving freight across the border, legitimate 90% of the time, useful for moving other things the other 10%. Tom parked 3 blocks away and walked to the lot at midnight. The lot had a fence but no guard. Security cameras covered the entrance, but not the back. Tom went around to the back and climbed the fence and moved between the trucks counting fuel caps. 12 trucks meant 12 fuel tanks. Tom pulled a knife from his belt and started cutting. Fuel lines ran from the tanks to the engines. Cutting the lines produced diesel spray and the smell of fuel and puddles that formed under each truck. Tom cut all 12. The work took 40 minutes. By the time he finished, his hands were covered in diesel and his clothes smelled like a truck stop. He walked to the entrance and stacked 2 stones near the gate. Got back over the fence. Walked to the Ranger and drove away. 12 trucks with cut fuel lines meant $40,000 in repairs. Meant 2 weeks of downtime. Meant contracts unfulfilled and customers angry, and Garza's legitimate business suffering because of what Tom had done to the illegitimate business. Tuesday afternoon, Tom called ICE from a payphone in Van Horn. Told the agent who answered that there was a shipment coming through Garza Transport in El Paso. Said the shipment would arrive Thursday. Said the warehouse on Paisano Street. Said check the truck with California plates. Said this was a tip from someone who wanted to stay anonymous. The agent asked questions. Tom hung up. He didn't know if ICE would act on the tip. Didn't know if there actually was a shipment coming Thursday. But he knew that ICE showing up and demanding to inspect Garza's warehouse would produce delays and attention and questions that Garza would have to answer, which was the point. Tom drove back to Fort Davis and picked up the Silverado from the mechanic. The truck had a new radiator, and the bullet holes in the doors had been patched and painted, and the windshield had been replaced. The mechanic said the bill was $4,000. Tom paid in cash. The mechanic counted it twice and looked at Tom like he was wondering where someone got 4,000 cash and whether that someone might be worth reporting to the law. Tom left before the mechanic made up his mind. He drove to a motel on the east side of town and checked in under the name on his fake driver's license. Sat on the bed and thought about the feedlot and the trucks and the tip to ice and whether any of it was enough or whether Garza would just absorb the costs and keep coming. Tom decided Garza would probably keep coming. Men like Garza didn't quit because they lost money. They quit because the cost of continuing exceeded the benefit of winning. Tom's job was to make the cost higher. His phone rang at 7 o'clock. Tom looked at the screen. Grace Nash. He answered. Tom, Grace said. Grace. Someone cut our fence again. Tom sat up. When? This morning. We didn't know until Willie went to check the cattle around noon. What did they take? Nothing. That's not why I'm calling. Grace's voice had the particular controlled quality that people have when they're trying not to sound scared but are failing. They left something instead. What did they leave? A calf. Dead. In the middle of our driveway. Willie found it on his way to school this morning. He came back inside and got Keller. Keller went out and looked at it. Grace paused. Tom heard her breathing. There were 2 stones stacked on it, Tom. Just like you do. Except this wasn't on a body in the desert. This was in our driveway where my son found it. Tom closed his eyes. Thought about the feedlot and the trucks and the message Tom had been sending. Thought about Garza receiving that message and deciding to send one back. Thought about Willie finding a dead calf with stones stacked on it, and what that would teach Willie about violence and messages, and the cost of solving problems the way Tom solved them. I understand, Tom said. Do you? Do you understand what this means? It means Garza knows where we live. It means he's been to our ranch. It means he's sending a message that says, if you keep doing what you're doing, the next thing in our driveway won't be a calf. I know. When does this end, Tom? Soon. That's what you said last time. That's what you've been saying for 3 weeks. Soon. But it's not getting better. It's getting worse. Now my son is finding dead animals in our driveway with your signature on them, and I'm supposed to tell him what? That this is normal? That this is what happens when men like you get involved? Tell him I'm finishing it. Tell him this ends this week. How? I can't tell you how. But I promise you it ends. Grace was quiet. Tom could hear background noise that sounded like dishes. Grace was probably in the kitchen. Probably washing dishes, or cooking dinner, or doing the things that mothers do when they're trying to maintain normalcy while everything around them falls apart. Willie asked me what the stones meant, Grace said. I told him they were just rocks. He said he knew they weren't just rocks. He said he'd seen them before. On the bodies, at the fence line. He said you told him about them. About what they mean. Tom said nothing. He's 15, Tom. He shouldn't know about this. He shouldn't know what the stones mean, or why there are bodies at fence lines, or why dead animals show up in our driveway. But he knows. And he knows because of you. I'm sorry. Sorry doesn't help. Finished helps. So finish this. Finish it today. Finish it this week. I don't care how. But finish it so I can tell my son that the nightmare is over, and we can go back to being a family instead of targets in whatever war you're fighting. Grace hung up. Tom set the phone on the nightstand and lay back on the bed and looked at the ceiling. Thought about the dead calf in the driveway, and Willie finding it and the stones stacked on it. Thought about Garza sending a message that said, I can reach your family, and I will reach your family if you continue. Thought about whether the feedlot and the trucks and the ice tip were enough to make Garza stop, or whether they'd just made him angry enough to escalate. Tom decided they'd made him angry, which meant Tom needed to either quit or finish. Quitting meant leaving Texas and letting Garza win, and watching the Nash family deal with the consequences. Finishing meant going to El Paso and dealing with Garza in a way that couldn't be undone. Tom had been planning to wage a war of attrition, had been planning to bleed Garza's operation until Garza quit. But Garza wasn't quitting. Garza was escalating, which meant Tom's plan had failed, and Tom needed a new plan. The new plan was simple: go to El Paso, find Garza, finish this. Not with infrastructure damage, not with messages, with something permanent that ended the problem instead of prolonging it. Tom thought about this plan, and whether it would work or whether it would just produce more problems. Thought about LaFeur's watching and waiting for Tom to make a mistake. Thought about Wade saying, "Work faster and finish this before it brings more attention." Thought about Grace saying, "Finish it today, this week, so we can go back to being a family." Tom decided everyone wanted the same thing, which was for this to be over. The difference was how. LaFeur's wanted it over with Tom in prison. Wade wanted it over with the association protected. Grace wanted it over with her family safe. Tom wanted it over with Garza stopped. Tom couldn't give everyone what they wanted, but he could give Grace what she wanted. He could finish this. He could make sure the Nash family stopped being targets. He could make sure Willie stopped finding dead animals in the driveway. He just had to do one more thing that couldn't be undone. Tom got up from the bed and packed his bag. Checked the Smith & Wesson. Counted his ammunition. He had 2 magazines left, plus the rounds in the gun. 46 rounds total. Not enough for a war, but enough for what Tom was planning. He left the motel at 8 o'clock and drove south on Highway 118 toward El Paso. Thought about Garza's office and whether Garza would be there, and whether Tom could get close enough to finish this, or whether Garza would have 20 men waiting, and Tom would be the one who ended instead of Garza. Tom decided he'd find out when he got there. But he was going anyway, because going was the only option left that didn't involve running or hiding or watching the Nash family suffer for Tom's decisions. He drove through the night, thinking about stones and messages, and whether any of what he'd done over 3 years had been worth the cost of what it had produced. He decided thinking about it produced nothing useful. What mattered now was finishing. Everything else was just noise. Chapter 17. Tom stopped for gas in Marfa at 9:30. He was filling the Silverado's tank when he saw the white Dodge Charger pull into the station and park at the diesel pump. Joseph LaFeur's got out and looked at Tom across the pumps in the concrete island, and didn't wave or nod or acknowledge Tom in any way except to stand there and make it clear he was waiting. Tom finished filling the tank, paid inside with cash, came back out, and LaFeur's was still there, still waiting. Tom walked over. "Ranger," Tom said. "Mr. Archer, you got a minute? I'm on my way somewhere. I know where you're going. That's why I'm here." Tom looked at the highway, looked back at LaFeur's. "What do you want?" "There's a diner up the road. Linda's. Good coffee. Better pie. Let's talk there." "I don't have time for pie." "Make time. This is important." LaFeur's got in his Charger and drove north. Tom stood by the Silverado and thought about driving south anyway and ignoring whatever LaFeur's wanted to say. But LaFeur's had said, "I know where you're going," which meant LaFeur's had been tracking Tom, or had figured out Tom's plan, or had decided tonight was the night to intervene. Tom decided that hearing what LaFeur's had to say would cost 15 minutes, and ignoring LaFeur's might cost more than that later. Tom got in the Silverado and followed the Charger north. Linda's sat on the east side of Highway 67, between Marfa and Fort Davis. It was the kind of diner that had been there since the 50s and looked like it: chrome trim, red vinyl booths, a counter with stools that spun. Two truckers sat at the counter drinking coffee. A waitress in her 60s refilled their cups without asking if they wanted more. LaFurs took a booth in the back. Tom sat across from him. The waitress came over with 2 mugs and a pot of coffee. Poured without asking. Set down menus. LaFurs ordered pie. Tom said just coffee. The waitress left. 23 years, LaFurs said. Tom waited. That's how long I've been a Texas Ranger. 23 years. Started in Company A up in Lubbock. Did 6 years there. Got transferred to Company E down here in 2008. Been in West Texas ever since. Why are you telling me this? Because in 23 years I've learned something. I've learned that sometimes the law doesn't work the way it's written. Sometimes the bad guys have better lawyers. Sometimes the witnesses disappear. Sometimes the evidence gets thrown out on technicalities. And sometimes the only way to stop someone from doing bad things is to do something that's not exactly legal yourself. The waitress brought the pie. LaFurs took a bite. Tom drank his coffee and waited for LaFurs to get to the point. I know what you're doing to Garza, LaFurs said. Burned his feedlot. Cut the fuel lines on his trucks. Called in a tip to ICE. That's you. I know it's you. You can prove that? No. But I know it anyway. Same way I know you're on your way to El Paso right now to finish what you started. Same way I know that if you go to El Paso tonight, one of 2 things happens. Either you kill Garza, and I arrest you for murder. Or Garza kills you, and I write a report nobody reads. So why are you here? Because there's a third option. One where Garza goes away, and you don't end up dead or in Huntsville. Tom set his coffee down. I'm listening. You testify against Garza. Not about the cattle. About the attempts on your life. You tell a federal prosecutor about the men in Pecos. About the 6 men on Highway 67. About every time Garza sent people to kill you. That's conspiracy to commit murder. That's federal. That's 10 years minimum. And what do I get? You get me not charging you with the Reeves County bodies. You get me not pursuing the ballistics case. You get to walk away and go back to whatever life you had before you took the Nash job. Tom picked up his coffee. Drank. Set it down. That's not immunity. That's a handshake. It's a handshake from someone who's been building a case against you for 2 years. A handshake from someone who has the rifle and the ballistics and enough circumstantial evidence to make your life very difficult, even if I can't get a conviction. A handshake isn't worth anything. It's worth more than you think when it comes from someone who could put you in Huntsville for life. LaFurs finished his pie. Pushed the plate aside. Leaned forward. Tom. I know what you are. I know what you do. I've been tracking you for 2 years, and I've got 13 bodies that connect to you through ballistics and pattern and the specific signature you leave. But I also know why you do it. You do it because ranchers like Nash can't protect themselves. You do it because the law doesn't move fast enough, and criminals take advantage of that. You do it because someone has to, and you're good at it. Is this the part where you tell me I'm not such a bad guy? This is the part where I tell you that what you're planning to do tonight will end with you dead or in prison. And either way, Garza wins. He either gets you killed, or he gets you arrested, and the problem goes away for him. But if you testify, Garza goes to federal prison and you go free. That's a win for you. That's a win for Nash. That's a win for everyone except Garza. Tom thought about this. Thought about testifying, and federal prosecutors and court dates, and whether any of that would actually result in Garza going to prison, or whether Garza's lawyers would get him off, and Tom would have burned his one play for nothing. Why do you care? Tom said. Because this is a gang war with 2 participants. You and Garza. Eventually, one of you is going to kill the other, and I'm going to have to clean it up. I'd rather clean it up by putting Garza in prison than by zipping you into a body bag or watching you go to Huntsville. You'd rather I testify than go to prison. I'd rather Garza go to prison and you stop killing people. That's the deal. You testify. Garza goes away. You walk. Everybody wins, except the man who's been trying to kill you. Tom drank the rest of his coffee, set the mug down, looked at LaFurs across the table. No. LaFurs said nothing for a moment. Then no. I don't testify. I don't cooperate with law enforcement. I don't sit in a courtroom and tell a prosecutor what happened. That's not how this ends. Then how does this end? It ends with Garza understanding that what he's been doing isn't worth the cost. You mean it ends with Garza dead? Tom stood up, pulled a 20 from his wallet, and set it on the table. Thanks for the coffee. Tom. LaFurs stood too. This ends with you in prison or you dead. Those are the only two options. You go to El Paso tonight, you're choosing which one. There's a third option. What's that? Tom looked at LaFurs. LaFurs looked back. Two men who understood what the other one did, and why they did it, and who'd been circling each other for 2 years waiting for this exact moment. You'll figure it out, Tom said. He walked out of the diner, got in the Silverado. LaFurs stayed inside. Tom pulled onto the highway and headed south. In the rearview mirror, he saw the diner lights and the Charger parked out front, and LaFurs standing in the window watching Tom drive away. Tom drove for an hour thinking about the conversation, and whether LaFurs's deal was real or whether it was a trap meant to get Tom to admit things on record. Decided it was probably real. LaFurs had been tracking Tom for 2 years. LaFurs wanted Garza in prison more than he wanted Tom in prison. The deal made sense from LaFurs's perspective. It just didn't make sense from Tom's. Tom didn't testify, didn't cooperate with prosecutors, didn't trust the system to do what it said it would do. Had seen too many cases where the bad guys walked because they had money and lawyers and connections. Garza had all three. Testifying would produce court dates and depositions, and months of waiting for a trial that might end with Garza acquitted, and Tom having accomplished nothing except painting a larger target on his back. Better to finish this the way Tom knew how to finish things. Direct. Permanent. Done. He crossed into El Paso at 11:30 and drove to a motel on the east side where he'd stayed before under a different name. Checked in. Paid cash. The clerk didn't look at the ID closely. Tom went to his room and lay on the bed and set his alarm for 5 in the morning. He had planning to do. He had reconnaissance to finish. He had one shot at this, and if he missed, or if Garza had changed his routine, or if Tom got unlucky, LaFurs would be right about how this ended. Tom closed his eyes and thought about Willie finding a dead calf in the driveway, and Grace saying, "Finish this today, this week, I don't care how." Thought about Nash standing in his yard, looking at 42 head of cattle that Tom had stolen back and saying thank you. Thought about LaFurs saying, "There's a third option," and Tom saying, "You'll figure it out." Tom hoped LaFurs would figure it out. Hoped LaFurs would understand that some problems couldn't be solved with testimony and courtrooms and federal prosecutors. Some problems required a different solution. Tom was that solution. Had been that solution for 3 years. Would be that solution one more time, and then maybe Tom could stop and figure out what came after. He fell asleep thinking about what came after, and whether there was anything after, or whether this job was the last one, and Tom would be done either way, finished or dead, or disappeared into whatever came next when the killing stopped. He dreamed about nothing he remembered when the alarm went off at 5. Chapter 18. Tom spent Wednesday watching He'd been planning this since the second attempt on his life. Had been learning Garza's routine. Had been mapping the patterns that men fall into when they think they're safe. Every Thursday night, Garza had dinner at a restaurant called La Frontera on Alameda Avenue near the border. Same table, same time. Arrived at 7:30, left at 9. Brought 2 bodyguards who sat at a different table and watched the room. Drove a black Mercedes S-Class that he parked in the back lot. The bodyguards drove a gray Suburban that parked next to the Mercedes. Tom had watched this routine 4 times over 2 weeks. The pattern didn't change. Garza was a creature of habit. Men like Garza thought being surrounded by security made them safe. They were wrong. Security just meant you had to plan better. Tom needed a rifle. The Remington was evidence in Leffers's case, and Tom wasn't getting it back. So Wednesday morning, Tom drove to a gun show in Las Cruces and bought a Remington 700 from a private seller who didn't ask for ID and didn't run a background check, and who took Tom's cash and handed over the rifle and a box of .308 ammunition without asking questions about what Tom planned to do with it. The rifle wasn't as good as the one Lefers had. The scope was a Bushnell instead of a Leupold, and the trigger pull was heavier than Tom liked. But it would work. At the distances Tom was planning, any .308 would work if you knew what you were doing. Tom drove back to El Paso and spent Wednesday afternoon zeroing the scope at a range outside the city. Shot paper at 300 yards. Made adjustments. Shot again. By 4 o'clock the rifle was hitting where Tom aimed, and Tom was confident he could make the shot when the time came. Thursday evening, Tom was on a roof 3 buildings south of La Frontera by 6 o'clock. The roof belonged to an office building that was closed for renovations. The door to the roof had been locked, but locks were easy when you had a tension wrench and patience. Tom set up behind a ventilation unit that gave him cover and a clear line to the restaurant's back lot. He ranged the distance with a handheld laser rangefinder. 840 yards from his position to the spot where Garza parked the Mercedes. Tom made notes. Wind out of the southwest at 7 miles per hour according to the weather app on his phone. Temperature 68 degrees and dropping as the sun set, no rain forecast, visibility good. Tom laid out the rifle on a shooting mat. Checked the scope settings. Dialed in the elevation for 840 yards. The .308 Winchester would drop about 90 inches at that distance. The scope was graduated in MOA, and Tom did the math in his head. 840 yards was about 7 minutes of angle drop. He dialed 7 MOA into the scope, and then added 2 more clicks for the wind. He chambered a round. Set the rifle down. Pulled out a protein bar and ate it. Drank water from a bottle he'd brought. Checked his phone, 6:45. 45 minutes until Garza arrived. 2.5 hours until Garza left. Tom had time. He thought about Grace saying, "Finish this today, this week." Thought about Lefers saying, "This ends with you in prison or dead." Thought about Wade saying, "Work faster." Thought about Nash saying, "Thank you." Thought about Willie finding a dead calf with stones stacked on it, and learning lessons about violence that would stay with him longer than anything Willie learned in school. Tom thought about whether he was doing the right thing, whether shooting Garza would solve the problem or create new problems, whether the message would be received the way Tom intended, or whether it would just make Garza angrier and produce more men and more violence and more dead calves in driveways. He decided thinking about it produced nothing useful. The plan was set. The shot was ready. What happened after depended on whether Tom made the shot and whether Garza understood the message. At 7:28, the black Mercedes pulled into the back lot. Tom watched through the scope. Garza got out of the driver's side. 2 bodyguards got out of the gray Suburban that had followed the Mercedes. All 3 men walked toward the back entrance of the restaurant. Tom tracked Garza through the scope but didn't fire. Not yet. The angle was wrong, and the bodyguards were too close, and Tom wanted Garza leaving, not arriving, because leaving meant Garza would be thinking about dinner and not about threats. Tom waited. At 8:15, he ate another protein bar. At 8:45, he checked the wind. Still southwest, still 7 miles per hour. At 9 o'clock, he heard a door open below. Looked through the scope. Garza and the 2 bodyguards were exiting the restaurant. Tom put his eye to the scope and found Garza. The magnification brought him close enough that Tom could see the details. Garza's gray hair, his expensive suit, the way he walked with the confidence of someone who thought being surrounded by bodyguards made him untouchable. The bodyguards flanked Garza on both sides. They walked toward the Mercedes. Tom tracked them, waited for the moment when the angle was right, and the bodyguards shifted position, and Garza was isolated, for the second it would take for the bullet to travel 840 yards. The moment came when they were 10 feet from the Mercedes. One bodyguard moved ahead to open the door. The other stopped to light a cigarette. Garza was between them, exposed, the center of the scope's crosshairs. Tom exhaled half a breath. Held it. The crosshairs settled on Garza's chest. Tom had been aiming for center mass, but at the last moment he adjusted. Moved the crosshairs right. Put them on Garza's left side, just below the ribs. A hit there would hurt, but wouldn't kill unless the bullet hit something vital. Tom was betting it wouldn't. Tom was betting Garza would survive and understand the message. Tom pressed the trigger. The rifle fired. The suppressor reduced the sound, but didn't eliminate it. Tom heard the shot and immediately started moving. He didn't wait to see if the bullet hit. Didn't wait to see Garza go down. He'd made the shot and the shot was good, and waiting would just waste time he needed for leaving. Tom was down the fire escape and in the Silverado and driving away within 45 seconds of pulling the trigger. He heard sirens starting behind him. Heard the specific chaos that happens when shots are fired in public and people panic and call 911 and emergency services respond. Tom drove north on Alameda and then east on Paisano. Took side streets to avoid the police response. Got on I-10, heading west and accelerated to 75. Behind him, El Paso and the restaurant and Garza and whatever was happening in that back lot. Ahead, Fort Davis and the Nash Ranch and the question of whether the message had been received. Tom checked the news on his phone at a rest stop outside Van Horn at 11 o'clock. The El Paso Times had a breaking story. Shooting near downtown, 1 victim, condition unknown, police searching for suspects. No other details. No names. No confirmation of whether the victim was Garza or someone else. Tom kept driving. At midnight, he stopped at a motel in Fort Stockton and paid cash and went to his room and turned on the television. Found a local news channel. They were covering the shooting. Had footage of police cars and ambulances, and the back lot of La Frontera taped off with yellow police tape. A reporter stood in front of the restaurant and said, "Police confirm that the victim is Victor Garza, a local businessman. Garza was shot once while leaving this restaurant behind me. He was transported to University Medical Center, where he underwent emergency surgery. His condition is listed as stable. Police have no suspects, and no witnesses have come forward. The investigation is ongoing." Tom turned off the television. Garza had survived. The shot had hit him, but hadn't killed him. Exactly what Tom had planned. The bullet had hit Garza somewhere that produced emergency surgery, but left him stable, which probably meant the ribs or the side like Tom had aimed for. Tom thought about what that meant. Garza had been shot in public, in his own city, at his regular restaurant, surrounded by bodyguards. Someone had made a shot from 840 yards and hit Garza and disappeared before anyone knew where the shot came from. That was the message. That was the point. Tom could reach Garza anywhere. Garza wasn't safe. And if Tom could hit Garza once without killing him, Tom could hit Garza again and kill him if Tom chose. The question was whether Garza would understand the message. Whether Garza would decide that continuing to hunt Tom Archer and continuing to steal from the Nash Ranch weren't worth the risk of the next bullet hitting something vital. Tom decided he'd find out soon enough. If Garza sent more men, Tom would know the message hadn't worked. If Garza stopped, Tom would know it had. Either way, Tom had done what he came to El Paso to do. Had sent the message. Had made Garza bleed without killing him. Had given Garza a choice, stop or die. Tom lay on the motel bed and thought about the shot and whether he'd made the right call aiming for the ribs instead of the head. Thought about whether letting Garza live was mercy or whether it was just postponing the inevitable. Thought about what LaFurs would say when he heard about the shooting and whether LaFurs would know it was Tom. Tom decided LaFurs would know. LaFurs had been tracking Tom for 2 years. LaFurs understood how Tom worked. LaFurs would hear about a .308 shot at 840 yards in El Paso and would immediately know who'd made it. The question was whether LaFurs would do anything about it. Whether LaFurs would arrest Tom, or whether LaFurs would let it go because Garza was alive, and because Tom had solved a problem the law couldn't solve, and because sometimes Texas Rangers had to make choices about which laws to enforce and which ones to ignore. Tom thought about this until thinking about it produced nothing useful. Then he closed his eyes and waited for sleep, and thought about Grace and Nash and Willie, and whether the message would be enough to end this, or whether Tom would be back in El Paso in a month doing the same thing, except this time aiming for the head. He fell asleep thinking about the difference between mercy and postponement, and whether there was a difference at all. Chapter 19. Tom drove to the Nash Ranch on Saturday morning. It had been 5 days since the shooting in El Paso. 5 days of watching the news and waiting to see if Garza would send more men or if the message had been received. So far, nothing. No men in Suburbans. No phone calls from unknown numbers. No dead calves in driveways. Just silence, which was either Garza accepting the terms or Garza planning something worse. Tom pulled into the driveway at 10:30. Nash's F-250 wasn't there. Grace's Civic was parked near the house. Tom got out of the Silverado and walked to the porch. Grace was sitting in one of the rocking chairs with a cup of coffee. She didn't stand when Tom approached. Didn't smile. Just looked at him with the expression of someone who'd been expecting this visit and who wasn't happy about it. "Mr. Archer," Grace said. "Ma'am, is Nash here?" "He's in town. Buying feed." "And Willie?" "At school. It's Saturday, but he's doing makeup work." Tom stood at the bottom of the porch steps. Grace didn't invite him up. They stayed like that for a moment, Grace in the rocking chair, Tom on the ground, the porch between them like a barrier that neither one wanted to cross. "You shouldn't have come back," Grace said. "I came to finish the job." "The job is finished. We haven't had any more stolen cattle. Our fences haven't been cut. No more dead calves in the driveway. Whoever was stealing from us has stopped. That's because Garza got shot." Grace set her coffee cup on the small table next to the rocking chair. She looked at Tom with the particular directness that people have when they want you to understand something without them having to say it explicitly. "I heard about that on the news. Shooting in El Paso. Local businessman. The news said the shooter hasn't been caught. The news said the police have no leads." "That's usually how it goes," Tom said. "Is that why you came here? To tell me you shot someone?" "I came here to collect payment. Nash said he had money for me." Grace stood up. She went inside the house and came back a minute later with an envelope. Handed it down to Tom from the porch. Tom took it. Opened it. 10,000 in hundreds. Tom counted it out of habit, and then put it back in the envelope, and put the envelope in his jacket. "That's everything," Grace said. 20,000 total. 10 when you first left. 10 now. The job is done. The account is settled. Yes, ma'am. Good. Then there's no reason for you to come back. Tom looked at Grace. Grace looked back. I want you to know something, Grace said. Tom waited. Willie's been different since you left. Quieter. He watches the news now. Never used to. Now he watches every night. Asks me questions about guns and law enforcement, and whether the law works when the law doesn't reach far enough. Asks me if justice and revenge are the same thing. Asks me if violence is ever justified. What do you tell him? I tell him violence is never the answer. I tell him the law works even when it's slow. I tell him good people don't solve problems by hurting other people. Grace paused. But he knows I'm lying. You know how I know he knows. Tom said nothing. Because you taught him the truth. You taught him that violence does solve problems. You taught him that the law doesn't work when the criminals are smarter than the law. You taught him that sometimes good people have to hurt bad people or the bad people win. And now that's what he believes. Because you showed him it works. Violence is one tool, Tom said. There are others. But violence is the tool he's going to remember. Violence is the tool that got our cattle back. Violence is the tool that made the thieves stop coming. Violence is the tool that solves problems when nothing else does. That's what Willie learned. That's what you taught him. Tom thought about this. Thought about Willie at the dinner table, asking if Tom was going to kill Garza. Thought about Willie at the shooting range, hitting the 400-yard plate and grinning. Thought about Willie standing in the window, watching Tom drive away, and not waving. Willie will be fine, Tom said. Will he? Because I don't think he will be. I think Willie's going to grow up believing that when the law fails, you pick up a gun. I think he's going to grow up believing that violence is how real men solve real problems. I think he's going to become someone like you. And I can't have that. I can't watch my son turn into someone who solves problems by leaving bodies in deserts. That's not what I taught him. That's exactly what you taught him. Maybe not with words. Maybe not on purpose. But you taught him anyway. Grace walked to the edge of the porch. Put her hands on the railing. Looked out at the ranch. I wanted you to know that. I wanted you to understand what you did here. You didn't just kill cattle thieves. You didn't just shoot some man in El Paso. You taught my son that violence works. And now, I have to spend the rest of his childhood trying to unteach him that. Trying to show him a different way. Trying to make him understand that what you did isn't the answer even though it solved our problem. She turned around and looked at Tom. Get off my property. And don't come back. Ever. I don't want to see you again. I don't want Willie to see you again. I don't want any reminder of what happened here. We're done with you. Tom nodded. He walked back to the Silverado and got in. Started the engine. Looked at the house. Grace was still standing on the porch watching him. Tom backed out of the driveway and turned toward the county road. In the rearview mirror, he saw Grace go inside. Saw the door close. Saw the porch empty. And then he saw movement in one of the upstairs windows. Willie. Standing there. Watching Tom drive away. Tom slowed the truck. Looked in the mirror. Willie stood in the window with his hand against the glass. Not waving. Just watching. Tom kept driving. Didn't wave back. Didn't stop. Just kept the Silverado moving down the ranch road while Willie watched from the window, and the distance between them grew. Tom drove back to Pecos thinking about what Grace had said. About Willie being different. About Willie watching the news and asking questions about violence and justice and whether they were the same thing. About Willie learning lessons that Grace wished he hadn't learned. Tom thought about whether Grace was right. Whether Tom had taught Willie that violence solves problems. Whether that lesson would stay with Willie for the rest of his life and shape the kind of man Willie became. Tom decided Grace was probably right. Willie had learned something at that ranch. Had learned it from watching Tom, and from shooting the rifle, and from finding the dead calf with stones stacked on it, and from hearing his parents argue about whether Tom should stay or go. Had learned that violence worked when nothing else did. Had learned that some problems required men like Tom to solve them because the law couldn't or wouldn't. Tom thought about whether that was a bad lesson. Whether teaching Willie that violence was a tool made Tom responsible for what Willie did with that tool later. Whether showing Willie how to shoot made Tom responsible for everyone Willie might shoot. Tom decided he didn't know the answer. Decided that teaching someone a skill didn't make you responsible for how they used it. But also decided that Grace had a point. Willie was 15. Willie was impressionable. Willie had seen Tom solve a problem that the law couldn't solve, and now Willie would remember that for the rest of his life. Tom drove into Pecos as the sun was setting. The town looked the same as it had looked 3 months ago when this started. Same streets. Same buildings. Same people, doing the same things they'd been doing before Tom took the Nash job, and before everything got complicated. Tom pulled into his driveway and killed the engine. Sat in the truck and looked at his rental house. Gray walls. Unpainted. Goodwill couch visible through the window. Everything exactly as Tom had left it, except that Mike Carson had probably died here, and 2 men had probably died here, and Wade's crew had cleaned it so well that no one would ever know. Tom got out and went inside. The house was cold. He turned on the heat. Went to the kitchen and opened the refrigerator. Nothing inside except condiments and a 6-pack of beer. Tom took a beer and sat on the couch and drank it, and thought about the Nash Ranch and Willie in the window, and Grace saying, "Get off my property." Tom thought about the envelope in his jacket. $10,000. Combined with the $10,000 from before, and the money he'd saved, Tom had close to $110,000 in his account. Not the $200,000 he'd been aiming for. But enough. Enough to leave Pecos if he wanted. Enough to go somewhere else and start over and figure out what came after. Tom finished the beer and thought about what came after. Thought about whether men like Tom got an after, or whether this was it. This house. This town. This job. Over and over, until LaFleurs finally made something stick, or until someone got lucky and Tom ended up in a canyon somewhere with stones stacked on his chest. Tom decided he didn't know what came after. But he knew what came next, which was sleep. He went to the bedroom and lay on the bed and stared at the ceiling and thought about Willie in the window and Grace on the porch and Nash in town buying feed like everything was normal, even though nothing would ever be normal again. He thought about Garza in a hospital bed in El Paso with a bullet wound in his side, and whether Garza had gotten the message, or whether Garza was planning something that would bring Tom back to El Paso to finish what he'd started. He thought about LaFleurs and the case LaFleurs was building, and whether LaFleurs would ever have enough to make charges stick, or whether Tom would stay one step ahead forever. He thought about Wade and the association, and whether they'd call again with another job, and whether Tom would say yes, or whether Tom would say no like he'd been thinking about saying for 3 months. He thought about all these things, until thinking about them produced nothing useful. Then he closed his eyes and waited for sleep, and hoped that sleep would come without dreams about Willie in the window or Grace on the porch, or the distance between what Tom had done and what Willie had learned. Sleep came eventually. But the dreams came too. Chapter 20. 3 months later, Tom sat in his rental house in Pecos with his phone ringing and a decision to make. The phone showed a Midland number. Tom knew who it was before he answered. "Wade," Tom said. "Tom. How are you?" "I'm fine. Good. Listen. The association has a job. Culberson County. Rustlers hitting 3 ranches over the past 2 months. Same pattern you've seen before. Sheriff can't handle it. Ranchers are asking for help. No, Tom said. Wade was quiet for a moment. You want to hear the details first? I don't need the details. The answer is no. We're offering $15,000. That's more than standard rate. The answer is still no. Tom. I'm done, Wade. Find someone else. There is no one else. You're the only one who does this. You're the only one who's good at it. Then the association has a problem. But it's not my problem anymore. Tom hung up. He set the phone on the coffee table and looked at it and waited to see if Wade would call back. The phone stayed silent. Tom went to the kitchen and made coffee and thought about the job in Culberson County and the rustlers and the ranchers who needed help, and whether saying no made Tom responsible for whatever happened next. Tom decided it didn't. He'd been solving other people's problems for 3 years. He was done solving problems that required guns and bodies and stones stacked in canyons. Done teaching 15-year-old kids that violence worked. Done watching mothers cry on porches and fathers stand in driveways counting cattle that had been stolen and returned and stolen again. The phone rang again 2 hours later. Tom let it ring 4 times before answering. What? Tom said. 20,000, Wade said. Double your rate. Plus we cover expenses. Plus the association pays for you to disappear after the job is done. New identity. New city. New life. Everything you need to start over somewhere that LaFurs can't find you. Tom thought about this. 20,000 plus a new identity was a good deal. Better than anything Wade had offered before. But it was also a deal that came with strings. The association didn't pay for people to disappear unless those people knew things the association didn't want revealed. No, Tom said. Why not? Because men like me don't get new lives. We just get different problems in different places. And I'm done with problems. Tom, you're making a mistake. I've made bigger ones. Tom hung up. This time, Wade didn't call back. Wade showed up at Tom's house 3 days later. Tom saw the black Cadillac pull up and knew who it was before Wade got out. Tom met him at the door. You drove all the way from Midland to tell me I'm making a mistake, Tom said. I drove all the way from Midland to tell you the association needs you. And to ask you what the hell happened. Nothing happened. I did a job. The job got complicated. Now it's done, and I'm done. You're not done. Men like you don't just quit. Men like me quit when they start seeing 15-year-old kids in windows. Wade looked confused. What? It means I taught someone something I shouldn't have taught them. And now, I have to live with that. And the way I live with that is by not teaching it to anyone else. Wade came inside without being invited. Sat on the couch. Tom stayed standing near the door. Wade looked around the house, at the bare walls and the Goodwill couch and the kitchen that had exactly 3 plates in the cabinet. This is what you're choosing. This house. This town. This life. This is what I'm choosing. There's a ranger named LaFurs who's still building a case against you. You know that, right? He's got ballistics. He's got patterns. He's got enough circumstantial evidence to make your life very difficult. Let him build it. If he makes something stick, it comes back on the association. On me. On every rancher who ever hired you. That's your problem, Wade. Not mine. Wade stood up. He walked to the door and stopped. I've known you for 3 years, Tom. I've paid you for 11 jobs. I've cleaned up after you, and protected you, and made sure the association's money was there when you needed it. And now you're telling me you're done, and I should just accept that. That's what I'm telling you. And if I don't accept it, then you don't accept it. But the answer is still no. Wade left. Tom watched the Cadillac drive away and thought about the 11 jobs and the money and the 3 years of solving problems that required bullets. Thought about whether he'd made the right choice or whether he was just running from something he couldn't fix. Tom decided it didn't matter. The choice was made. Tom was done. Whatever came next would come without Tom being the one who brought it. Joseph LaFers showed up at Tom's house a week later. Tom was on the porch drinking coffee when the white Dodge Charger pulled up. LaFers got out and walked to the porch, and Tom gestured to the empty chair. LaFers sat. "Coffee," Tom said. "No thanks." They sat in silence for a moment. LaFers looked at the street and the houses across it and the town that surrounded them. "Quiet place," LaFers said. "It's quiet. You planning to stay?" "Don't know yet." LaFers pulled a folder from inside his jacket. Set it on the small table between them. "Garza's people gave us a name. Tom Archer. They've got a witness who saw someone on a roof in El Paso the night Garza got shot. The witness is cooperating. Says he saw a man with a rifle. Says the man drove away in a dark gray Silverado." Tom drank his coffee and said nothing. "The DA wants to build a stronger case before we make an arrest," LaFers said. "But we've got enough now. Witness testimony. Ballistics on the bullet they pulled from Garza. Your rifle that we confiscated from your motel room is being tested at Quantico. Results should be back in a month. When they are, if they match, the DA will file charges." "Am I under arrest?" "Not yet. This is courtesy. A warning that the net is closing. I wanted you to know. I appreciate the courtesy." "You don't have to do this," LaFers said. "There's still time to make a deal. You testify against Garza about the attempts on your life. We charge him with conspiracy to commit murder. You get immunity for the El Paso shooting. Everybody wins except Garza. I'm done making deals. Then you're going to prison. You understand that, right? When the ballistics come back, when the DA files charges, you're going to Huntsville. And you'll be there for the rest of your life." Tom set his coffee cup down. Looked at LaFers. "Maybe. Or maybe I won't be here when the ballistics come back. Maybe I'll be somewhere else where Texas Rangers don't have jurisdiction. Running doesn't solve anything. Neither does staying." LaFers picked up the folder. Stood. "I've been tracking you for 2 years, Tom. I know what you are. I know what you've done. And I know you're not a bad man. You're just a man who made bad choices. But bad choices have consequences. And eventually, those consequences catch up." "I know," Tom said. "Then do the right thing. Make the deal. Testify. Get immunity. Walk away." "I'm already walking away." LaFers looked at Tom for a long moment. Then he nodded and walked to his Charger and drove away. Tom stayed on the porch and finished his coffee and thought about ballistics and witnesses and the month he had before the results came back from Quantico. Tom packed a bag the next morning. Clothes, documents, the cash he'd accumulated over 3 years. He went to the Wells Fargo in El Paso and closed the account under the name Michael Garrett. Walked out with $137,000 in an envelope. Drove back to Pecos and loaded the Silverado. He thought about stopping at the Nash Ranch. Thought about saying goodbye to Nash and maybe seeing Willie one more time. Decided against it. Grace had been clear. Tom shouldn't come back. Tom had taught Willie enough lessons. Any more would just make things worse. Tom left Pecos at noon on a Wednesday. Drove west on I-20 toward New Mexico. The road stretched out ahead of him empty and straight, and marked by the specific emptiness that West Texas has when you're leaving it behind. In the rearview mirror, the town, the houses, the oil rigs, the heat that pressed down on everything. Tom thought about Grace standing on the porch telling him to leave. Thought about Nash in the driveway counting cattle. Thought about Willie in the window watching Tom drive away. Thought about LaFurs saying bad choices have consequences. Thought about Wade saying men like you don't just quit. Tom thought about the 11 men he'd killed in Reeves County, and the 2 he'd killed at the Nash fence line, and the 1 he'd shot but not killed in El Paso. 14 men total. 14 men who'd made choices that led to Tom making different choices that led to bodies in canyons and hospitals, and the specific consequences that came from solving problems with bullets. Tom crossed the New Mexico state line at 2 o'clock. The landscape didn't change. Same desert. Same heat. Same empty land stretching to horizons that looked like they'd never end. But the sign that said, "Welcome to New Mexico," marked something different. A border. A line. A place where Texas stopped and something else began. Tom thought about what that something else was. Whether it was freedom, or whether it was just postponement. Whether leaving Texas meant leaving the problems behind, or whether the problems would follow him the way they'd been following him for 3 years. Tom decided he'd find out. Decided that finding out was better than staying and waiting for ballistics to come back from Quantico, and for LaFurs to show up with handcuffs and a warrant, and the specific justice that came from bad choices and consequences. He drove through the afternoon, thinking about the 3 years and the jobs and the money, and whether any of it had been worth what it cost. Thought about Nash still having his ranch, and Willie still having his father and Grace still having her family. Thought about whether Tom had helped them, or whether Tom had just complicated their lives in ways they'd be dealing with for years. Tom decided he didn't know the answer. Decided that knowing the answer wouldn't change anything anyway. What was done was done. What came next was all that mattered. At sunset, Tom pulled into a motel outside Las Cruces. Paid cash. Registered under a name that wasn't his. Went to his room and lay on the bed and looked at the ceiling and thought about the fact that he was still alive, and that was more than most men in his line of work could say. He thought about whether being alive was enough, or whether there was supposed to be something more. Something after the killing stopped. Something that made the 3 years worth the cost. Tom decided he'd find out. Decided that tomorrow he'd drive farther west. Toward California, maybe. Toward the ocean. Toward a place where nobody knew about stones or bodies, or the specific mathematics of solving problems that required distance and precision, and the willingness to pull a trigger. He closed his eyes and thought about the long road ahead, and whether the road led somewhere or whether it just kept going until it didn't. He thought about Willie in the window, and Grace on the porch, and Nash in the driveway, and whether any of them would remember Tom Archer, or whether Tom would just become another story they told about the summer when things got bad and someone came to help and then left before things got worse. Tom fell asleep thinking about roads and distances and the specific horizon that stretched out ahead of him, empty and unmarked, and full of the kind of possibilities that came from leaving everything behind and starting over in a place where the past couldn't follow. But the past always followed. Tom knew that. Had known it for 3 years. Would know it for however many years he had left. The question was whether knowing changed anything. Tom decided it didn't. He drove west anyway. The end. Want more thrills?
He walked into a West Texas police station and confessed to 3 murders. But he didn't come to surrender. He came to start a war. Dark Hours, a thriller. Chapter 1. My internal organs feel like roasted almonds. Arthur McCready adjusted his bulk in the canvas folding chair. The aluminum frame groaned under his 260 pounds. He tugged the collar of his black tactical polo. Sweat plastered the synthetic fabric to his thick chest. "Keep your anatomy updates to yourself, Bull," Alan Pierce said. Pierce sat in the adjacent chair. He wore a light beige linen suit. The desert heat punished the linen, wrinkling the fabric into sharp creases behind his knees and across his stomach. He held a leather-bound legal pad on his lap. "They guarantee breathability on this shirt," McCready said. "They charge $80 for breathability." "They lie." "We bill by the hour, McCready," Pierce said. He uncapped a silver fountain pen. "Let the sun bake you. You earn $100 every time a drop of sweat hits the dirt." Complaining implies a lack of gratitude for the billing structure. Jack sat on a white Yeti cooler a few feet away. He ignored them both. Jax possessed the nervous energy of a starved coyote. He wore fitted denim and a vintage pearl snap shirt with the sleeves rolled past his elbows. A vape pen rested between his lips. He inhaled, pulling a harsh crackle from the device, and blew a cloud of vapor smelling of synthetic blueberry and scorched ozone. "This local yokel gets 5 more minutes," Jack said. He checked a heavy steel diver's watch on his left wrist. "Then I go back to the Armored Prevost. I plan to drink the billionaire's bourbon and sit in front of the air conditioning vents." "You stay until the job finishes," Pierce said. He did not look up from his legal pad. "I shoot people, Alan," Jack said. "I clear obstacles. I don't wait for dirt farmers to negotiate mineral rights." "You clear titles," Pierce corrected. "Richard Cross requires a clean title for this parcel. The lithium vein runs straight under this rusted piece of junk." Pierce gestured toward the Airstream trailer sitting 10 yards away. Ray Vance listened to their voices through the thin aluminum skin of the Airstream. The sun beat down on the curved metal roof. The interior felt like a brick pizza oven, left on high. Dust motes drifted through shafts of harsh white light piercing the cracked louvered windows. The air smelled of baked fiberglass, old grease, and desiccated rat droppings. Vance sat at a warped Formica table. He pressed the tip of a ballpoint pen against the back of a crumpled diner receipt. He dragged the ink across the paper. "Arthur Bull McCready." He pressed harder, scoring the paper. "Alan Pierce." He added the final line. "Jax." 3 names. A complete list. Vance set the pen down. He picked up a Glock 19 resting on the table. The polymer frame felt warm. He checked the chamber. A hollow .9mm round sat ready in the breech. He picked up a cylindrical steel suppressor. He lined up the threads with the extended barrel of the pistol. He twisted the suppressor. The metal grooves locked tight with a harsh scrape. He slid the weapon into an inside-the-waistband holster tucked beneath his untucked denim shirt. Outside, the voices continued. "The old man fears the paperwork," Pierce said. "He knows the Garza family refused the buyout. He knows the consequences of holding out against Cross Energy." "The Garza family burned," Jack said. A short, sharp bark of laughter followed the statement. "They screamed a lot. Faulty wiring claims remain my favorite kind of structural fire." "Keep your mouth shut," McCready grumbled. "Sound carries out here on the flats." "Nobody cares," Jack said. "This town breathes dust. Richard Cross owns the sheriff. Cross owns the judge. Cross owns the dirt you stand on." Vance pushed his chair back. The metal legs scraped the linoleum floor. He walked to the Airstream door. He hit the latch. He pushed the aluminum frame outward. The rusted hinges shrieked, a sound like tearing sheet metal. The 3 men stopped talking. Vance stepped down the metal stairs into the dust. The sun glared off the white alkali flats, blinding and vicious. Heat waves distorted the horizon, making the distant mesquite bushes shimmer and dance. Vance walked toward the black Chevrolet Suburban parked next to their canvas awning. Pierce squinted. He closed his leather binder. "You the nephew?" Vance stopped 5 paces away. He let his arms hang loose at his sides. He felt the weight of the Glock pressing against his hip bone. "No. The county property records show a cousin," Pierce said. He maintained his professional, condescending tone. "We expect the owner of this parcel. We possess authorization to offer a substantial buyout. Cash. We finalized the transfer today." "I fix things," Vance said. Jax laughed. The vapor cloud dissipated in the dry wind. "A mechanic?" "The tractor broke down." "The ledger broke," Vance said. McCready uncrossed his thick arms. The polo shirt stretched tight across his biceps. He planted his boots in the dirt. "You took a wrong turn, buddy. Get back in your truck." "The Garza family burned," Vance said. Pierce stiffened. His hand hovered over the leather binder. Sweat beaded on his forehead, tracking down the side of his nose. "Tragic accident. Code enforcement cited faulty wiring in these old shacks. We intend to compensate the surviving estate." "You ordered the fire," Vance said. McCready poured the gasoline. Jack struck the match. The air under the canvas awning went dead. The casual boredom evaporated. Jax dropped the vape pen. The plastic cylinder hit the dirt. His right hand dipped toward his belt line. He went for an appendix carry draw. "Hold it," Pierce hissed. Jax ignored the lawyer. "This guy talks too much." McCready pushed his bulk out of the canvas chair. He reached around to his right hip, his hand grabbing the grip of a massive .45 caliber handgun holstered on his belt. Vance drew the Glock. The motion blurred, efficient and stripped of hesitation. He cleared his denim shirt, leveled the suppressed barrel, and squeezed the trigger. PFF. The 9mm slug punched through the bridge of Jax's nose before the young man's custom pistol cleared his belt. Jax's head snapped back. His skull slammed against the Suburban's tinted rear window. Blood painted the glass a dark crimson. His knees buckled. He slid down the tire and crumpled onto the gravel. McCready roared. He hauled his .45 free of the leather retention strap. He leveled the heavy barrel at Vance. Vance pivoted on his heel. He shifted his aim 6 inches to the left. PFF. PFF. 2 rounds struck McCready dead center in the sternum. The heavy man staggered. His eyes widened in shock. He tried to raise his weapon, but his arm refused the command. His torso folded forward. He collapsed face first into the dust, crushing his canvas chair into twisted aluminum scrap. Pierce froze. He sat rigid in his chair. His hands shot into the air, palms facing outward. His breath hitched in his throat. His eyes tracked the twin plumes of dust kicked up by McCready's fall. "Wait," Pierce gasped. Vance stepped closer. The brass casings from his 3 shots burned hot in the dirt. "I draft contracts," Pierce babbled. He pressed his back against the chair fabric. "I draft paper. I never touch the matches. I never light the fires." Vance looked at the lawyer. The man's beige linen suit showed dark pit stains. "Richard Cross pays the invoices," Pierce pleaded. The words tumbled out in a panicked rush. "Cross wants the lithium. He wants the aquifer beneath this ridge. I follow directives. I provide legal counsel." "You bill by the hour," Vance said. PFF. The hollow point bullet caught Pierce between the eyes. He slumped backward. His arms dropped to his sides. A gold Rolex gleamed on his left wrist, catching the harsh sunlight. Silence rushed back to fill the empty space. Vance lowered the Glock. He did not reholster the weapon. He scanned the perimeter. Nothing moved. A lone hawk circled high in the thermals, a black speck against the bleached sky. Vance walked to Pierce's body. A leather cigar case rested on the folding table next to the legal binder. Vance flipped the cap open. 3 dark, oily Maduros sat inside. He pulled one free. He found a silver butane torchlighter resting beside the case. Vance clamped the cigar in his teeth. He sparked the lighter. A blue jet of flame toasted the tobacco foot. He puffed, drawing the rich, bitter smoke over his tongue. The Virginia leaf tasted expensive. He left the binder. He left the Rolex. He turned his back on the canvas awning and the three bodies bleeding into the dry earth. He walked to his battered Toyota Tacoma, parked in the shadow of the airstream. He climbed into the cab. The interior trapped the heat, baking the vinyl seats. He turned the ignition key. The engine rumbled to life, a steady rhythmic thrum. Vance shifted the transmission into drive. He steered the truck down the rutted dirt road, tires kicking up a thick cloud of white dust, leaving the fixers to bake in the West Texas sun. Chapter 2. The Toyota Tacoma rolled at idle speed down Main Street. The speedometer needle rested at 15. Bitter Creek offered nothing worth a faster pace. Empty storefronts lined the avenue. Plywood sheets covered broken windows. Faded painted signs on brick walls advertised brands dead for 20 years. A convoy of tandem-axle dump trucks rumbled past in the opposite direction. The heavy diesel engines rattled the loose change in Vance's center console. The truck doors bore a stenciled logo, a stylized oil derrick crossed with a lightning bolt. Cross Energy. The dust in their wake coated the Tacoma's windshield. Vance parked angled to the curb. He killed the engine. The metal hood ticked in the midday heat. He stepped out onto the cracked pavement. The air smelled of sulfur, hot asphalt, and fry grease. He walked toward a barber pole. The cylinder did not spin. Flakes of red and blue paint littered the concrete beneath it. Stenciled gold letters on the plate glass read, "Hector's Cuts and Shaves." Since 1982. Vance pushed the door inward. A brass bell struck the frame. The interior air conditioning fought a losing battle. The room smelled of talcum powder, bay rum, and old magazines. The ceiling fan chopped the stagnant air. "Take a seat," the barber said. "I require 5 minutes." The barber stood over a man in the solitary working chair. He wore a white smock over a plaid shirt. Silver hair slicked back from a deep widow's peak. He held a pair of scissors, snipping around the customer's ears. Vance sat on a vinyl waiting bench. A stack of hunting magazines rested on a scarred wooden table. He ignored them. He kept his hands resting on his thighs. He watched the barber work. "They sent another letter," the man in the chair said. His voice carried a tremor. "Certified mail. My wife refuses to open it." "Opening the envelope changes nothing," Hector said. He brushed loose hair from the man's neck. "They want the acreage, Tom. They take the acreage. My grandfather built that farmhouse. I possess the original deed." "Richard Cross possesses a battery of corporate lawyers," Hector said. "He possesses the county zoning board. A piece of paper from 1940 means nothing against a strip mining operation." Hector pumped the chair pedal. The hydraulics hissed. The chair lowered. He unpinned the striped cape from Tom's neck. Tom stood. He reached into his pocket and placed 2 crumpled $10 bills on the counter. "I bought a shotgun, Hector. Pump action 12 gauge. Put it in a closet," Hector said. "Leave it unloaded. You shoot a Cross Energy contractor, you die in a state penitentiary." Tom grabbed a stained John Deere cap from the coat tree. He pulled it low over his eyes and walked out the glass door. The brass bell chimed. Hector swept the loose hair into a dustpan. He dumped the clippings into a metal trash can. He turned to Vance. He studied the stranger. He cataloged the dust on Vance's boots, the faded denim shirt, the hard angles of his jaw. "You pass through or you seek employment?" Hector asked. "The mining camp hires laborers. Long hours. Bad air." "I need a shave," Vance said. He stood. He walked to the leather chair and sat down. The cracked leather sighed under his weight. Hector grabbed a fresh towel. "You want the clippers, Or you want the straight razor? Straight razor costs extra. Requires a steady hand. Straight razor, Vance said. Take your time. Hector cranked the chair backward. Vance stared at the pressed tin ceiling tiles. Water stains mapped continents of rust across the white paint. Hector retrieved a hot towel from a stainless steel steamer. He snapped it in the air. Steam plumed toward the ceiling fan. He draped the scalding cloth over Vance's face. The heat opened pores and softened the stiff stubble. Vance breathed the damp, sanitized air. He let his muscles go slack. He kept his right hand resting inches from the grip of the Glock concealed beneath his shirt. Bitter Creek lacks tourist appeal, Hector said. The muffled sound of his voice filtered through the wet cotton. Men come here for two reasons. They run from trouble, or they bring it. I prefer a clean face, Vance said. A pragmatic reason. Hector pulled the towel away. The cooler room air hit Vance's skin. Hector used a badger hairbrush to whip shaving soap in a ceramic mug. He applied the thick white lather to Vance's jawline and throat. The soap smelled of peppermint and lime. Hector pulled a straight razor from a drawer. He flipped the blade open. He dragged the steel along a hanging leather strap. Slap, slap, slap. The rhythmic sound echoed in the quiet shop. Keep your head back, Hector instructed. He laid the cold steel against Vance's right cheek. He scraped the blade downward. A strip of bare skin appeared in the white foam. Tom talks big, Hector said. He focused on the blade. The man owns 10 acres on the edge of the basin. The lithium deposit sits right under his foundation. Cross Energy bought the mineral rights to the adjoining properties. They boxed him in. Cross Energy buys entire towns? Vance asked. They swallow them, Hector said. He wiped the blade on a hand towel. He moved to Vance's throat. Richard Cross decides a region holds value. He sends his people. Suits with briefcases. Men with tactical vests. They offer pennies. You say no, the offers stop. The accidents begin. The blade hovered over Vance's jugular. Hector's hand exhibited a microscopic tremor. Vance noticed the slight vibration. He tracked the barber's pulse in his wrist. Accidents happen, Vance said. Not like the Garza place, Hector said. He lowered his voice. A whisper in an empty room. Mateo Garza ran a cattle operation down by the creek. Good water rights. The best in the county. Richard Cross wanted that water for the extraction process. Lithium mining requires millions of gallons. Garza held out. Mateo told the lawyers to go to hell, Hector said. He resumed shaving the left side of Vance's jaw. 3 days later. 2 in the morning. The house caught fire. Flames reached 50 feet in the air. The volunteer fire department arrived with empty hoses. The pump truck suffered a mechanical failure the afternoon before the fire. Convenient, Vance said. A slaughter, Hector said. Mateo. His wife. 2 kids. The coroner cited smoke inhalation. The fire marshal ruled it an electrical short in the attic. Hector wiped the blade again. He reached for a damp cloth and wiped the remaining soap from Vance's face. He splashed bay rum aftershave onto his palms and patted Vance's cheeks. The alcohol burned, sealing the microscopic cuts. You pump the pedal, Vance said. Hector stepped on the lever. The chair hissed and rose to a seated position. Vance looked in the wall mirror. A clean jawline reflected back. Cold gray eyes stared out from a face etched with deep lines. The face of a man who dealt in finalities. The sheriff investigate the fire? Vance asked. Hector laughed. A bitter, hollow sound. Sheriff Ben Carter drinks his breakfast. He signs the paperwork Cross Energy puts on his desk. He avoids the deep questions. A man asks deep questions in Bitter Creek, he finds a shallow grave. Vance stood up. He adjusted his collar. He reached into his front pocket and pulled out a leather money clip. He extracted a crisp $100 bill. He laid the money on the glass counter next to the cash register. Hector stared at the bill. "A shave costs $15, mister." "Keep the rest," Vance said. "Consider it payment for the history lesson." Hector did not touch the money. He looked from the green paper to Vance. "You a reporter?" "State investigator." "No." "Then you best get back in your truck. Drive north. Drive until you hit the interstate. This town belongs to the dead." "I enjoy cemeteries," Vance said. He walked to the glass door. He paused with his hand on the brass handle. He looked through the window. Across the street sat a flat-roofed concrete block building. Iron bars covered the narrow windows. 2 police cruisers sat parked in the front lot, baking in the sun. A faded sign mounted to the brick read, "Bitter Creek County Sheriff, Substation 4. "The sheriff in his office?" Vance asked. "Deputy Miller holds the desk on Tuesdays," Hector said. "Carter sleeps off his bourbon at the Starlight Motel down the highway." Vance pushed the door open. The bell struck the frame. The wall of desert heat hit him. "Lock your door, Hector," Vance said over his shoulder. "The climate expects a shift." Vance stepped off the curb. He crossed the 2-lane asphalt road. Heat ripples warped the view of the police station. The substation resembled a Cold War bunker dropped into the Texas scrub. The architects utilized reinforced concrete poured 3 feet thick. Narrow slits served as windows, designed to repel cartel gunfire during the border panics a decade prior. A heavy steel door with a keypad lock guarded the entrance. It lacked aesthetic appeal. It promised security. Vance appreciated the design. He required thick walls for the evening schedule. He kept his eyes locked on the heavy steel door of the precinct. His boots struck the pavement with measured, even strides. He ignored the rumble of an approaching water truck. He ignored the suffocating sun. He headed straight for the concrete bunker. He had a confession to make. Chapter 3. Bitter Creek Substation 4 sat on a corner lot baked by the afternoon sun. Federal grants funded the construction during the border panics of the previous decade. The architects ignored aesthetics. They poured reinforced concrete 3 feet thick. They installed narrow, recessed windows fitted with ballistic glass. The flat roof trapped the heat. The structure resembled a blockhouse. It promised endurance against small arms fire and blast fragmentation. Vance appreciated the design. He required thick walls for the evening schedule. He climbed the 3 concrete steps. He gripped the steel handle of the front door. He pulled. The heavy hinges whined, complaining against the weight. He stepped into the lobby. Air conditioning blasted his face. The chilled air smelled of ammonia floor wax, stale coffee, and ozone. Fluorescent tubes hummed overhead. They cast a harsh, sterile light across the empty room. A community outreach flyer peeled at the corners on a corkboard. A 10-year-old wanted poster curled beneath it. A wall of bullet-resistant acrylic divided the room. A pass-through slot broke the lower edge of the clear barrier. Beside the transaction window, a solid core door stood propped open with a triangular rubber wedge. Someone wanted the cross breeze. Someone ignored standard operating procedures. Vance walked through the prop door. He entered the bullpen. Deputy Toby Miller sat behind a gray steel desk. He wore a tan uniform shirt. Dark half-moons of sweat stained the fabric under his armpits despite the aggressive air conditioning. He slouched in a rolling mesh chair. His duty belt hung over the back of an empty chair in the far corner. He rested his boots on an open desk drawer. He held a smartphone in both hands. His thumbs tapped the glass screen. Tinny synthesized music played from the phone speaker. A digital explosion sounded. "Take that blue form on the clipboard," Toby said. He kept his eyes fixed on the screen. Fill out your name, address, and the nature of the complaint. If someone stole your catalytic converter, write down the license plate. If a stray dog bit your kid, write down the breed. Vance stopped in front of the desk. He looked at the items scattering the steel surface. A half-eaten bag of jalapeno chips. A stack of unserved warrants. A spilled drop of hot sauce drying on a manila folder. He looked at the hanging duty belt in the corner. A black polymer Glock 17 sat in a level 3 retention holster. A pair of hinged handcuffs dangled from a nylon pouch. A radio rested on the charger unit on the floor. I possess no vehicle, Vance said. I possess no children. Toby paused the game. He lowered the phone. He looked up. He registered the dust coating Vance's boots. He registered the faded denim shirt. He met the flat, unblinking stare. You need directions? Toby asked. He frowned. The interstate sits 12 miles north. Take the county road. Hit the four-way stop and take a left. I need a holding cell, Vance said. Toby dropped his feet to the floor. The chair squeaked. He sat up straight. He brushed a jalapeno chip crumb from his uniform shirt. Public intoxication requires a night in the drunk tank. You appear sober. I harbor clear thoughts. Then exit the restricted area, Toby said. He gestured toward the lobby. Wait on the other side of the glass. I lock this door during business hours. Vance did not move. He reached for the hem of his denim shirt. Toby's eyes widened. He slapped his hands against the desktop. He looked at his duty belt, hanging in the corner. He looked back at Vance. Panic flashed across his face. He possessed no weapon within reach. He possessed no plan for an armed intruder. He sat trapped behind the steel desk. Vance pulled the shirt up. He exposed the black grip of the Glock 19 tucked inside his waistband. Toby froze. He stopped breathing. Vance gripped the pistol with his thumb and index finger. He pulled the weapon clear of the holster. He moved with deliberate, mechanical precision. He extended his arm over the desk. He opened his fingers. The Glock dropped. The metal smacked the steel desktop with a heavy, flat crack. Toby flinched. He pushed his chair back. The plastic wheels caught on a linoleum seam. He kicked the desk frame to gain distance. He almost tipped backward. Vance pressed the magazine release. The loaded magazine slid out of the grip. It hit the desk. He gripped the serrated slide. He racked the weapon. The chambered hollow point round ejected. The brass casing struck the desk, spun and vibrated before coming to a rest against the manila folder. Vance set the cleared pistol next to the magazine. He took a half step back. He kept his hands in plain view, resting them against the sides of his thighs. The fluorescent lights continued their low hum. The air conditioning unit rattled behind a ceiling grate. Toby stared at the disassembled weapon. He swallowed hard. His Adam's apple bobbed. What is this? A sovereign citizen stunt? You filming this for the internet? He glanced around the room, searching the corners for hidden cameras. I killed 3 men, Vance said. Toby looked at Vance. He opened his mouth. He closed it. He picked up a ballpoint pen. He realized his hand shook. He dropped the pen. You hit a pedestrian. A traffic accident on the state route. I shot them, Vance said. Center mass. Headshots for 2. They bled out in the dirt. Where? Toby squeaked. His voice cracked. 10 miles south. A rusted Airstream trailer parked on the salt flats. You find a black Suburban parked under a canvas awning. You find 3 bodies. Toby picked up his phone. He unlocked the screen. The game music resumed. He fumbled, swiping the application away. He pulled up the dialer. He stared at the keypad numbers. He put the phone down. He stood up. He walked to the corner. He grabbed his duty belt. He fumbled with the plastic buckle. His hands shook too much to engage the clasp. He abandoned the effort. He draped the heavy leather belt over his shoulder instead. "You surrender," Toby said. He made it a statement, attempting to grasp the reality of the room. "I request a cell." "Who did you shoot?" "Arthur McCready." "Alan Pierce." "A kid named Jax." Toby did not recognize the names. He walked back to the desk. He kept the steel furniture between himself and the stranger. He pulled a pair of handcuffs from the pouch on his draped belt. He held them up. The steel links rattled a metallic rhythm. "Turn around," Toby commanded. He injected false bass into his tone. Vance turned his back to the deputy. He brought his wrists together behind his back. Toby stepped around the desk. He approached Vance. He held his breath. He clamped the steel cuffs around Vance's left wrist. He clamped the right. He squeezed the ratchets tight. The metal teeth clicked. The steel bit into Vance's skin. Toby forgot the double lock procedure. "Too tight," Vance noted. He offered no complaint, just a mechanical observation. "Shut up," Toby said. He grabbed Vance by the bicep. He pushed him toward the rear hallway. A solid steel door blocked the corridor. A reinforced viewing port sat at eye level. Wire mesh embedded in the thick glass obscured the view. Toby punched a 4-digit code into a wall-mounted keypad. A deadbolt clacked open with a heavy thud. Toby pulled the door handle. They entered the holding area. The air back here smelled sharp. Industrial bleach attempted to mask decades of urine, vomit, and fear. 3 cells lined the right wall. Floor-to-ceiling iron bars formed the fronts. Layers of gray paint coated the iron. Chips in the paint revealed rusted metal underneath. Solid concrete blocked the sides and back of each enclosure. Each cell contained a concrete bench and a stainless steel toilet. No windows broke the stone walls. No natural light entered the space. Toby guided Vance to cell number 1. He pulled a heavy brass key from his trouser pocket. He shoved it into the lockbox. A massive cast-iron housing protected the mechanism. He turned the key. The tumblers snapped. He slid the barred door open. The iron rollers ground against the track, a harsh, grating screech. "Get inside," Toby said. Vance stepped into the cage. He turned to face the deputy. Toby slammed the door shut. He turned the key. He rattled the bars. He checked the lock a second time. He stepped back. He let out a long, ragged exhale. Sweat dripped from his chin onto his uniform collar. "You possess a secure facility," Vance said. He walked to the concrete bench. He sat down. The shackles clinked against the stone. "I locked you up," Toby said. He sounded surprised by his own success. "You executed the procedure. I need to call the sheriff." "Sheriff Ben Carter," Vance said. "Yes. He takes point on homicides. He handles major crimes. He sleeps at the Starlight Motel," Vance said. "Room 12. He drinks cheap bourbon. He ignores his radio." Toby gripped the iron bars. His knuckles turned white. "How do you know his location?" "I investigate the terrain before I build a fort," Vance said. "A fort? This is a police station. A county jail." For the moment, Vance leaned his head back against the cold concrete wall. He closed his eyes. "Drive your patrol vehicle to the motel, deputy. Pound on the door. Pour coffee down his throat. Tell him a man left a corporate strike team dead in the dirt." "A strike team?" "Cross Energy," Vance said. Toby let go of the bars. He took a step backward. The color drained from his face, leaving a pale, sickly sheen. He understood the name. Everyone in Bitter Creek understood the name. It represented money, power, and consequence. "You killed Richard Cross's men?" Toby asked. The whisper barely carried across the corridor. "I canceled their contracts," Vance said. "Cross will send an army." "He brings the army himself," Vance said. He opened his eyes. He looked through the bars at the terrified deputy. "Go wake your boss, Toby. The clock runs." Chapter 4. Toby hit the lobby door with his shoulder. The steel pushbar bruised his collarbone. He ignored the impact. He sprinted across the asphalt parking lot. The afternoon sun baked the blacktop. Heat radiated through the rubber soles of his uniform boots. He reached the Ford Police Interceptor. He ripped the driver's side door open. He climbed behind the wheel. The interior felt like a closed kiln. He jammed the key into the ignition cylinder. The V6 engine roared to life. He slammed the column shifter into drive. The rear tires spun, kicking up a cloud of crushed gravel before the rubber caught traction. He floored the accelerator pedal. The heavy SUV surged onto Main Street. He bypassed the siren toggle. He kept the light bar dark. He needed speed. He desired zero attention. The Starlight Motel sat 2 miles outside the town limits, out past the rusted husks of defunct oil derricks. Toby pushed the speedometer needle past 80. The steering wheel shook in his grip. Sweat dripped from his forehead into his eyes. He wiped the moisture away with the back of his hand. He gripped the leather wheel. His knuckles turned white against the black material. The motel appeared on the horizon. A neon sign near the highway missed 3 letters. The plastic star atop the rusted pole flickered, buzzing with a dying electrical current. Weeds cracked the concrete parking lot. A dried-up swimming pool gathered dead tumbleweeds and empty beer cartons in the deep end. Toby slammed the brake pedal. The Interceptor skidded into a space in front of room 12. The front left tire bounced over the concrete parking block. He threw the transmission into park. He left the engine running. He left the driver's side door hanging open. He ran to the peeling green door of the room. He hammered his fist against the cheap wood. Inside room 12, a window air conditioning unit rattled within its metal housing. It blew lukewarm air over a stained beige carpet. Sheriff Ben Carter lay face down on a sagging mattress. A half-empty bottle of Evan Williams rested on the bedside table next to a loaded Smith & Wesson revolver. The pounding on the door reverberated through Carter's skull. A jackhammer operated behind his left eye. His mouth tasted like a copper penny soaked in battery acid. Carter groaned. He rolled over. The mattress spring squeaked. He opened one eye. The digital alarm clock on the nightstand flashed red numbers, 3:14 p.m. "Sheriff." Toby yelled through the solid core door. "Open up." Carter swung his legs over the edge of the bed. His bare feet hit the floor. He wore rumpled uniform trousers and a white-ribbed undershirt. He rubbed his face with both hands. He dragged his palms down his cheeks, feeling the rough grit of a 2-day beard. "I possess a firearm, Toby," Carter croaked. His voice resembled shifting gravel. "I might discharge a round through the wood if you dent my door." "We have a situation," Toby shouted. "A triple homicide." Carter stopped rubbing his face. He stared at the wood-paneled wall opposite the bed. The word homicide cut through the bourbon fog. Bitter Creek experienced bar fights. Bitter Creek experienced domestic disputes. Bitter Creek lacked triple homicides. Carter stood. His knees popped. He walked to the door and turned the brass deadbolt. He pulled the door inward. The afternoon sun blinded him. He squinted against the glare. Toby stood on the concrete walkway. The deputy's chest heaved. "Step inside," Carter said. "You let the heat in." Toby stepped past him. Carter shut the door. He walked to the kitchenette in the corner of the room. He grabbed a plastic cup from the laminate counter. He picked up a glass carafe of cold coffee left over from yesterday morning. He poured the black sludge into the cup. He drank the liquid in 3 long gulps. The bitter, acidic taste shocked his system. It jolted his brain into gear. "Breathe," Carter ordered. He set the cup in the sink. "Give me the details." "A man walked into the substation," Toby said. "He dropped a Glock on my desk. He requested a cell. A drifter wants a free meal and a cot." "A professional," Toby countered. "Cold. Calculating. He wore a denim shirt, but he possessed the demeanor of a military operator. He disassembled his weapon on my desk in under 2 seconds. He confessed to 3 murders. He left them at the salt flats. An Airstream trailer. He named them. Arthur McCready. Alan Pierce. A kid named Jax." Carter stopped moving. He leaned against the counter. He stared at the young deputy. "Alan Pierce," Carter repeated. "The corporate attorney." "He said they worked for Cross Energy," Toby said. "He said he canceled their contracts." The hangover evaporated. A block of ice formed in Carter's stomach. Richard Cross did not hire local thugs. Richard Cross hired private military contractors. He hired high-priced fixers. And a stranger just executed a team of them in Carter's jurisdiction. "You locked this man in holding?" Carter asked. "Cell number 1. I used the heavy brass key." "He surrendered. He offered no resistance." "He told me to come wake you up," Toby said. "He knew your room number. He knew your bourbon preference." Carter walked to the open closet. He pulled a pressed tan uniform shirt from a wire hanger. He slipped his arms into the sleeves. He buttoned the front placket from the bottom up. He walked back to the bedside table. He picked up the Evan Williams bottle. He considered taking a drink. He set the glass bottle down. He picked up the Smith & Wesson instead. He flipped the cylinder open. 6 hollow .357 Magnum rounds gleamed in the steel chambers. He snapped the cylinder shut with a flick of his wrist. He slid the heavy revolver into his leather duty holster. "A professional hitman avoids county lockup," Carter said. "He executes the target. He drives to the border. He disappears." "He wants the cell," Toby said. He called the substation a fort. Carter strapped his belt around his waist. The brass buckle clinked. He picked up a beige Stetson from the dresser. He settled the hat on his head. He adjusted the front brim. "He expects company," Carter said. "He shot the billionaire's men. Now he expects the billionaire." Carter walked toward the door. He grabbed his keys from the nightstand. He opened the door. The heat hit them a second time. "Get in the Tahoe, Toby," Carter said. "We need to visit a rusted Airstream trailer. I need to view these bodies." Chapter 5. The Chevrolet Tahoe tore down County Road 9. Dust plumed behind the heavy SUV, a thick white tail marking their trajectory across the desert floor. The heavy tires hammered over washboard ruts. The suspension groaned against the punishment. Carter gripped the steering wheel. The sun-baked leather cracked under his palms. The air conditioning blasted cold air from the dashboard vents. It failed to penetrate the tension inside the cab. Toby sat in the passenger seat. He clutched the plastic grab handle above the window frame. His knuckles showed bone white against his tanned skin. 10 miles south, Carter said. He kept his eyes on the broken asphalt. The old mineral claim. Vance called it a salt flat, Toby said. The young deputy stared straight ahead. Lithium brine, Carter corrected. The crust turns white in the summer. It blinds a man without sunglasses. Carter retrieved a pair of aviators from the center console. He slid the wireframes over his ears. The dark lenses filtered the brutal Texas sun. The landscape offered nothing but scrub brush, bleached rocks, and rusted barbed wire. Dead oil pump jacks dotted the horizon. They resembled skeletal birds, pecking at the dirt. Cross Energy bought that parcel, Carter said. They bought everything on the South Ridge. Why leave a rusted airstream? Toby asked. Squatters, Carter said. Or leverage. A man holds out against a corporate buyout. He needs a place to sit. A place to negotiate. The Tahoe crested a low rise. The white alkali flats stretched toward the horizon. The heat haze distorted the geometry of the basin. A silver bullet shape sat in the center of the white expanse. The rusted Airstream trailer. A black Chevrolet Suburban sat parked beside it. A canvas awning stretched between the two vehicles. Carter eased the brake pedal down. The SUV crunched to a halt 50 yards from the camp. He shifted the transmission into park. He kept the engine running. Stay behind the engine block, Carter commanded. Unsnap your holster. Keep your hand on the grip. Vance sits in cell number 1, Toby said. Vance left 3 bodies, Carter said. He might possess friends. The dead men might possess backup. Carter pushed his door open. The desert heat hit him like a physical blow. The smell of baked earth and dried sage filled his lungs. He drew the Smith & Wesson .357 Magnum from his right hip. He held the heavy revolver down by his side. He walked forward. His boots crunched on the salt crust. Toby mirrored his movements on the passenger side. Toby drew his Glock. They approached the canvas awning. The silence felt heavy. No birds called. No insects buzzed. The wind offered the only sound. It flapped a loose corner of the canvas against a metal pole. Carter saw the first body. A young man slumped against the rear tire of the Suburban. His head rested at an unnatural angle against the black alloy rim. Blood stained the tinted glass above him. The crimson streak dripped down the side panel. The blood baked into a dark, cracking crust in the sun. The man wore fitted denim and a pearl snap shirt. A custom staccato 2011 pistol sat wedged between his hip and the dirt. He failed to clear the holster. A single bullet hole punched through the bridge of his nose. The exit wound ruined the back of his skull. Jesus, Toby breathed. He lowered his gun barrel toward the dirt. Keep your weapon up, Carter ordered. Carter scanned the immediate area. He stepped past the first corpse. He found the second. A massive man lay face down in the dust. His bulk crushed a folding aluminum chair into a twisted knot of metal and canvas. The man wore a black 5.11 tactical polo shirt. A heavy-duty belt wrapped his waist. A .45 caliber handgun sat secured in a Kydex holster. 2 bullet holes ruined the back of the polo shirt. Blood pooled beneath his chest, soaking into the dry earth. Carter knelt beside the large man. He examined the tactical belt. He noted the spare magazines. He noted the high-end encrypted Motorola radio, clipped to the fabric. He touched the man's thick neck. Cold flesh met his fingertips. Military gear, Carter said. Private military contractors. Toby walked toward a folding plastic table. He stopped dead. He pointed a trembling finger. The third one. Carter stood. He walked to the table. A man in a beige linen suit sat slouched in a surviving canvas chair. His arms hung limp at his sides. His head tilted back against the chair fabric. A single bullet hole marked his forehead, precise and centered. A gold Rolex Daytona gleamed on his left wrist. The crystal face caught the sunlight, throwing a sharp reflection across the underside of the awning. Carter examined the table. A silver butane lighter sat next to a leather cigar case. A leather-bound binder rested closed on the plastic surface. "Look at his shoes, Toby," Carter said. Toby forced his eyes away from the bullet hole. He looked at the dead man's feet. "Loafers." "Italian leather," Carter said. $2,000 a pair. He wears a bespoke linen suit. The kid by the tire carries a $3,000 custom race gun. The giant in the dirt wears level 4 body armor under that polo shirt. Carter holstered his revolver. He took off his Stetson. He wiped the sweat from his brow with the back of his forearm. He set the hat back on his head. "These men require high salaries," Carter said. "Local meth dealers carry cheap nines and wear stolen boots. Cartel runners drive beat-up trucks. They avoid tailored suits and Rolex watches." "Vance called them fixers," Toby said. He named the suit Alan Pierce. "Corporate attorneys avoid sitting in the desert for their health," Carter said. "Richard Cross dispatched them. Cross wanted the Garza property. He wanted this property. He sent the heavy muscle to force the issue." Toby looked at the bodies. "Vance shot them all. He shot the kid before the kid drew his gun. He shot the muscle twice in the chest. He shot the lawyer right between the eyes." "Efficiency," Carter said. "Precision." Vance executed a tactical strike. He left the Rolex. He left the custom pistol. He ignored the valuables. "A hitman." "A cleaner," Carter corrected. He came to eradicate a problem. He eradicated Richard Cross's prime enforcement team. Carter looked at the black Suburban. The windows possessed dark tint. The tires featured aggressive off-road treads. Dust coated the paint, but the vehicle lacked scratches or dents. He walked to the driver's side door. He peered through the glass. The interior sat empty. He tested the door handle. The lock held firm. He walked back to the folding table. He stared at the leather-bound binder. It held the answers. It held the reason Cross Energy sent 3 high-priced operatives to a rusted Airstream. "Cross tracks his assets," Carter said. "A billionaire tracks his personnel. The communications radio on the dead giant possesses a GPS locator. The signal vanished when the bullet hit him. Or it broadcasts a stationary position. An alarm sounds in a corporate security office in Dallas right now. Cross will call the station," Toby said. "Cross skips the phone calls," Carter said. He stared at the horizon. The heat shimmer created the illusion of water on the salt flats. He loads his armored motor coach. He rallies his reserve forces. He drives to Bitter Creek. To retrieve the bodies. "To retrieve the man who produced the bodies," Carter said. "To retrieve Vance. To erase the embarrassment. To secure the land deal." Carter pointed a finger at Toby. "You locked a human target inside our substation. The walls feature thick concrete. The doors feature solid steel. We sit inside a bunker." "Vance requested the cell," Toby repeated. The realization dawned on his face. The color drained from his cheeks. "He requested a fortress," Carter said. "He picked his battleground. He forced Cross to bring the war to our doorstep." Carter reached for the leather binder on the table. A silver padlock secured a heavy metal zipper running along the edge. He tested the lock. It refused to yield. "We need to open this," Carter said. "We need the contents. We require the complete picture before the army arrives." Carter turned his attention to the man in the linen suit. He knelt beside the body. He reached for the dead man's tailored jacket. Chapter 6. Carter knelt in the white dust. The salt crust cracked beneath his kneecaps. He ignored the sting. He focused his attention on the dead man wearing the beige linen suit. Alan Pierce. The name Vance provided at the station. Pierce sat slumped in the canvas chair, A dark hole punched through the exact center of his forehead. The desert heat accelerated the biological processes. The metallic tang of fresh blood mixed with the smell of voided bowels and expensive spicy cologne. Carter patted the exterior pockets of the tailored jacket. The linen felt damp to the touch. Sweat and sudden death ruined the fabric. He slipped his thick fingers into the left breast pocket. Silk lining rustled under his callous skin. He extracted a slim, leather wallet. He flipped it open. A Texas driver's license confirmed the identity. Corporate credit cards filled the slots. Platinum status on every piece of plastic. A heavy brass money clip grasped a thick stack of $100 bills. Carter tossed the wallet onto the plastic folding table. It landed next to a leather cigar case and a silver butane lighter. He checked the right pocket. He found a smartphone. The glass screen displayed a spiderweb of shattered glass. The bullet's exit wound sprayed bone fragments outward. The fragments impacted the phone in Pierce's pocket. Carter set the ruined electronic device next to the wallet. He checked the trouser pockets. A crumpled receipt from a Dallas steakhouse. A foil pack of peppermint breath mints. He found no small silver key. Carter stood. His knees popped in the dry air. He looked at the heavy leather binder resting on the table. A silver padlock secured a thick metal zipper running along the three open edges. The lock bore an engraved designer logo. "Toby," Carter said. The young deputy stood 10 feet away. He kept his back turned to the dead men. He stared at the shimmering horizon. His hands gripped the polymer frame of his Glock. His knuckles showed bone white against his tanned skin. "Toby, look at me." Toby turned his head. He avoided looking at the slumped corpse in the chair. "Go to the Tahoe," Carter commanded. "Open the rear hatch. Look under the cargo floor mat. Fetch the Halligan bar." "The entry tool?" Toby asked. "The clock runs, Toby. Move your boots." Toby jogged toward the SUV. The white dust kicked up around his ankles in small clouds. Carter watched him go. He turned his attention back to the binder. He ran his thumb over the heavy leather cover. Full-grain calfskin. It cost more than a month of Toby's salary. It held the secrets of a billionaire. Toby returned. He carried a 30-inch bar of forged drop steel. A red rubber grip wrapped the center shaft. An adze and a pick formed one end. A forked prying wedge formed the other. Firefighters utilized the heavy tool to breach reinforced steel doors. Carter took the metal bar. The steel felt hot from sitting in the Tahoe. He positioned the leather binder near the edge of the plastic table. He wedged the adze blade against the hasp of the silver padlock. He pinned the binder down with his left forearm. He gripped the steel shaft with his right hand. He applied pressure. He leveraged his shoulder weight into the bar. The adze bit into the brass shackle. The metal groaned. The plastic table bowed under the downward force. Carter gritted his teeth. He pushed down hard. Snap. The padlock shackle fractured. The broken silver mechanism launched off the table. It hit the dirt with a sharp clatter. Carter tossed the Halligan bar to the ground. It raised a puff of dust. He grabbed the oversized zipper pull. He dragged it along the tracks. The brass teeth parted. He opened the leather cover. The interior revealed meticulous organization. Accordion files held thick parchment paper. A leather loop secured a silver fountain pen. A dedicated pocket displayed a stack of business cards. Alan Pierce. Chief Counsel, Acquisitions. Cross Energy. Carter ignored the business cards. He reached into the primary accordion slot. He extracted a thick stack of legal documents. He laid them flat on the table, taking care to avoid a smear of drying blood near the right edge. "Read the header," Carter said. Toby leaned over the table. He maintained his distance from the dead man. He squinted at the embossed text. Quitclaim deeds. Examine the seals, Carter instructed. They look official. County notary stamps. Dates range over the past 2 weeks. Signatures sit on the bottom lines. Carter flipped the top page. He pointed a thick finger at the signature line of the second document. Read the name, Carter said. Mateo Garza. Carter stared at the blue ink. The letters flowed with smooth, perfect loops. The cursive script demonstrated excellent penmanship. Mateo broke his right wrist 2 years ago, Carter said. He fought a stubborn calf in the branding chute. The bone snapped in 3 places. The surgeon installed a metal plate. Mateo lost the fine motor control in his fingers. He signed his name with a jagged, ugly slant. He pressed the pen down hard. He tore the paper sometimes. Toby looked at the smooth blue ink. This signature shows zero hesitation. A forgery, Carter said. He felt the anger building in his chest. A slow burn replaced the bourbon hangover. They burned his house. They burned his wife. They burned his children. Then they forged his name on a piece of paper to steal the ashes. Carter flipped to the next document in the stack. He stopped breathing. The desert wind seemed to die. The silence of the salt flats rushed in, pressing against his eardrums. The name on the signature line read David Carter. Your brother, Toby read. His voice dropped to a whisper. He looked up. He saw the color drain from the sheriff's face. Carter stared at the ink. David's name. Forged in the same smooth, perfect loops. A cold knot tightened in Carter's gut. His hand balled into a fist. He forced his fingers to open. He touched the forged signature. The paper felt dry and dead. David refused a buyout, Carter said. His voice sounded hollow. He called me last Tuesday. He detailed the offer from Cross Energy. He laughed at the number. He cited the Deepwater rights. He cited the history of the land. Our grandfather built the original cabin on that ridge. They forged his signature, Toby said. They plan to file this document at the county courthouse tomorrow morning. They plan to kill him tonight, Carter said. He looked at the 3 bodies. Vance interrupted the schedule. Vance broke the timeline. Carter pulled a folded topographical map from the rear sleeve of the binder. He spread the heavy, laminated paper across the plastic table. He used the cigar case and the silver lighter to weigh down the corners against the wind. Red ink highlighted specific parcels of land across the grid. Blue lines traced the path of the underground aquifer. A massive black perimeter marker circled the entire southern basin. The legend in the bottom right corner read, Cross Energy, Proposed Extraction Zone Alpha. They want the entire valley, Toby said. He traced the black line with his index finger. Lithium extraction requires massive evaporation pools, Carter said. The process demands millions of gallons of fresh water. They pump the brine to the surface. They let the sun bake the water away. It poisons the groundwater table. It turns a living desert ecosystem into a toxic dead zone. Mateo owned the primary water access point. David owns the high ground directly above the proposed basin. Carter dragged his finger along the red highlighted sections. The lines connected the Garza property, this rusted Airstream property, and David Carter's ranch. They planned a clean sweep, Carter said. Total control of the topography. A single sheet of standard printer paper rested at the very bottom of the binder. Carter pulled it out. The header displayed a standard corporate email format. From richard.cross@crossenergy.com to alan.pierce@crossenergylegal.com. Subject, Basin Acquisitions. Carter read the text aloud. The flat desert wind carried the words away as soon as they left his mouth. The Friday deadline stands. The board requires total basin control before the quarterly earnings call. Clear the remaining titles. Methods are irrelevant. Eliminate the obstacles. Toby stepped back from the table. He shook his head. He ordered it in writing. An email. Billionaires believe their own invincibility, Carter said. Richard Cross views this basin as a spreadsheet. He views human beings as negative numbers on a balance sheet. He views my brother as an obstacle. He issued a corporate mandate for murder from a penthouse suite in Dallas. Carter folded the printed email. He creased the paper with his thumb. He placed it inside his uniform shirt pocket. He gathered the forged quitclaim deeds. He grabbed the topographical map. He rolled the documents into a tight, thick cylinder. We possess the motive, Carter said. He tapped the rolled paper against his palm. We possess the physical evidence. We lack the manpower, Toby countered. Panic crept back into the deputy's voice. He pointed toward the dead giant in the dirt. Cross tracks that encrypted radio. He tracks the GPS signal of this suburban. He knows his enforcement team failed to check in. He owns an armored bus. He commands a private army of men, just like that giant. We own a concrete police station and a broken down town. Carter looked at the three dead men. He looked at the vast empty expanse of the white salt flats. The sun baked the earth, indifferent to the blood soaking into the dust. Vance knew, Carter said. Knew what? Vance read this binder. Or he interrogated Alan Pierce before he put a hollow-point bullet in his head. Vance saw David's name on that hit list. He knew the targets. He knew the timeline. He knew the billionaire's strategy. Carter turned his back on the canvas awning. He walked toward the idling Tahoe. His heavy boots crunched on the salt crust, breaking the silence of the flats. Vance utilized our substation for a specific reason, Carter said. He grabbed the handle of the driver's side door. He pulled it open. The air conditioning spilled out, hitting his sweat-soaked shirt. He needs the concrete bunker. We need the professional shooter. Toby jogged to the passenger side. He climbed into the seat. He placed his Glock on his lap. He kept his hand resting on the polymer grip. Carter climbed behind the wheel. He shifted the heavy SUV into drive. He turned the steering wheel, hand over hand. The vehicle completed a wide, sweeping arc across the white salt flat, leaving deep tire tracks in the crust. We returned to town, Carter said. He pressed the accelerator. The engine roared. We require a detailed conversation with the man sitting in cell number 1. Chapter 7. The Chevrolet Tahoe struck the asphalt parking lot of Substation 4. Rubber chirped against the baked pavement. Carter slammed the column shifter into park. He cut the ignition. The heavy engine ticked, shedding heat into the brutal afternoon air. Carter grabbed the rolled topographical map and the forged quitclaim deeds from the center console. He shoved the printed corporate email into his breast pocket. He pushed his door open. Heat radiated from the blacktop. It warped the air above the concrete steps leading to the entrance. Toby exited the passenger side. The young deputy kept his right hand resting on the polymer grip of his holstered Glock. He scanned the empty street. He expected an ambush from the shadows. Carter expected a different kind of war. A war fought with briefcases, private armies, and silenced weapons. Carter marched up the concrete steps. He gripped the heavy steel handle of the front door. He yanked it outward. Chilled air struck his face. The lobby smelled of floor wax and stale coffee. The hum of the fluorescent lights filled the dead space. He bypassed the front reception desk. He headed straight for the solid steel door, guarding the rear corridor. Toby followed. Their boots echoed on the linoleum tiles. Carter punched the 4-digit code into the wall-mounted keypad. The electronic deadbolt clacked. The heavy mechanism disengaged. Carter grabbed the handle and pushed the steel door open. The smell of industrial bleach stung his nostrils. The air back here felt stagnant. Concrete walls absorbed the chill from the air conditioning, turning the corridor into a meat locker. Carter stopped in front of cell number 1. Ray Vance sat on the poured concrete bench. He rested his elbows on his knees. He kept his shackled hands draped between his legs. The steel chain connecting the cuffs clinked against the concrete edge. He looked up. His face showed zero fatigue. He registered the roll documents gripped in Carter's fist. His cold gray eyes tracked Carter's movements. "You executed the corporate counsel," Carter said. He kept his voice low. The acoustics of the cell block amplified every syllable. "You shot the heavy muscle. You put a hollow point through the kid's face." "I canceled their contracts," Vance said. "I breached the leather binder," Carter said. He slapped the rolled documents against the iron bars. The thick parchment smacked the metal with a sharp crack. "Richard Cross issued the directives. Cross wants the Southern Basin. He wants the lithium deposit." Vance shifted his weight. "Cross wants the water table. Lithium extraction requires millions of gallons. He needs control of the underground aquifer to feed the evaporation pools. You read the contents of the binder before you killed Pierce." Pierce possessed a loud mouth, Vance said. He outlined the corporate strategy. He detailed the acquisition schedule. He offered a full confession in exchange for his life. "You shot him anyway." "He poured the gasoline at the Garza Ranch," Vance said. "I clear the board. I ignore negotiations." Vance stood up. Toby flinched. He took a half-step backward. His hand tightened on the grip of his weapon. Carter held up a hand, stopping the young deputy. Carter stood his ground. He stared through the vertical iron bars. Vance walked to the front of the cage. He stopped inches from the iron. He met Carter's stare. "I require my hands in front of me," Vance said. "I possess an item of interest in my front shirt pocket. You need to view the item." Carter stared at the killer. He weighed the risk. Vance surrendered his firearm. Vance locked himself inside a cage. He offered no threat of violence toward the uniform. "Turn around," Carter ordered. Vance pivoted. He presented his back to the bars. He pressed his cuffed wrists against the gaps in the iron. Carter pulled the heavy brass ring of keys from his belt. He selected the small handcuff key. He reached his thick fingers through the bars. He inserted the key into the left cuff. He twisted the metal. The ratchets clicked open. He freed the left wrist. He repeated the action on the right. Vance pulled his arms forward. He rubbed his wrists. The steel left red indentations in his skin. He turned to face the sheriff. Vance reached 2 fingers into the breast pocket of his faded denim shirt. He extracted a crumpled piece of paper. The paper resembled a standard diner receipt. He pushed the receipt through the narrow gap between the iron bars. Carter took the paper. He unfolded the creases. Blue ink scored the cheap paper. The handwriting showed sharp, precise angles. 3 names sat at the top of the receipt. Thick, harsh lines struck through the letters. Arthur McCready. Alan Pierce. Jax. Carter understood the strike-throughs. Those 3 men bled into the salt crust 10 miles south. Below the crossed-out section, a second list existed. Mateo Garza. A single line struck through Mateo's name. Elena Garza. A single line struck through Elena's name. Carter felt the blood pounding behind his eyes. The Garza family perished in a structural fire. A fire ruled an accident by a bought and paid for fire marshal. Vance categorized them as targets. Vance categorized them as completed objectives. Carter looked at the final name on the list. David Carter. The blue ink pooled at the end of the final R. No line struck through the text. The name sat clean and untouched on the paper. Carter stared at the blue letters. His brother's name. The air in the corridor thinned. The concrete walls seemed to close inward. The bourbon hangover vanished, replaced by a cold, radiating fury. He crushed the receipt in his fist. His knuckles turned white. "You wrote this," Carter said. His voice dropped an octave. It sounded like grinding stones. "I transcribed the data," Vance said. Pierce recited the schedule while he begged for his life. The heavy muscle confirmed the completed tasks. The Garza family represented a completed task. Cross Energy secured the water rights upon their demise. "My brother," Carter said. He forced the words past the tightness in his throat. "David Carter represents tonight's objective," Vance said. Cross required the high ground above the basin. Your brother held the original deed. He refused the buyout offers. Pierce forged a quitclaim document. The muscle planned to visit the ranch tonight. They planned a home invasion. They planned a robbery gone wrong. Carter wanted to draw his .357 Magnum. He wanted to shatter the lockbox. He wanted to wrap his hands around Vance's throat and choke the details out of him. He forced his hand to stay on the rolled documents. He forced his breathing to slow. "Pierce forged the signature," Carter said. "I possess the documents. They plan to record the transfer at the county courthouse tomorrow morning." "A clean sweep," Vance said. Cross Energy secures the basin. The stock price spikes on the open market. The board of directors applauds the efficiency. "You stopped the sweep." "I interrupted the current cycle," Vance corrected. Toby stepped closer to the bars. He looked at the crushed paper in Carter's fist. He looked at Vance. "Why come here? You possessed a reliable vehicle. You possessed a head start. You drove into a dead-end town and handed me your primary weapon. You locked yourself inside a cage." Vance turned his flat gaze to the young deputy. "Richard Cross tracks his assets," Vance said. The dead giant wore an encrypted GPS locator on his tactical belt. Cross knows the exact coordinates of the communication failure. He knows his enforcement team bled out in the dust. "He will call the state police," Toby said. "He will report a triple homicide." "Billionaires avoid state police," Vance said. "Police ask questions. Police generate public records. Police halt construction schedules. Cross requires silence. He requires a localized, permanent solution." Vance stepped back from the bars. He gestured to the solid concrete walls surrounding the cell block. He swept his hand toward the steel doors. "Cross travels in a custom Prevost motor coach," Vance said. "He utilizes level B7 armor plating. Bullet-resistant glass 3 inches thick. A reinforced chassis designed to withstand roadside explosives. He employs a 12-man private security detail. Ex-military operators. High threat protection specialists. They carry short-barreled rifles. They utilize thermal optics and night vision equipment." Carter understood the geometry. He understood the tactical reality of the desert flatlands. He understood the lethal math Vance presented. "You required an anvil," Carter said. "A lone operator cannot fight a rolling tank in the open desert," Vance said. "He needs thick walls. He needs a designated choke point. He needs an environment that neutralizes a numerical advantage." Vance patted the poured concrete wall of the cell. "This substation features reinforced concrete poured 3 feet thick," Vance said. "It features solid steel doors. It features narrow, recessed windows. It represents the only defensible structure within a 50-mile radius." "You turned my police station into a bunker," Carter said. I selected a superior tactical position, Vance said. Cross will arrive. He will bring his private army. He will cut the hardline phone cables. He will jam the cellular signals. He intends to scrub this town clean. He intends to erase the man who killed his corporate fixers. He intends to erase any law enforcement officer who views the forged quitclaim deeds. Carter looked at the crushed receipt in his right hand. The paper dug into his palm. He looked at the rolled deeds in his left. He looked at the killer standing inside the cage. He thinks he owns the dirt, Carter said. He owns the dirt, Vance said. He brings the army to ensure he owns the blood spilled on top of it. Chapter 8. The tracking signal vanished 42 minutes ago. Graves swiped his thick index finger across the glass screen of an iPad Pro. He stood in the center aisle of the moving motor coach. He wore a tailored charcoal suit over a black t-shirt. He kept his suit jacket unbuttoned. The fabric parted, revealing a custom leather shoulder holster, carrying a Sig Sauer P226. Richard Cross sat in a cream-colored leather captain's chair. He held a crystal tumbler filled with 2 fingers of Macallan 25-year-old scotch. He swirled the amber liquid. The ice cubes clinked against the crystal. Equipment malfunctions, Cross said. He took a sip. Batteries die. Circuit boards fry in the heat. The desert ruins electronics. McCready replaces his batteries every Sunday, Graves said. He set the tablet on the polished mahogany dining table, bolted to the floor. He checks his gear. He checks his men. The signal dropped off the grid at the exact coordinates of the target location. The salt flats. The Airstream trailer. A coincidence, Cross said. I believe in mathematics, Mr. Cross. I ignore coincidences. Graves braced his hand against the ceiling rail as the motor coach negotiated a curve in the highway. McCready missed his mandatory check-in. Pierce failed to upload the signed quitclaim deeds to the legal server. Jack stopped answering his encrypted cellular device. You suspect the dirt farmer put up a fight, Cross said. I suspect someone put up a fight, Graves corrected. Someone capable of neutralizing Arthur McCready before Arthur triggered a distress beacon. Cross set his crystal tumbler on a leather coaster. He looked out the panoramic side window. The Prevost H345 luxury motor coach dominated the 2-lane asphalt road. The vehicle cost $3.2 million. Cross ordered the custom modifications straight from a defense contractor in Virginia. Level B7 armor plating lined the exterior panels. 3-inch thick ballistic polycarbonate replaced the standard safety glass. Run-flat inserts sat inside the heavy commercial tires. The V8 turbo diesel engine produced 500 horsepower, enough to push the rolling Fortress through a concrete barricade without stalling. 4 black Chevrolet Suburbans flanked the Prevost. 2 took the lead. 2 guarded the rear. The convoy maintained a steady 70 miles per hour. They left a massive trail of displaced dust and exhaust in their wake. We require those deeds, Cross said. The board of directors expects a clean ledger on Friday morning. I promised them the Southern Basin. You will possess the basin, Graves said. I brought 12 operators. Tier 1 backgrounds. Fallujah. Kandahar. They understand the objective. They understand the row. Rules of engagement restrict progress, Graves. I prefer results. The row for today is 0 witnesses, Graves said. The convoy crested the final ridgeline. The town of Bitter Creek appeared in the valley below. A grid of rusted tin roofs, peeling paint, and cracked asphalt baking under the afternoon sun. Execute the blackout, Graves commanded. He tapped a button on the comms unit clipped to his lapel. Inside the lead Suburban, a technician sat in the middle row. He faced a rack-mounted electronic warfare console. The equipment generated extreme heat. Small cooling fans whirred, fighting the temperature climb. The technician flipped 3 toggle switches. He turned a master dial clockwise until it locked into the red zone. A broad-spectrum radio frequency jammer engaged. Invisible waves of electromagnetic energy pulsed outward from the roof-mounted antennas. The signal blanketed the valley. It smothered the local cellular towers. It crushed the municipal radio bands. It choked the Wi-Fi routers. 2 miles ahead, Hector the barber stood at his front window. He held a push broom in his right hand. He watched the highway. He felt the vibration through the soles of his boots before he heard the engines. Hector reached into his pocket. He pulled out his smartphone. He intended to call the sheriff's substation. He looked at the screen. The signal strength indicator showed an empty triangle. The words "no service" flashed across the top of the glass. Hector looked back at the highway. The black convoy rolled past the rusted city limit sign. He dropped the broom. He grabbed the brass handle of his front door. He turned the deadbolt. He flipped the open sign to the blank side. He walked to the rear of his shop and turned off the interior lights. He sat in the dark. He listened to the rumble of the heavy diesel engines shaking the foundation of his building. At the edge of town, the rear Suburban pulled to the shoulder of the road. The tires crushed the dry weeds. The heavy doors popped open. 2 men in coyote tan plate carriers stepped out. They wore drop-leg holsters. They carried short-barreled Daniel Defense M4 carbines slung across their chests. One man slung his rifle behind his back. He pulled a pair of 3-foot steel bolt cutters from the cargo area. He walked to the primary utility pole, feeding the town grid. A thick bundle of black cables ran down the side of the treated wood. Copper telephone lines. Fiber optic internet trunks. The operator opened the jaws of the bolt cutters. He bit the steel blades into the thickest cable bundle. He leaned his weight into the handles. The blades sheared through the copper and glass. A shower of sparks rained down into the dirt. He repeated the action on the secondary line. The cables snapped, recoiling up the pole like dead snakes. The operator tossed the bolt cutters into the trunk. Both men climbed back into the Suburban. The vehicle accelerated, rejoining the rear of the convoy. Bitter Creek sat in total isolation. No data entered. No voices left. Inside Substation 4, Toby Miller sat at the front desk. He tapped the screen of his smartphone. His game froze. An error message popped up. He swiped down to check his settings. The Wi-Fi icon blinked and vanished. The cellular bars disappeared. "My phone died," Toby said. Carter stood by the filing cabinets. He held the rolled quitclaim deeds in his left hand. He reached across the desk and picked up the black plastic receiver of the landline telephone. He put the plastic to his ear. He heard nothing. No dial tone. No static. Just empty dead air. Carter dropped the receiver back onto the cradle. He looked toward the rear corridor. "He cut the lines," Carter said. "He jammed the towers." Toby stood up. His chair rolled backward, bumping into the wall. "Who? Cross?" The floor beneath their boots vibrated. A low, rhythmic thrumming sound penetrated the thick concrete walls. The sound grew louder, building from a distant hum to a localized roar. The harsh rattle of heavy diesel engines echoing off the brick storefronts of Main Street. "The anvil waits," Vance said. His voice carried down the hallway from cell number 1. "The hammer falls." Carter walked to the narrow, recessed window on the front wall. The ballistic glass distorted the view, adding a slight green tint to the street. He looked outside. 3 black Chevrolet Suburbans rolled to a stop directly in front of the substation. They angled their heavy front bumpers toward the concrete steps, forming a steel barricade across the roadway. A massive black motor coach pulled up behind them. The Prevost blocked the sunlight, casting a long dark shadow over the front entrance of the police station. The sheer scale of the vehicle dwarfed the surrounding buildings. It sat idling, a mechanical beast breathing hot exhaust into the Texas air. The doors of the Suburbans opened in unison. Men poured out into the street. They moved with practiced, lethal efficiency. No shouting. No wasted motion. They wore tactical pants, plate carriers, and ballistic helmets. They carried designated marksman rifles and assault carbines. Two men took up positions behind the engine blocks of the front Suburbans. They rested the barrels of their rifles across the steel hoods, aiming directly at the reinforced door of the substation. Two more men jogged toward the alleyways on either side of the building, moving to secure the perimeter and block the rear exit. Toby walked up behind Carter. He looked over the sheriff's shoulder through the narrow glass slit. He saw the armor. He saw the weapons. He saw the professional deployment of a private strike force. "They brought an army," Toby whispered. The air hitched in his throat. The pneumatic door of the Prevost hissed open. The stairs unfolded with a mechanical clank. Graves stepped out of the motor coach. He adjusted the lapels of his charcoal suit. He stood in the middle of Main Street, flanked by heavily armed contractors. He looked up at the reinforced concrete of the substation. He surveyed the target. He calculated the breach points. Carter turned away from the window. He walked to the heavy steel gun locker bolted to the far wall. He spun the combination dial. He pulled the heavy handle. The locker door swung open. Carter reached inside. He bypassed the patrol rifles. He grabbed a Remington 870 pump-action shotgun. He grabbed a bandolier of 12-gauge double-aught buckshot shells. He slung the bandolier over his shoulder. He worked the pump action. The steel slide clacked backward and forward, chambering a red plastic shell. "Draw your weapon, Toby," Carter ordered. He kept his eyes on the steel front door. "Take the safety off." Chapter 9. The hum of the air conditioning unit died. The silence hit the interior of the substation like a physical weight. Without the white noise of the compressor, the sounds of the outside world bled through the thick concrete walls. The idle of the massive Prevost motor coach. The crunch of tactical boots on the asphalt. The metallic clatter of rifle slings striking polymer handguards. "They cut the municipal power feed," Vance said. His voice echoed down the rear corridor. "The backup generator requires a manual start. It sits on the roof. You step onto the roof, the sniper puts a round through your chest cavity." Carter ignored the prisoner. He kept his eyes locked on the narrow ballistic glass window. Toby stood beside him. The young deputy held his Glock 17 in a two-handed grip. The barrel pointed at the linoleum floor. A bead of sweat formed at Toby's hairline. It tracked down his temple, cutting a path through the dust on his skin. "They intend to starve us out," Toby said. "They lack the patience for a siege," Carter said. He shifted the weight of the Remington 870 pump-action shotgun in his hands. The steel barrel felt cold. The checkered wooden pump felt slick against his palm. Richard Cross operates on a corporate timeline. He requires the title to the basin by Friday morning. He requires a dead hitman tonight. Outside, the tactical operators secured the street. They moved with fluid, synchronized precision. Two men took positions behind the concrete planters flanking the municipal courthouse next door. Another operator jogged to the alleyway behind the diner across the street. He carried a customized Stay True 25 sniper rifle. He disappeared into the shadows, seeking high ground. The pneumatic door of the black Prevost motor coach remained open. Richard Cross stepped out onto the asphalt. He wore a tailored navy blue suit. The tropical weight wool draped his frame with perfect symmetry. A crisp white shirt collar framed his neck. He wore no tie. He looked out of place in the ruined, sun-baked street of Bitter Creek. He looked like a man stepping out of a boardroom on the 50th floor of a Dallas skyscraper. Graves flanked him. The security chief kept his charcoal suit jacket swept back behind the grip of his holstered Sig Sauer. Graves scanned the roofline of the substation. He scanned the narrow windows. His eyes categorized the breach points, the blind spots, the angles of fire. Cross walked toward the concrete steps of the police station. He carried a slim, black leather folio in his left hand. "He approaches the door," Carter said. "Shoot him," Toby said. The panic peaked in the deputy's voice. "He ordered the Garza fire. He ordered the hit on your brother. Shoot him through the glass." "The glass stops pistol rounds," Carter said. "It stops buckshot. It turns a bullet into copper dust." Carter stepped away from the window. He walked to the heavy steel front door. He grabbed the hardened steel security chain hanging from the doorframe. He slid the heavy metal link into the receiver track on the door panel. "Stand clear of the opening," Carter ordered. Toby backed away. He pressed his spine against the edge of the reception desk. Carter gripped the deadbolt latch. He turned the metal cylinder. A heavy clack echoed in the quiet lobby. He grabbed the handle and pulled the door inward. The door opened 4 inches. The thick steel security chain snapped taut, arresting the momentum. The gap allowed a sliver of the oppressive desert heat to invade the chilled lobby. Richard Cross stood on the top concrete step. Graves stood 1 step down and 2 feet to the right. He maintained a clear line of sight through the 4-inch gap. He kept his right hand resting flat against his stomach, inches from his weapon. "Sheriff Carter," Cross said. His voice sounded smooth, modulated, and devoid of stress. Carter looked through the gap. He smelled the expensive cologne radiating from the billionaire. He smelled the hot diesel exhaust drifting from the idling motor coach. "You block a county roadway, Mr. Cross," Carter said. "You obstruct a law enforcement facility. Move your vehicles." Cross offered a polite, sterile smile. He opened the black leather folio. He extracted a single sheet of heavy parchment paper. He folded it lengthwise. He slid the paper through the 4-inch gap in the steel door. Carter did not lower the shotgun. He pinned the shotgun stock between his elbow and his ribs. He reached out with his left hand. He took the paper. He unfolded it. The header displayed the seal of the United States Department of Justice. The text utilized dense legal terminology. It demanded the immediate transfer of custody for one Raymond Vance. A signature scrawled across the bottom line claimed to belong to a federal magistrate judge in the Western District of Texas. "A federal extradition warrant," Cross said. "Mr. Vance represents a threat to national corporate interests. The Department of Justice grants my security personnel the authority to transport him to a secure federal holding facility in Dallas." Carter stared at the paper. The watermark looked authentic. The seal featured embossed foil. The signature showed perfect, looping cursive. Carter remembered the signature on the quitclaim deed. Mateo Garza. Smooth, perfect loops. Alan Pierce possessed a talent for calligraphy, Carter said. He drafted excellent forgeries. A shame he caught a hollow point bullet. Cross did not react to the mention of his dead lawyer. His smile remained fixed. His eyes remained dead. "The document satisfies the bureaucratic requirements," Cross said. "You file it in your cabinet. You release the prisoner to my custody. You experience 0 repercussions." "The document is a piece of trash," Carter said. He crumpled the heavy parchment in his left fist. He dropped the paper wad onto the lobby floor. Graves shifted his weight. The fabric of his suit rustled. Carter tracked the movement. He angled the barrel of the Remington 870 toward the gap in the door. Cross raised a hand signaling Graves to hold his position. "I appreciate a man who demands direct compensation," Cross said. He reached into his suit jacket. He extracted a sleek, silver smartphone. He tapped the glass screen twice. He held the screen up to the gap in the door. The screen displayed a banking application. The logo belonged to a private offshore financial institution in the Cayman Islands. A routing number sat at the top. A balance sat at the bottom. $5 million. "The funds sit in a sterile account," Cross said. "Untraceable. Immune to the Internal Revenue Service. Immune to asset forfeiture laws. I press one button. The account transfers to a numbered shell corporation. I hand you the login credentials. You retire. You purchase a villa in Costa Rica. You leave Bitter Creek to the dust." Carter stared at the glowing green numbers on the screen. $5 million. It represented more money than the entire municipal budget of Bitter Creek. It represented a lifetime of bourbon, ocean views, and silence. Cross saw the hesitation. He pressed the advantage. "You guard a drifter, Sheriff," Cross said. "A nameless trigger puller. He holds zero value to society. He holds zero value to you. Trade a ghost for an empire. Step aside. Let Graves collect the trash." Carter felt the folded corporate email sitting in his breast pocket. He felt the phantom weight of the forged quitclaim deeds resting on his desk behind him. He looked past the glowing phone screen. He looked into the dead, shark-like eyes of the billionaire. "You burned Mateo Garza," Carter said. The words hung in the hot air between them. Cross lowered the phone. The sterile smile vanished. The mask slipped, revealing the cold, calculating machine operating beneath the tailored suit. "Mateo Garza exhibited stubbornness," Cross said. "Stubbornness impedes progress." "You dispatched Arthur McCready to my brother's ranch," Carter said. The grip on the shotgun tightened until his forearms burned. "You ordered a home invasion. You ordered a slaughter to secure the high ground." Cross tilted his head a fraction of an inch. "Your brother holds a piece of paper. I hold a vision for the future of global energy. The two concepts are incompatible." "I hold the forged deeds," Carter said. "I hold the internal email. I hold the man who executed your hit squad." "You hold nothing," Cross said. His voice dropped the polite cadence. It became flat and metallic. "I own the judge in the county seat. I own the state representative for this district. I own the asphalt you stand on. This town is a line item on my balance sheet. You are a rounding error." Cross slipped the phone back into his tailored jacket. He adjusted his cuffs. "I offered you a parachute, Sheriff," Cross said. "You chose the concrete." Cross turned his back on the steel door. He walked down the concrete steps. He did not look back. He walked past the black Suburbans. He walked toward the open pneumatic door of the armored Prevost. Graves remained on the steps. The security chief looked through the 4-inch gap. He looked past the barrel of the shotgun. He met Carter's eyes. "We breach in 10 minutes, Graves said. Graves turned and walked down the steps. He raised his right hand. He formed a fist and pumped it twice in the air. The operators in the street moved. They unslung their rifles. They slapped magazines into the magwells. The synchronized clatter of charging handles being pulled and released echoed across Main Street. Chambering rounds. Preparing for violence. A squad of 4 operators jogged across the asphalt. They kicked the front doors of the Roadhouse bar opposite the substation. They swarmed inside, clearing the civilian patrons out the back door, commandeering the structure for a forward command post. Carter slammed the steel door shut. He threw his weight against the metal. He turned the deadbolt latch. The lock clicked into place with a heavy, definitive thud. He turned to face the lobby. Toby stood near the desk. The young deputy shook. The Glock trembled in his grip. The reality of the siege crushed the remaining air from his lungs. "He owns the town," Toby whispered. "He owns the street," Carter corrected. He racked the pump of the Remington 870. The steel action sounded loud in the dying station. "We own the bunker." Chapter 10. Hollis wiped a damp rag across the scarred mahogany surface of the bar. The wood soaked up decades of spilled beer, cheap whiskey, and elbow grease. Above the mirror, a neon sign buzzed, casting a harsh red glow over the empty stools. 3 men sat in a circular booth in the back corner. Local ranchers. They drank Shinerbach from thick glass mugs. They watched a muted baseball game on a flat-screen television mounted above the liquor bottles. The front doors of the roadhouse shattered inward. The impact tore the hinges from the doorframe. Splintered wood and broken glass showered the entryway. 4 men in coyote tan plate carriers stormed into the room. They moved with a terrifying, synchronized violence. They carried short-barreled M4 carbines. They kept the muzzles raised, tracking targets. Laser designators painted red dots across the chests of the 3 ranchers in the booth. Hollis dropped the damp rag. The cloth hit the floor with a wet slap. He raised both hands. He kept his palms open and visible. He possessed a loaded double-barrel shotgun under the cash register. He abandoned any thought of reaching for the weapon. The 4 intruders exhibited the coordination of a specialized military unit. Hollis recognized a lost cause. The lead operator stepped to the bar. He wore a balaclava pulled over his lower face. A clear plastic earpiece spiraled down his neck. He carried a heavy olive-drab canvas duffel bag in his left hand. He hoisted the bag. He slammed it onto the mahogany bar. The heavy canvas landed with a dense, muted thud. "You hold the lease to this establishment?" the operator asked. His voice sounded mechanical through the fabric mask. "I own the building," Hollis said. He kept his eyes on the muzzle of the operator's rifle. "I own the liquor license." The operator reached out. He grabbed the heavy brass zipper of the duffel bag. He yanked it open. Stacks of bundled currency filled the interior. Used $100 bills wrapped in tight rubber bands. "The bag contains $50,000, the operator said. "Richard Cross purchases your property for the evening. You vacate the premises. You take your patrons. You walk out the rear exit. You do not stop walking until you reach the county line." Hollis looked at the money. $50,000 represented 3 years of profit in Bitter Creek. He looked at the laser dots, burning holes in the shirts of his regular customers. "The deed requires paperwork," Hollis said. He attempted to project calm. His vocal cords tightened. "The transaction concludes with the cash," the operator countered. "Grab the bag. Leave." Hollis reached across the bar. He grabbed the canvas handles. The bag weighed at least 15 pounds. He hoisted it off the wood. He looked at the 3 ranchers in the booth. "Game over, boys. Time to head home." The ranchers did not argue. They slid out of the vinyl booth. They kept their hands elevated. They shuffled toward the rear hallway leading to the alley door. Hollis followed them. He did not look back. The heavy metal fire door slammed shut behind them, sealing the operators inside the roadhouse. "Clear the glass," the lead operator commanded. The tactical team dismantled the bar. 2 men grabbed a heavy oak billiards table. They heaved. The table flipped onto its side with a massive crash. Slate cracked. Billiard balls scattered across the floorboard, knocking against the stool legs. They pushed the overturned table against the front windows, creating a barricade of solid oak and heavy slate. Another operator grabbed a cast-iron bar stool. He swung it like a baseball bat. The heavy iron smashed the remaining front windows. Glass rained down onto the sidewalk. He cleared the jagged shards from the window frames using the barrel of his rifle. He created unobstructed firing ports facing the police substation across the street. The rear fire door opened. Graves stepped into the bar. The security chief ignored the destruction. He surveyed the sightlines. He walked to the shattered front window and peered over the overturned pool table. He possessed a direct elevated view of the concrete steps and the steel door of the sheriff's station. Solid position, Graves evaluated. He unbuttoned his suit jacket. He keyed the radio clipped to his lapel. "Kellen, report your status." The radio crackled. "I reached the roof of the auto parts store. Setting up the optic." Graves turned to his operators. "Establish the mesh network. I want a secure communications feed. Zero the cameras." One of the men hauled a hardened Pelican case onto the bar. He unlatched the waterproof seals. He opened the lid, revealing a portable electronic command terminal. He booted the system. A satellite uplink dish deployed from the rear of the case. The screen flickered to life, displaying a tactical map of the Bitter Creek grid. Across the street, on the flat tar roof of the auto parts store, Kellen laid a specialized rifle mat onto the sticky surface. The afternoon sun baked the tar, creating a suffocating layer of heat. Kellen ignored the temperature. He unzipped a padded drag bag. He extracted an State Route 25 precision rifle. The weapon represented the pinnacle of tactical engineering. It fired the heavy 7.62 by 51 mm NATO cartridge. A cylindrical steel suppressor covered the barrel, designed to mask the muzzle flash and dampen the acoustic signature. A Schmidt & Bender telescopic sight sat mounted to the upper receiver. Kellen deployed the carbon fiber bipod legs. He settled the rifle onto the mat. He lay flat on his stomach. He pressed the stock against his right shoulder. He peered through the optic. The magnification dial rested at 10 power. The reticle presented a sharp black crosshair against the glass. Kellen focused the lens on the police substation. The concrete blockhouse filled his vision. He analyzed the structure. He noted the narrow, recessed windows. He noted the thickness of the steel front door. He tracked a bead of sweat rolling down the glass of the front window, visualizing the human targets hiding inside the bunker. He reached up and twisted the elevation turret on the scope. Click. Click. He adjusted for the 65-yard distance. A chip shot for the heavy caliber. He unzipped a small pouch on his belt. He pulled out a digital wind meter. He held the device in the air. The internal fan spun. The digital readout indicated a 3-mile-per-hour crosswind blowing from left to right. He twisted the windage turret. Click. He compensated for the drift. He pulled the charging handle. The bolt carrier slid backward. He released the handle. The heavy steel bolt slammed forward, stripping a live round from the magazine and driving it into the chamber. Kellen pressed his thumb against the radio transmit button, taped to the rifle stock. "Command, this is Overwatch," Kellen said. "Weapon condition is red. I hold a positive line of sight on the primary and secondary exits. I possess thermal capability. The bunker sits blind." Inside the roadhouse, Graves listened to the earpiece. "Copy Overwatch," Graves said. "Maintain the perimeter lock. Execute any target attempting to exit the structure. We own the board." Graves walked behind the mahogany bar. He inspected the liquor selection. He bypassed the cheap well whiskey. He grabbed an unopened bottle of high-end tequila from the top shelf. He twisted the cork free. He took a long, slow drink straight from the glass neck. The alcohol burned a clean trail down his throat. He set the bottle on the counter. He looked at the tactical map, glowing on the command terminal. Red icons represented his operators, forming a tight noose around the substation. "They possess zero communication," Graves announced to the room. "They possess zero mobility. They breathe borrowed air." Inside the substation, Carter stood 3 feet back from the ballistic window. He watched the destruction of the roadhouse. He saw the iron barstools smash the glass. He saw the muzzle of an M4 carbine poke through the shattered window frame, resting on top of a flipped pool table. The black steel pointed directly at the station lobby. "They fortified the tavern," Carter said. His voice echoed in the chilled room. Toby paced behind the desk. The deputy rubbed his hands together. He chewed the inside of his cheek. "They threw the bartender out. They turned the entire building into a pillbox. They established intersecting fields of fire," Vance said. The killer's voice drifted down the rear corridor from cell number 1. The tone remained conversational. It lacked panic. It lacked urgency. Carter turned his head toward the hallway. "You understand their playbook." "I wrote variations of the playbook," Vance said. "Cross possesses unlimited capital. Graves possesses unlimited aggression. They secure the high ground. They control the exits. They eliminate your options before they fire a single bullet." "I count 4 men in the bar," Carter said. "I count 4 in the street behind the vehicles." "You missed the sniper," Vance said. Toby stopped pacing. "A sniper?" "A siege requires overwatch," Vance explained. His voice sounded like a professor delivering a lecture on fluid dynamics. "Graves places a shooter on an elevated position. The shooter calculates the wind. He dials the elevation. He watches the roof hatch. He watches the rear alley door. He provides immediate lethal force the moment you expose your silhouette." Carter looked at the auto parts store sitting adjacent to the bar. The structure featured a flat roof with a 2-foot parapet wall. "The perfect nest." "The roof across the alley," Carter said. "A logical choice," Vance confirmed. "The sniper utilizes a suppressor. You hear the glass break before you hear the gunshot. He utilizes thermal optics. He tracks your body heat through the exterior walls if the concrete lacks sufficient density." Toby stared at the ceiling. He imagined a heavy caliber bullet punching through the roof tiles. He imagined the crosshairs resting on the top of his skull. "We sit inside a trap," Toby said. "We sit inside a vault," Carter corrected. He gripped the Remington 870. A trap implies a mechanism waiting to snap shut. A vault requires an external force to break the hinges. Graves needs to break the steel. "Graves employs thermite," Vance said from the cage. "He employs plastic explosives. He breaches the steel when the sun goes down. The darkness provides cover. The darkness multiplies the terror." Carter looked at the wall clock. The red second hand swept across the dial. The afternoon sun continued its slow crawl toward the western horizon. "We hold the position," Carter said. "We wait for the breach." The silence returned to the substation, thicker and heavier than before. Outside, the private army waited. Inside, the lawman waited. In the back, the killer waited. The siege of Bitter Creek commenced. Chapter 11. The concrete blockhouse baked. Severing the municipal power lines killed the rooftop air conditioning compressor. The chilled air inside the substation vanished in minutes, replaced by the suffocating Texas heat pushing through the thick masonry walls. The temperature climbed past 90 degrees. Carter crouched behind the steel reception desk. Sweat soaked the collar of his uniform shirt. It dripped from his chin onto the laminate floor tiles. He kept the Remington 870 pumped and leveled at the heavy steel front door. He tracked the slivers of sunlight creeping across the floor. Toby sat with his back pressed against the cinder block wall, near the filing cabinets. The young deputy looked pale. Dark wet patches stained his tan uniform. His chest heaved with shallow, rapid breaths. He held his Glock in a white knuckle grip, pointing the muzzle at the ceiling tiles. "They intend to roast us," Toby whispered. The dry air cracked his voice. "They intend to force a mistake," Carter said. "Heat makes a man impulsive. It clouds the judgment. Graves expects us to break cover. He expects us to run for the rear alley. We sit inside a brick oven, Sheriff. The air feels heavy. My tongue feels like sandpaper." "Conserve your oxygen," Carter instructed. "Breathe through your nose. Keep your mouth shut." Toby tried to swallow. He produced a dry, clicking sound in his throat. He looked at the freestanding plastic water cooler, stationed in the corner of the lobby. A 5-gallon blue jug sat inverted on top of the white dispenser unit. Condensation beaded on the outside of the plastic, catching the ambient light. "I need a drink," Toby said. "Stay low," Carter warned. "The sniper holds the high ground. He holds an angle on the front window." "The glass stops bullets," Toby argued. He shifted his weight, preparing to stand. "You said the glass turns a bullet into copper dust." "The glass stops handgun calibers," Carter corrected. "It stops buckshot. Kellen carries an State Route 25 precision rifle. He fires a 308 caliber projectile. That round punches through engine blocks. It shatters engine blocks. It will test the rating of that window." Toby stared at the water cooler. Thirst overrode his tactical sense. The primal need for hydration conquered his fear of the unseen shooter across the street. "Just one cup," Toby said. He planted his boots on the linoleum. He pushed himself up the cinder block wall. He abandoned the safety of the floor. He stepped into the open space of the lobby. "Get down," Carter barked. Toby ignored the command. He holstered his Glock. He walked toward the corner. He reached a trembling hand toward the stack of paper cone cups sitting beside the dispenser. He pulled a flimsy paper cone free. He held it beneath the blue plastic spigot. He pressed the lever with his thumb. Clear, cold water splashed into the paper cup. The sound of the splashing water masked the sharp, mechanical crack of the suppressor firing across the street. The .308 caliber bullet struck the concrete window frame. The projectile bypassed the ballistic glass entirely. It slammed into the mortar and cinder block, holding the window assembly in place. The impact sounded like a sledgehammer striking an anvil. The heavy copper-jacketed lead obliterated the concrete. The bullet tumbled through the masonry, shedding its jacket, fragmenting into a jagged mass of raw metal. The core of the bullet ripped through the interior plaster. The mangled projectile struck the center of the 5-gallon water jug. The plastic exploded. 40 pounds of water detonated outward. The hydrostatic shock shredded the heavy blue plastic into hundreds of jagged shrapnel pieces. A tidal wave of cold water washed across the lobby. It hit Toby in the chest, lifting him off his boots. Toby slammed backward onto the linoleum. He hit the floor hard, skidding through the deluge. Concrete dust filled the air, thick and gray. The sharp smell of pulverized rock and burnt gunpowder choked the room. Carter dropped to his stomach. He brought the shotgun stock to his shoulder. He aimed the barrel at the cloud of dust near the shattered window frame. He expected a follow-up shot. He expected the front door to burst open. Silence rushed back into the room, broken only by the sound of the remaining water pouring from the ruined cooler mechanism onto the tiles. Toby lay on his back. Water soaked his uniform. He gasped for air. He patted his chest, his stomach, his face. He searched his own body for a bullet hole. He found wet fabric and a plastic shard embedded in his shirt pocket. He found 0 blood. "I took a hit," Toby stammered. Panic seized his vocal cords. He hit me. He hit the water supply, Vance said. The voice drifted from the rear corridor. The tone lacked any trace of adrenaline. Carter kept his eyes on the dust cloud. Report your status, Toby. I remain intact, Toby stuttered. He rolled onto his side. He scrambled backward like a crab, putting the filing cabinets between himself and the street. He curled his knees to his chest. He missed. A trained marksman ignores the target he intends to hit, Vance stated. The sound of his boots echoed down the hall. He walked to the edge of the corridor, stopping just behind the reinforced steel security door separating the lobby from the cell block. He shot the jug, Carter said. He deprived you of your primary resource, Vance corrected. He understands the ambient temperature. He understands the human body requires hydration to maintain cognitive function. He removed your water. Now he waits for the heat stroke to do the heavy lifting. Carter looked at the shattered masonry around the window. A fist-sized hole allowed a beam of harsh sunlight to cut through the concrete dust. He bypassed the glass, Carter noted. He targeted the structural seam, Vance said. The State Route 25 utilizes a heavy projectile. He calculated the density of the cinder block. He aimed for the mortar joint. It requires precise mathematics. Kellen knows his dope. Carter lowered the shotgun. He wiped the concrete dust from his eyes. He looked at Toby. The deputy sat shivering in a puddle of water despite the suffocating heat. Toby suffered from severe shock. He offered zero combat effectiveness for the remainder of the siege. Carter looked at the pump-action shotgun in his hands. It held 5 rounds of double-aught buckshot. A devastating weapon inside a hallway. A useless length of steel against a sniper positioned on a roof 65 yards away. Carter made his decision. He stood up. He kept his head below the level of the ruined window frame. He walked across the flooded lobby. His boots splashed in the standing water. He punched the key code into the pad next to the corridor door. The lock clacked. He pulled the door open. He stepped into the hallway. He faced the killer. Vance stood with his hands resting by his sides. His face showed zero emotion. He looked past Carter, observing the destruction in the lobby. You require a long gun, Vance observed. Buckshot lacks the necessary reach. Toby checks out, Carter said. The kid folded. I lack the manpower to defend 2 exits against a coordinated breach. Graves commands 12 operators, Vance said. He utilizes flashbangs. He utilizes breaching charges. He hits the front door and the rear alley door simultaneously. You point the shotgun at the front, he shoots you in the back of the head from the alley. Carter pulled the heavy brass ring of keys from his belt. He selected a flat, jagged key. He walked past Vance. He approached the heavy steel door of the evidence locker located at the end of the cell block. He inserted the key. He turned the deadbolt. He threw the heavy iron latch. The locker swung open. The smell of gun oil and seized marijuana wafted into the hallway. Carter ignored the shelves of bagged narcotics and stolen electronics. He reached into the upright rifle rack. He wrapped his thick hand around the polymer handguard of a seized weapon. He pulled out an AR-15 carbine. A local cartel runner smuggled the weapon across the border 2 years ago. Carter confiscated it during a routine traffic stop. The rifle featured a 16-inch barrel, a collapsible stock, and a holographic red dot sight mounted to the upper receiver. It lacked the sophisticated engineering of the military hardware employed by Cross Energy, but it fired the standard 5.56 mm cartridge. It offered range. It offered a high rate of fire. Carter checked the chamber. It sat empty. He grabbed 3 loaded 30-round Magpul polymer magazines from the shelf above the rack. He turned around. He walked back to Vance. Carter held the AR-15 out, offering the weapon to the man who walked into his station and confessed to 3 murders. "You select your angles," Carter said. "You establish the defensive perimeter in the rear corridor. You prevent Graves from breaching the alley door. I hold the lobby. I hold the front steps." Vance looked at the black rifle. He looked at the 3 loaded magazines in Carter's offhand. He did not reach for the weapon immediately. He studied the sheriff's face. "You hand a loaded firearm to a man facing a lethal injection," Vance said. "The state holds a dim view of such localized pardons." "Richard Cross dictates the state law tonight," Carter said. "He brought a corporate army to slaughter my town. He forged a deed to steal my brother's land. I revoke his authority. I recognize a common enemy." Carter pushed the rifle closer. "Take the weapon, Vance. Earn your bunker." Vance reached out. His calloused hands closed around the polymer grip and the handguard. He pulled the weapon against his chest. He accepted the 3 loaded magazines, sliding them into the cargo pockets of his denim jeans. Vance checked the holographic sight. He hit the power button. The red reticle glowed against the glass lens. He flipped the selector switch from safe to semi-automatic. He slapped a magazine into the magwell. He pulled the charging handle, chambering a round with a sharp, metallic snap. The dynamic of the room shifted. A predator just regained its teeth. "Stay away from the fatal funnel," Vance instructed. He pointed the barrel toward the steel front door. "A doorway frames your silhouette. It provides a perfect aiming point. You hold the corners. You force them to enter the blind space." "I understand room clearance," Carter grunted. "Then understand the shadows," Vance added. He pointed to the light streaming through the bullet hole in the lobby window. "Keep your body in the dark. Kellen tracks movement across the light beams. You step into the sun, he puts a round through your ear." Vance turned his back on the sheriff. He walked down the corridor toward the rear alley door. He moved with silent feline grace, finding the darkest corner of the concrete hallway. He melded into the shadows, disappearing from view, becoming a ghost armed with a rifle. Carter walked back into the lobby. He crouched behind the steel desk. He rested the barrel of the shotgun on the laminate surface. He listened to the water dripping onto the linoleum tiles. He waited for the sun to drop. He waited for the thermite to burn. Chapter 12. The sun dropped behind the western ridge, taking the light and leaving the heat. Night swallowed Bitter Creek. Without the municipal power grid, the town sank into absolute darkness. No streetlights buzzed to life. No neon beer signs flickered in the tavern windows. A canopy of hard, bright stars appeared over the desert, offering zero illumination to the asphalt below. Inside the substation, the trapped heat morphed into a stagnant, suffocating blanket. The concrete blockhouse absorbed the solar radiation all afternoon, and now radiated it back into the unventilated rooms. Carter sat on the floor behind the steel reception desk. He rested his forearms on his knees. He held a Remington 870 across his lap. He watched the faint gray rectangle of the bullet-shattered front window. It provided the only visual reference point in the black lobby. Toby remained huddled near the filing cabinets. The young deputy's uniform shirt dried stiff with salt and concrete dust. He hugged his knees to his chest. He breathed through his mouth, producing a ragged rhythmic rasp in the quiet room. "They wait for us to sleep," Toby croaked. "They wait for the temperature to drop," Carter said. "Men wearing 30 pounds of body armor and ceramic plates avoid daytime assaults in West Texas. They prefer the cool air. They prefer the tactical advantage of night vision." I can't see my own hands, Sheriff. Close your eyes, Carter instructed. Let your pupils expand. Stop straining them against the dark. Listen to the building. Carter closed his own eyes. He tuned out Toby's ragged breathing. He focused on the micro sounds of the structure. The expansion and contraction of the steel roof joists. The drip of the ruined water cooler hitting the linoleum. He listened for the scrape of a tactical boot on concrete. 50 feet away, down the rear corridor, Ray Vance stood perfectly still. He positioned himself in the deepest shadow of the cell block, wedged between the solid iron bars of cell number 3 and the heavy steel door of the evidence room. He held the seized AR-15 at the low ready. The red dot of the holographic sight hovered in his vision, an angry crimson eye piercing the gloom. Vance controlled his biology. He dropped his heart rate. He took slow, measured breaths through his nose, drawing the air deep into his diaphragm to avoid the sharp intake of a chest breath. He became a fixture of the hallway. A faint scuff sounded beyond the solid steel of the rear alley door. A rat, dragging a discarded food wrapper, produced a similar noise. The wind kicking a piece of loose gravel produced a similar noise. Vance cataloged those variables and discarded them. The rhythm lacked the chaotic scurry of a rodent. It lacked the random tumble of the wind. The sound carried the deliberate, weight-bearing friction of rubber soles on dirty pavement. Vance raised the muzzle of the carbine. He slid his thumb over the safety selector. He pushed the lever from safe to fire with a muted metallic click. A localized hiss penetrated the steel door. It sounded like a massive snake drawing a breath. A sliver of impossible, blinding white light erupted beneath the doorframe. The light sliced through the pitch-black corridor, casting long, grotesque shadows of the iron cell bars against the concrete walls. The light carried zero warmth. It represented pure, violent chemical energy. Thermite, Vance stated. He kept his voice at a conversational volume. The acoustics of the concrete hallway carried the word straight to the lobby. Carter heard the word. He scrambled to his feet. He racked the pump of the shotgun. Stay behind the desk, Carter barked at Toby. Carter sprinted across the lobby. He hit the keypad for the corridor door, shoved his weight against the steel, and burst into the hallway. The brilliant white light from the rear alley door blinded him for a fraction of a second. The operators in the alley applied a military-grade thermite paste to the exposed exterior hinges and the deadbolt housing. A magnesium fuse ignited the mixture of iron oxide and aluminum powder. The chemical reaction generated temperatures exceeding 4,000 degrees Fahrenheit. The heavy steel door did not burn. It melted. The metal hinges glowed cherry red, then incandescent white. Liquid slag dripped onto the concrete threshold, pooling into glowing orange puddles that popped and spat sparks into the air. The hallway filled with the acrid, stinging stench of vaporized iron and scorched paint. "Back up," Vance ordered. He did not turn his head. He kept the red dot trained on the center mass of the door. The steel loses structural integrity in 10 seconds. They hit it with a ram. Carter pressed his back against the concrete wall, sliding down to one knee. He leveled the shotgun down the corridor. He occupied the low angle. Vance occupied the high angle. They created a classic high-low fatal funnel. The hissing stopped. The white glare faded to a dull, angry orange. Boom! A heavy steel battering ram struck the exterior of the door. The impact shook the foundation of the blockhouse. The melted upper hinge tore away from the frame. The door buckled inward at the top corner. Boom! The second strike hit the center plate. The liquefied deadbolt housing sheared apart. The heavy steel door collapsed inward, tearing free of the bottom hinge. It crashed onto the linoleum floor with a deafening screech, throwing a shower of orange sparks down the hallway. Night air rushed into the corridor, bringing the smell of diesel exhaust and desert dust. A black silhouette filled the doorway. The operator wore a dual-tube night vision optic flipped down over his eyes. The lenses glowed with a faint green phosphor ring. He led with the barrel of an M4 carbine. He stepped over the smoking steel door. Vance squeezed the trigger. The AR-15 barked. A brilliant yellow muzzle flash strobed the dark hallway. The sharp crack of the 5.56 mm cartridge echoed off the tight concrete walls, an agonizing spike of sound pressure. Vance fired a controlled pair. 2 rounds, spaced a microsecond apart. Both bullets struck the operator in the center of his chest. The level 4 ceramic plate absorbed the primary kinetic energy, but the sheer blunt force of the impacts stopped the man's forward momentum. He staggered backward, his boots slipping on the slick, cooling slag on the threshold. A second operator stepped into the gap beside the first. He brought his rifle up, searching for targets in the chaotic strobe of the gunfire. Carter pulled the trigger on the Remington 870. The 12-gauge roared. The sound dwarfed the crack of the rifle. A massive cone of fire erupted from the barrel. 9 lead pellets, each the diameter of a 9mm bullet, tore down the hallway at 1,200 feet per second. The spread caught the second operator low. The buckshot bypassed the ceramic chest plate entirely. It shredded his tactical belt, pulverized his right hip bone, and tore through the femoral artery in his upper thigh. The man screamed. The sound tore through the ringing in Carter's ears. It lacked the mechanical discipline of a professional soldier. It carried the raw, high-pitched terror of a man watching his own life pump out onto the floor. The operator collapsed, dropping his rifle. He grabbed his ruined leg, thrashing in the dirt of the alleyway. The first operator recovered his balance. He blind-fired his M4 into the hallway. A 3-round burst chipped the concrete inches from Vance's head. Rock fragments sprayed across Vance's cheek, drawing a thin line of blood. Vance did not flinch. He adjusted his aim, dropping the red dot from the armored chest to the exposed throat of the shooter. Vance fired 1 shot. The operator's head snapped back. The green glow of his night vision goggles disappeared as he fell backward into the dark alley, landing hard on the gravel. "Clear the threshold," a voice bellowed from the alley. "Graves." A cylindrical object bounced through the open doorway. It rolled across the linoleum, stopping 3 feet from the melted door. A flashbang grenade. "Cover!" Vance shouted. Carter squeezed his eyes shut. He pressed his face against the concrete floor. He opened his mouth to equalize the pressure in his eardrums. Vance ducked behind the solid iron pillar of the cell block. The grenade detonated. 7 million candela of light and 170 decibels of sound pressure erupted in the confined space. The blast wave hit Carter like a physical punch to the ribs. It scrambled his equilibrium. White spots danced behind his closed eyelids. A high-pitched whine dominated his hearing. Carter forced his eyes open. He tasted copper. The air hung thick with white smoke and the smell of burnt magnesium. He looked down the corridor. 2 fresh operators sprinted across the threshold under the cover of the smoke. They did not push the assault. They grabbed the drag handles stitched into the back of their downed teammates' plate carriers. They hauled the dead man and the screaming, bleeding man out of the doorway. They dragged them into the black void of the alley. Suppressing fire chewed the exterior brickwork of the substation, keeping Carter and Vance pinned inside the corridor. Rifles chattered from the dark, sending a hail of bullets through the opening. The rounds sparked against the iron bars of the cells and gouged deep divots into the poured concrete. Then the firing stopped. The sudden silence felt heavier than the gunfire. The smoke began to clear, drifting out the ruined doorway into the night sky. The heavy steel door lay flat on the floor, the edges still glowing a faint, angry red. Blood pooled on the linoleum, a dark viscous slick reflecting the starlight. Carter pushed himself up to a kneeling position. His ears rang with a maddening intensity. He checked the chamber of his shotgun. He shoved another red plastic shell into the loading gate, topping off the magazine tube. He looked down the hall at Vance. The killer stepped out from behind the iron pillar. He wiped the streak of blood from his cheek with the back of his thumb. He kept the AR-15 leveled at the open doorway. His breathing remained slow, even, and controlled. "They probed the defense," Vance said. The ringing in Carter's ears made the voice sound distant. "They tested the choke point. They found it expensive. They dragged their wounded," Carter said. His own voice sounded muffled. "A temporary retreat," Vance corrected. He walked forward, his boots stepping over the puddles of blood and the cooling slag. He stopped near the open threshold, keeping his body pressed tight to the interior wall. He stared into the black alley. "Graves understands the geometry now," Vance said. "He knows the hallway requires blood to conquer. He shifts his strategy. He stops trying to break the vault." "What does he do?" Carter asked. He stood up, his knees aching from the hard concrete. Vance looked back at the sheriff. The red dot of the optic cast a faint crimson glow across the killer's cold, flat eyes. "He burns it to the ground." Chapter 13. The melted steel of the alley door cooled, turning from angry orange to a dull dead gray. It ticked and popped as the metal contracted in the night air. Silence reclaimed the rear corridor of the substation. The ringing in Carter's ears subsided to a manageable hum. He remained kneeling behind the solid iron pillar of the cell block, the Remington 870 resting across his thigh. The smell of vaporized iron, burnt magnesium, and fresh blood coated the back of his throat. 50 feet away, the front lobby sat in total darkness. Toby remained huddled against the filing cabinets. The young deputy stopped, shivering. He transitioned into a catatonic stillness. Vance stood flat against the concrete wall near the ruined threshold. He kept the muzzle of the AR-15 pointed at the ground, but his thumb rested on the fire selector switch. He watched the black void of the alley. The starlight offered minimal illumination. A pebble clattered against the exterior brickwork. The sound lacked the heavy, deliberate weight of a tactical boot. It sounded small. It sounded hesitant. Vance raised the carbine. He tucked the polymer stock into his shoulder. The red dot of the holographic optic floated in the center of the open doorway. A shadow detached itself from the deeper darkness behind a rusted commercial dumpster. "Don't shoot," a voice whispered. The voice cracked. "I bring 0 weapons." Vance kept the red dot centered on the mass of the shadow. "Step into the starlight. Keep your hands clear of your waist." A man shuffled into the faint ambient light. He wore a faded canvas work jacket over a grease-stained undershirt. A battered Houston Astros baseball cap sat low on his forehead. He held a brown paper grocery sack in his left hand and a dented steel thermos in his right. Carter recognized the slouch. He recognized the cap. "Hold your fire, Vance," Carter called out. He stood up. His knees popped in the quiet corridor. "That is Arlo. He runs the repair garage on the edge of town." Vance did not lower the rifle. Arlo bypassed a perimeter guarded by Tier 1 operators. "They watch the main avenues," Arlo whispered. He edged closer to the melted threshold. He stepped carefully over the cooling slag. "They utilize thermal optics. They look for heat signatures in the open. They ignore the drainage culvert running behind the hardware store. The concrete pipe masks the body heat. I crawled 100 yards on my stomach." Arlo stepped fully into the hallway. He smelled of old motor oil, stale sweat, and hickory smoke. "You took a massive risk," Carter said. He walked toward the mechanic. "Graves shoots trespassers on sight." The town watches the street, Ben, Arlo said. He used the sheriff's first name. We sit in our living rooms. We watch these corporate goons smash up the roadhouse. We listen to the gunfire. We recognize a hostile takeover. Tom sits on his front porch with a 12-gauge. Hector locked himself inside his barbershop. Arlo held out the brown paper sack. Grease spotted the bottom of the cheap paper. I smoked a brisket for 14 hours yesterday, Arlo said. Post oak and mesquite. I wrapped it in butcher paper. The power died an hour ago. The refrigerator stopped humming. I hate wasting good meat. Carter took the sack. The bottom felt warm. The rich, heavy aroma of rendered beef fat and cracked black pepper hit his nostrils. His stomach cramped, reminding him he last ate a stale donut at dawn. Arlo held out the steel thermos. Coffee. I brewed it right before they cut the grid. It retains some heat. Vance finally lowered the muzzle of the carbine. He stepped out of the shadows. He accepted the thermos from the mechanic. He unscrewed the plastic cup. He twisted the stopper and poured the dark liquid. Steam rose in the cool hallway air. Vance drank the coffee black. He finished the cup in 2 swallows. You crawled through a storm drain to deliver catering, Vance said. He handed the cup back. You hold back a secondary motive. I hold back intelligence, Arlo corrected. I run a garage. I understand mechanics. I understand combustion. Carter tore open the brown paper sack. He unwrapped the grease-soaked butcher paper inside. Slices of smoked brisket lay piled together. The meat featured a deep red smoke ring and a charred peppery crust. He grabbed a thick slice with his bare fingers. He took a bite. The rendered fat melted on his tongue. He swallowed the meat without chewing much. He handed the package to Vance. Vance took a piece of the brisket. He ate it with the same mechanical efficiency he applied to reloading a weapon. Fuel for the machine. Carter took a second slice and walked back to the lobby. He found Toby sitting in the dark puddle near the cabinets. Carter shoved the meat into the young deputy's hands. Eat, Carter ordered. Force it down. Your body requires the calories. Toby took the meat. He stared at it in the gloom, then took a small, hesitant bite. Carter walked back to the rear corridor. He chewed his second piece of beef. Talk to me, Arlo. What occupies Richard Cross out there? Arlo wiped a smear of grease from his chin. Cross sits inside his $1 million bus. His men do the labor. They back 2 of those heavy dump trucks up to the hardware store next door. They fortify their position, Vance observed. They siphon diesel fuel, Arlo said. I watched them from the roof of my garage before I dropped into the culvert. They unspooled a thick rubber hose. They pull diesel straight from the truck tanks. They spray it across the wooden pallets stacked in the hardware store alley. Carter stopped chewing. The brisket turned to ash in his mouth. The hardware store shares a party wall with this substation, Carter said. The hardware store features dry rot timber construction, Arlo confirmed. The building went up in 1960. It holds thousands of gallons of paint thinner, kerosene, and fertilizer in the rear storage room. The roof utilizes tar and gravel. Vance looked at the solid concrete walls of the cell block. Concrete resists fire. Concrete acts as an excellent conductor of heat, Arlo countered. He pointed a grease-stained finger at the ceiling. You sit inside a sealed box. No ventilation. No air conditioning. They ignite the hardware store. The fire burns at 2,000 degrees. The heat transfers through the shared wall. The air inside this station superheats. The oxygen burns away. They turn the bunker into a kiln, Carter said. They bake you, Arlo said. Or they force you to open the doors and run out into the street. The sniper waits for you to run. The strategic brilliance of the move hit Carter hard. Graves recognized the high cost of a direct frontal assault. The thermite breach proved the hallway demanded too much blood. Fire offered a clean, localized solution. Fire destroyed the evidence. Fire erased the men holding the evidence. A corporate cleanup crew hauls the charred rubble away in the morning, claiming a tragic municipal disaster. How long until they strike the match? Carter asked. They drench the perimeter now, Arlo said. They require absolute saturation to ensure the fire spreads to the chemical storage room. I estimate 20 minutes. 30 at the outside. Carter looked at Vance. The killer finished his piece of brisket. He wiped his hands on his denim jeans. We lose the structure, Vance stated. He offered zero panic. He simply calculated the new variables. We burn or we take a bullet, Toby said. The young deputy stood in the doorway connecting the lobby to the corridor. He finished his meat. The calories put a slight tremor of energy back into his legs, but fear still dominated his voice. We changed the geometry, Vance said. Vance walked to the melted alley door. He looked out into the night. He studied the sightlines. He studied the angles of the adjacent buildings. The jammer blocks the cellular signal, Vance said. We need an external force to disrupt the perimeter. We need the state police. We need the Texas Rangers. Cross controls the local grid, but he lacks the manpower to fight a state-level tactical team. The hard lines sit cut in the dirt, Carter said. The cell towers bounce static. The railroad, Arlo said. Carter and Vance both turned to look at the mechanic. The old Union Pacific line runs past the edge of town, Arlo explained. The train stopped running 5 years ago, but the maintenance sheds remain. The rail company installed a microwave dispatch relay tower on top of the old switch house. It operates on a dedicated, closed-loop frequency. It punches straight through localized jammers. It connects directly to the state dispatch hub in Austin. Carter felt a surge of hope, sharp and sudden. Does the equipment still draw power? It utilizes an independent solar array and a backup battery bank, Arlo said. I serviced the batteries myself 6 months ago for the county. The panel sits live. You hit the emergency squawk button, and open channel broadcasts to the Rangers. Distance? Vance asked. Half a mile, Arlo said. Straight down the storm drain. You exit behind the grain silos. You cross 50 yards of open dirt to reach the switch house. Vance looked at Carter. I hold the station. I hold their attention. You make the run. Carter looked at his heavy boots. He looked at his thick waist. He considered the 50 yards of open dirt. I run like a crippled tractor. Kellen spots me. He drops me before I cover 10 yards. Toby stepped forward. The young deputy clutched the empty brown paper sack in his hands. He crushed the paper into a tight ball. He looked at the melted door. He looked at the dark alley. I run, Toby said. Carter stared at the kid. You sit in shock, Toby. Your hands shake. My hands shake, Toby agreed. He tossed the crushed paper sack onto the linoleum. My legs work. I ran track in high school. I know the storm drains. I caught teenagers drinking down there every Friday night for 2 years. I know every turn. Carter weighed the options. The hardware store next door sat soaked in diesel fuel. The clock ticked down to a fiery death. Toby offered the only viable speed. Vance stepped up to the deputy. He looked into Toby's terrified eyes. You hit the concrete pipe, Vance instructed. His voice carried a hard, flat edge. You run. You ignore the dark. You ignore the rats. You reach the silos. You check your angles. You sprint the open dirt. You hit the button. I hit the button, Toby repeated. If they spot you, Vance added. If they engage you, you keep running. You do not turn back to return fire. You do not stop to bandage a wound. You run until your heart explodes or you hit the broadcast switch. Toby nodded. He drew his Glock. He checked the chamber. He held the weapon tight against his chest. Arlo pointed toward the rear alley. The grate sits 20 yards to the left. Just past the dumpster. The iron bars slide free. I greased the tracks. Get out of here, Arlo, Carter said. Go back to your garage. Lock your doors. Do not play hero. Arlo picked up his empty thermos. I plan to sit in my bathtub with my shotgun, Ben. Good luck. The mechanic slipped out the door, dissolving back into the shadows of the alley, a ghost returning to the dark. Carter looked at Toby. He gripped the young man's shoulder. He squeezed hard. Make the call, Toby. Bring the cavalry. Toby took a deep breath. He stepped over the melted steel door. He plunged into the West Texas night, a solitary runner racing against the smell of diesel fuel and the strike of a match. Chapter 14. The iron grate scraped against the concrete tracks. The sound echoed down the drainage culvert, a harsh scrape of metal on stone, and then stopped. Toby vanished into the earth. Carter stared at the empty space behind the rusted dumpster. The night swallowed the young deputy. The success of the entire operation now rested on a terrified kid navigating a pitch-black pipe shared with scorpions and feral cats. Vance stepped away from the ruined threshold. He moved back into the center of the corridor. He kept the AR-15 seated against his shoulder. He scanned the dark alley, his eyes tracking the shadows for any movement from Graves's men. A new smell infiltrated the stagnant air of the police station. It started as a faint chemical tang. It thickened into a heavy, greasy odor. The smell of raw, uncombusted diesel fuel. It seeped through the porous cinder blocks, sharing the property line with the hardware store next door. It crawled under the floorboards. Carter coughed. The fumes burned the back of his throat. They saturate the target, Vance said. They coat the pallets. They coat the exterior walls. They intend to create a thermal runaway. We possess 20 minutes, Carter said. He checked his heavy stainless steel wristwatch. The luminous hands glowed green in the dark hallway. Maybe less. Arlo guessed 30, but Graves works with professional urgency. Carter walked to the heavy steel door of the evidence locker. He kicked it shut. The latch clicked. He did not want the confiscated narcotics burning and adding toxic fumes to the impending oven. He grabbed 2 extra boxes of 12-gauge buckshot from a bottom shelf before securing the room. He walked back to the iron pillar. He set the cardboard boxes on the concrete floor. He loaded the remaining loose shells from his bandolier into the shotgun's tubular magazine. I hold a question, Carter said. He shoved a red plastic shell past the loading gate. It bothers my logic. Vance kept his focus on the alley. Logic dictates you focus on the breach points. The breach points stand secure for the moment, Carter countered. The diesel fumes demand my attention, but the motive demands an explanation. You possess a specific set of skills. You possess the nerve to execute 3 men in broad daylight. You understand tactical geometry. I calculate the variables, Vance agreed. Then explain the variable of location, Carter said. He racked the pump of the shotgun. He rested the weapon across his knees. You targeted Richard Cross. You recognized Cross ordered the hits on the Garza family and my brother. You decided to cancel his operation. A precise assessment. So why bring the war to Bitter Creek? Carter asked. The frustration bled into his tone. He gestured to the suffocating, dark concrete walls around them. Why draw a billionaire and a private army to a dying desert town? Why shoot his lawyers and his muscle? You own a sniper rifle. You own explosives. You travel light. Why skip the direct approach? Put a bullet in his skull in Dallas. End the problem at the source. Vance lowered the muzzle of the carbine a fraction of an inch. He turned his head. The red dot of the optic cast a faint crimson sheen on the sweat coating his jawline. Dallas represents a fortress, Vance said. He lives in a penthouse, Carter argued. He eats at public restaurants. He walks from his car to the lobby. He never walks, Vance corrected. He shifted his weight, resting his back against the cool iron bars of the holding cell. Richard Cross occupies the top 3 floors of the Cross Energy Tower in downtown Dallas. The building utilizes biometric security, retinal scanners, vein pattern recognition on the elevator call buttons. The elevators require a physical key card and a corresponding thumbprint to access the penthouse levels. Carter listened. The scope of the billionaire's paranoia painted a grim picture. He employs a permanent security detail, Vance continued. 3 shifts. 8 hours each. 4 men per shift. They monitor the perimeter. They monitor the air intake vents for chemical agents. They employ counter-sniper lasers on the roof. They sweep the surrounding skyscrapers for optic glint every 15 minutes. He leaves the building, Carter said. He attends board meetings. He attends charity galas. He travels in the Prevost, Vance said. He pointed the barrel of the rifle toward the front of the station, indicating the massive motor coach idling in the street. You observed the vehicle. Level B7, armor. The chassis features a V-hull design, borrowed from military MRAPs. It deflects the blast of an improvised explosive device outward. The glass stops a .50 caliber armor-piercing incendiary round. You hit him transitioning from the building to the bus, Carter suggested. The bus parks in a subterranean garage, Vance explained. Concrete walls. No line of sight from the street. The operators clear the garage before the elevator doors open. They form a diamond formation around him. They utilize ballistic briefcases. They pop the briefcases open, forming a Kevlar shield wall. You get 0 angles. You get 0 opportunities for a clean shot. Carter absorbed the data. He recognized the impossibility of a conventional assassination. Richard Cross insulated himself from consequence using a wall of money and specialized violence. You target the head, you break your teeth against the armor, Vance said. You require the target to leave the armor. You amputated his limbs, Carter realized. I eradicated his primary acquisition team, Vance said. He turned his gaze back to the dark alley. I killed Alan Pierce. Pierce held the legal strategy. I killed Arthur McCready. McCready held the tactical leash. Cross requires the basin by Friday. I destroyed the men tasked with delivering the basin. You forced his hand. I insulted his authority, Vance corrected. A billionaire tolerates financial loss. A billionaire ignores public criticism. A billionaire never tolerates an insult. I left his men bleeding in the dirt on his property. I sent a message that his money held 0 value on the salt flats. Carter wiped a sheet of sweat from his forehead. The temperature inside the corridor continued to climb. The diesel fumes grew thicker, coating his teeth with a slick chemical taste. He needed to respond, Carter said. He needed to supervise the cleanup. He needed to assert dominance, Vance said. He required a public execution. He required the man who killed his team. He required the local sheriff who witnessed the aftermath. He brought the Prevost out of the subterranean garage. He drove it into the open desert. And you locked yourself inside a concrete box. I built an anvil, Vance said. His voice carried the cold precision of a striking hammer. I lacked the firepower to breach the motor coach on the highway. I required Cross to stop the vehicle. I required him to deploy his men. I needed him to focus his entire private army on a single static point. Carter looked around the dark, sweltering cell block. He looked at the melted steel of the rear door. You turned my station into bait, Carter said. I utilized the thickest walls in the county, Vance said. Cross possesses men. He possesses rifles. He lacks air support. He lacks heavy artillery. He cannot drop a bomb on this building. He must dig us out. The process requires time. The process requires proximity. He sits outside in the street, Carter noted. He stepped out of the bus to deliver the ultimatum, Vance said. He broke protocol. He exposed his silhouette. The frustration overrides his security training. Carter gripped the pump of the shotgun. He understood the lethal chess match. Vance manipulated a man who believed himself immune to manipulation. Vance used the billionaire's own arrogance as a weapon, drawing him into a filthy, dying town where corporate lawyers and biometric scanners offered zero protection. Graves recognizes the trap, Carter said. He recognizes the cost of a direct assault. That explains the diesel fuel. He bypasses the concrete. He intends to smoke the badger out of the hole. Graves adapts, Vance agreed. He utilizes the environment. The heavy silence returned. The ticking of the cooling metal door ceased. A new sound replaced it. A low, rhythmic sloshing noise drifted through the shared cinderblock wall. It sounded like a heavy mop slapping against a concrete floor. The operators next door dumped the final gallons of raw fuel across the hardware store inventory. They finished the saturation, Vance noted. Toby needs to run fast, Carter said. Toby navigates the dark, Vance replied. Fear provides excellent motivation. He will break his own physical limits. A sudden, sharp scrape of a boot on asphalt echoed from the alleyway. Vance snapped the rifle stock tight against his shoulder. He leaned out from the shadows, acquiring a sight picture through the melted doorway. A single operator sprinted across the gap between the hardware store and the rusted dumpster. He moved with explosive speed. He did not carry a rifle. He carried a flare gun. The operator raised the flare gun. He pointed the wide plastic barrel toward the rear loading door of the hardware store. The wooden loading door dripped with fresh diesel fuel. He strikes the match, Vance said. Vance pulled the trigger. The AR-15 cracked, a sharp whip of sound in the confined space. The 5.56 millimeters round crossed the alley in a microsecond. The bullet struck the operator in the shoulder, spinning him off balance. The operator stumbled. His finger contracted inside the trigger guard of the flare gun. The flare gun fired. A blinding red phosphorus shell erupted from the barrel. It hissed through the air, leaving a thick trail of white smoke. The operator stumbled, threw the aim off. The flare missed the soaked wooden loading door. The burning red shell struck the rusted metal siding of the hardware store, bounced off the corrugated steel, and landed in a puddle of stagnant rainwater near the dumpster. It hissed and sputtered, casting a hellish red glow across the gravel, but it failed to ignite the diesel fuel. The wounded operator scrambled behind the dumpster, clutching his bleeding shoulder. He missed the fuel, Carter said. He let out a breath he didn't realize he held. A temporary delay, Vance said. He kept the red dot trained on the edge of the dumpster. Graves holds a dozen men. They hold lighters. They hold incendiary grenades. The fire comes, Sheriff. Prepare for the heat. Chapter 15. Absolute blackness consumed the storm drain. Toby kept his left hand pressed against the cold, curved concrete of the pipe wall. He held his Glock 17 in his right hand. He kept his trigger finger indexed flat against the polymer frame. He pointed the muzzle into the unseen void ahead. He placed one boot in front of the other. The pipe measured 60 inches in diameter. He crouched, forcing his spine into an unnatural, agonizing curve. Lactic acid flooded his thigh muscles within the first 50 yards. The air tasted of methane, rotting mesquite leaves, and decades of forgotten rain. Stagnant water gathered in the center channel. A slick sludge of algae and motor oil washed down from the street grates, coated the bottom. His rubber soles slipped. He fought for traction. Every step produced a wet splash. The sound echoed off the curved walls, returning to his ears as a distorted rhythmic slap. He stopped moving. He listened. He heard his own pulse hammering behind his eardrums. He heard the ragged rasp of his own breath, pulling the foul air into his lungs. He heard nothing from the alleyway behind him. The iron grate sat closed. Vance guarded the entrance. Carter guarded the lobby. He forced his legs to pump. He pictured the hardware store. He pictured the wooden pallets soaking up the diesel fuel. He imagined the red phosphorus flare hitting the puddle. He imagined the thermal runaway Arlo described. A 2,000-degree furnace cooking his friends alive inside a sealed concrete box. The image provided the necessary terror. The terror fueled his momentum. He transitioned from a crouch walk to a hunched, splashing jog. The corrugated concrete tore the fabric of his uniform shirt at the shoulder. He ignored the sting. He ignored the cobwebs clinging to his face. He ignored the unseen things scuttling away from his boots in the dark. The pipe turned sharp to the right. Toby bounced off the concrete, bruising his left elbow. He corrected his balance. A faint, ambient gray light appeared in the distance. The exit. He pushed his speed. His chest heaved. The gray dot expanded, taking the shape of a circular iron grate barring the end of the culvert. Silhouettes of dead weeds choked the lower half of the opening. He reached the end of the line. He dropped to his knees in the sludge. He holstered his pistol. He grabbed the rusted iron bars with both hands. Arlo claimed he greased the tracks. Arlo lied, or the desert dust ruined the grease. The iron refused to yield. Toby braced his boots against the slick concrete floor. He engaged his core. He threw his entire body weight backward, hauling on the vertical bars. Flakes of rust bit into his palms. The metal groaned. The grate slid 6 inches to the left. He adjusted his grip. He pulled a second time. The iron shrieked, a terrible metal-on-metal screech, and slid open just enough to clear his shoulders. Toby squeezed through the gap. He tumbled out of the pipe. He landed face first in the dry dirt. The night air hit him. It felt 10 degrees cooler than the suffocating pipe. It smelled of sagebrush and coal dust, a stark and beautiful contrast to the raw sewage. He rolled onto his back. He stared up at the canopy of hard, bright stars. He allowed himself 3 seconds to breathe. 3 seconds to feel the solid earth beneath his spine. He rolled onto his stomach. He drew his Glock. He pushed himself up to a low crouch. 3 massive concrete grain silos towered over him. The structures sat abandoned for a decade. Peeling white paint flaked off the curved walls. The silos cast deep, impenetrable shadows across the dirt. Toby used the concrete curves for cover. He skirted the edge of the silos. He peered around the final structure. The old Union Pacific rail yard stretched out before him. Parallel lines of rusted steel tracks cut across the flat earth. Weeds grew waist-high between the wooden ties. A dozen dead boxcars sat parked on a spur line, forgotten relics of the oil boom. The corrugated steel sides of the cars looked black in the starlight. 50 yards across the open dirt, the switch house stood alone. It resembled a square cinderblock bunker. A steel ladder bolted to the exterior wall led to a flat tar roof. A microwave dish the size of a trash can lid sat mounted to a heavy steel tripod on the roof. The dish pointed south, aiming toward the distant state capitol. Toby scanned the 50 yards of open ground. He looked for the green glow of night vision goggles. He looked for the sharp silhouette of a man holding an M4 carbine. He looked for movement among the rusted boxcars. The yard sat dead and still. He remembered Vance's instruction. Check your angles. Sprint the open dirt. Toby exploded from the shadow of the silo. He abandoned stealth. He abandoned the low crouch. He stood upright and pumped his arms. His boots hammered the hard-packed dirt. He kept his eyes locked on the cinderblock switch house. The distance closed. 40 yards. 30 yards. His lungs burned. The track meet memories felt like a different lifetime. He carried an extra 20 pounds of duty gear and a decade of cheap beer on his frame now. 20 yards. He reached the first set of steel tracks. He hurdled the rusted rail. His trailing boot clipped the metal. He stumbled. He threw his left hand out, catching his balance on the wooden tie before his face hit the gravel. He pushed off, regaining his stride. 10 yards. He hit the cinderblock wall of the switch house. He slammed his back against the rough masonry. He gasped for air. He held the Glock in a two-handed grip, sweeping the muzzle left, then right. Nothing moved in the yard. He made the crossing unseen. He holstered the pistol. He grabbed the bottom rung of the steel ladder. The metal felt cold and pitted with rust. He climbed. He pulled his body weight up, rung by agonizing rung. His bruised elbow screamed in protest. He reached the roof parapet. He rolled over the low wall. He laid flat on the sticky tar paper. The microwave dish loomed over him. Thick black coaxial cables ran from the back of the dish down into a weatherproof gray steel NEMA enclosure, bolted to the roof deck. Toby crawled to the gray box. A heavy steel latch secured the door. He popped the latch. He swung the door open. Inside the box, a complex array of circuit boards and copper wiring filled the upper half. In the lower half, a bank of 4 deep-cycle marine batteries sat wired in series. A single brilliant green LED pulsed on the primary circuit board. Arlo told the truth. The solar array fed the batteries. The system held a charge. A red plastic emergency button, the size of a $50, sat mounted to a polished aluminum plate in the center of the box. Stenciled white letters above the button read, "Emergency Dispatch Override." Toby reached for the red button. Headlights cut across the desert floor. The brilliant white halogen beams swept across the rusted boxcars, casting long, frantic shadows against the grain silos. The lights bounced and jumped as the vehicle navigated the rough access road leading into the rail yard. The deep, heavy rumble of a large V8 engine broke the silence of the night. Toby dropped flat against the tar roof. He pressed his cheek against the rough surface. He peeked over the parapet edge. A black Chevrolet Suburban rolled into the yard. Graves recognized the blind spot. The corporate security chief deployed a roving patrol to secure the outer perimeter. The Suburban crept along the tracks, the tires crunching heavy on the gravel ballast. A roof-mounted spotlight flicked on. The tight white beam hit the grain silos, then tracked down the line of dead boxcars. The Suburban rolled closer to the switch house. The spotlight beam swept across the cinderblock wall, missing the roof by inches. Toby pulled his head down. He looked at the open metal box. He looked at the red button. If he hit the button, a two-way radio channel opened. The speaker inside the box might crackle to life with a dispatcher's voice. The noise would echo across the quiet yard. The operators in the Suburban would hear it. They would swarm the building. He remembered Vance's final instruction. If they spot you, keep running. Do not turn back. Run until your heart explodes or you hit the switch. Toby did not run. He held his ground. He reached into the metal box. He placed his thumb over the red plastic circle. He pressed the button deep into the aluminum plate. He held it down. A sharp electronic tone emitted from a small speaker inside the enclosure. A localized squawk designed to confirm the transmission. The spotlight beam from the Suburban stopped sweeping the boxcars. The beam snapped back. It hit the microwave dish. It flooded the flat tar roof with blinding white light. Toby squeezed his eyes shut against the glare. He drew his Glock. He kept his thumb mashed against the red dispatch button. He waited for the dispatcher to answer. He waited for the corporate mercenaries to open fire. He braced himself for the end of the line. Chapter 16. Texas Department of Public Safety. State Dispatch. Identify your emergency. The voice cut through the desert night. It erupted from the small speaker inside the gray steel NEMA enclosure. The audio carried a thick layer of static, but the woman's tone sounded bored, bureaucratic, and beautiful. Toby kept his thumb mashed against the red plastic button. The halogen spotlight from the Suburban blinded him. The beam washed out his vision, turning the world into a stark landscape of white glare and harsh black shadows. He turned his face away from the light, pressing his cheek against the sticky tar paper of the roof. "Deputy Toby Miller," Toby croaked. His throat felt full of sand. He swallowed hard, forcing moisture over his vocal cords. "Bitter Creek County. Badge number 427. We sit under siege." Silence stretched over the open channel. The hum of the microwave relay dish vibrated through the roof deck into Toby's ribs. "Repeat, Bitter Creek," the dispatcher said. The boredom vanished from her voice. The professional edge took over. "Confirm you are under fire." "Triple homicide at the Salt Flats," Toby said. He spoke into the metal box, his face inches from the circuit boards. A corporate strike team hit the town. They severed the hard lines. They jammed the cell towers. They parked an armored motor coach on Main Street. Down in the rail yard, the doors of the black Suburban flew open. Heavy tactical boots hit the gravel ballast. Equipment rattled. Men shouted. The spotlight operator swiveled the beam, trying to pinpoint the source of the radio transmission. The audio echoed off the massive curved concrete walls of the grain silos, creating a deceptive acoustic bounce. He bypassed the net, a voice roared from the dirt. "Roof of the switch house. Take the roof." Toby ignored the men below. He focused on the green LED pulsing inside the metal box. He focused on the voice of the dispatcher. "Deputy Miller, I copy a localized communications blackout," the dispatcher said. "I copy a siege. Identify the hostile force." "Cross Energy," Toby said. "Richard Cross brought a private army. They intend to burn Substation 4. They intend to kill Sheriff Carter. We hold a prisoner. Send the Rangers. Send the state tactical teams. We need armor." A 3-round burst of 5.56 millimeters gunfire shattered the night. The bullets chewed into the cinder block wall of the switch house, 3 feet below the parapet. Chunks of pulverized masonry rained down on the steel ladder. The mercenaries employed suppressing fire. They intended to keep Toby pinned to the tar while they advanced. Toby pulled his thumb off the red button. He grabbed his Glock 17 with both hands. He crawled backward, dragging his belly across the rough roof surface. He put the gray steel communications box between himself and the edge of the roof. "Dispatch, do you copy?" Toby yelled. "Copy, Bitter Creek," the radio crackled. "Troop F is mobilizing. Interceptor units are en route from the interstate. ETA is 20. The radio transmission cut out, drowned by the sound of boots hammering the steel rungs of the exterior ladder. They climbed fast. The metal clanged under their weight. Toby raised the Glock. He braced his forearms against the tar. He aimed the square sights at the gap in the parapet wall where the ladder crested the roofline. He regulated his breathing. He remembered his academy training. Focus on the front sight post. Squeeze, do not pull. A black Kevlar helmet broke the plane of the roof. Toby fired. The 9mm hollow point struck the front curve of the ballistic helmet. The round failed to penetrate the Kevlar, but the kinetic energy snapped the operator's head backward. The man grunted, a short, sharp exhalation of air. He lost his grip on the steel rung. He tumbled backward, falling 10 feet into the gravel with a heavy, bone-jarring thud. "Man down," a voice screamed from the base of the ladder. More gunfire erupted. A sustained barrage of automatic fire chewed the edge of the roof. The bullets tore through the tar paper and shattered the underlying wood decking. Splinters flew into the air. Toby flattened himself. He covered the back of his neck with his hands. He tasted ozone and vaporized lead. "Hold your fire," a new voice commanded. The automatic weapons ceased. Toby recognized the voice. It carried a calm, terrifying authority that cut through the chaos of the rail yard. "Graves." The security chief abandoned the roadhouse and crossed the town to plug the leak in his perimeter. "He holds the high angle," Graves said. His voice echoed up the cinderblock wall. "Flash the deck. I want him breathing. He knows what information left this valley." Toby heard the distinct, metallic ping of a grenade spoon releasing. He scrambled to his feet. He abandoned his cover behind the metal communications box. He sprinted toward the opposite edge of the roof, the side facing the dead boxcars. A cylindrical steel canister arced over the parapet wall. It bounced once on the tar paper. Toby dove. He stretched his arms out, aiming for the far wall. The flashbang detonated. The explosion robbed Toby of his senses. A blinding flash of white light scorched his retinas, even with his eyes squeezed shut. A shockwave of displaced air slammed into his back, driving the breath from his lungs. His hearing vanished, replaced by a singular piercing frequency that felt like an ice pick driven through his skull. He hit the roof deck hard. His chin struck the tar. Blood filled his mouth. He lay paralyzed. His muscles refused to obey his brain. He tried to push himself up on his elbows. His arms trembled and collapsed. He blinked, trying to clear the starbursts from his vision. Shadows moved across the roof. Blurred, distorted figures stepped over the parapet wall. Toby fumbled for his Glock. His fingers brushed the polymer grip. A combat boot stomped down on his wrist. The bones in Toby's right forearm fractured with a wet, sickening crunch. Pain flared, hot and bright, cutting through the disorientation of the stun grenade. Toby screamed. The sound tore his throat. The boot kicked the Glock away. The pistol skittered across the tar and dropped over the edge of the roof. Strong hands grabbed Toby by the collar of his ruined uniform shirt. They hauled him to his knees. The world spun in dizzying circles. He blinked the blood from his eyes. Graves stood over him. The security chief looked immaculate. The desert wind failed to ruffle his charcoal suit. He held a customized M4 carbine in his right hand. The stock collapsed, the barrel pointing at the roof deck. His eyes resembled chips of black flint. Graves ignored the bleeding deputy. He walked past Toby. He approached the open gray steel NEMA enclosure. Inside the box, the speaker crackled to life again. "Bitter Creek, this is Austin Dispatch. We lost your audio. Tactical units are 5 minutes out. Department of Public Safety helicopters are spinning up. Maintain your position. Acknowledge." Graves stared at the green pulsing LED. He stared at the copper wiring and the complex circuit boards. He understood the scope of the failure. The localized jammer meant nothing against a hardwired microwave relay. The Texas Rangers knew about the siege. They knew about Richard Cross. The timeline just collapsed. The Friday deadline evaporated. Graves raised his M4 carbine. He flipped the weapon upside down, gripping the hot barrel with his bare hands. He raised the heavy, solid steel stock above his head. He brought the steel down on the circuit boards. The impact shattered the green LED. It cracked the fiberglass mounting plates. Sparks showered the interior of the box. Graves lifted the rifle and brought it down a second time. He crushed the transmission relays. He pulverized the speaker. He severed the coaxial cables connecting the box to the microwave dish. The dispatcher's voice died in mid-sentence. The box spat a final curl of acrid gray smoke. The communications link to the outside world severed, plunging Bitter Creek back into total isolation. Graves dropped the rifle to his side. He turned around. He walked back to Toby. Two tactical operators held the young deputy on his knees. Toby cradled his broken right arm against his chest. Tears of pain and sheer terror cut clean tracks through the dirt and concrete dust coating his face. He looked up at the security chief. "You bought them 5 minutes," Graves said. His voice lacked anger. It delivered a cold statement of fact. "The Rangers come," Toby spat. Blood flecked his lips. "They bring armor." 5 minutes, Graves repeated. He adjusted his suit jacket. "A man burns to ash in 3. Graves shifted his grip on the M4 carbine. He stepped into Toby's guard. He drove the steel buttstock of the rifle directly into Toby's face. The impact shattered Toby's nose. It broke his cheekbone. The force of the blow snapped his head backward, ripping him from the grasp of the two operators. Toby collapsed onto the tar paper, a broken, bleeding mass. He did not scream. He lost consciousness before his skull hit the roof. Graves looked down at the deputy. He checked his heavy diver's watch. "Drag him to the Suburban," Graves commanded the two operators. "Throw him in the cargo area. Apply a tourniquet if he bleeds out, but keep him breathing. Mr. Cross requires leverage to open that steel door." Graves keyed the radio on his lapel. "Command to all units," Graves said. He looked out over the dark town, fixing his gaze on the silhouette of the police substation a half-mile away. "The containment is breached. State tactical teams are inbound. We terminate the operation. Strike the match. Burn the hardware store to the foundation." Chapter 17. A heavy, muffled concussion shook the foundation of the police substation. The sound resembled a subterranean earthquake. Vaporized diesel fuel found an open flame. The hardware store next door ignited in a fraction of a second. Inside the rear corridor, the shared cinderblock wall transferred the violence of the ignition. The concrete vibrated against Carter's spine. A hairline crack spiderwebbed across the gray paint near the ceiling. The roar of the fire followed the concussion. It sounded like a freight train, idling on the other side of the masonry. "They struck the match," Carter said. He pushed himself off the floor. Vance stepped away from the melted alley door. He lowered the barrel of the AR-15. He looked at the shared wall. The gray paint began to blister. Tiny bubbles formed on the surface, swelling and popping as the extreme heat baked the moisture out of the cinder blocks. Smoke found the microscopic imperfections in the mortar. Thin black wisps curled into the hallway, smelling of burning tar, synthetic fertilizer, and raw carbon. "The temperature scale's exponential," Vance noted. He did not cough. He regulated his breathing, taking shallow sips of the available oxygen. "The chemical storage room sits 50 feet away. When the flames hit the fertilizer, the roof collapses. The structural integrity of this building fails." Carter looked at his watch. He could not read the luminous dial through the thickening smoke. "Toby hit the switch," Carter said. "He bought the cavalry. We just need to hold the line." Electronic feedback shrieked through the night air, drowning out the roar of the fire. The high-pitched squeal originated from the street. It echoed off the brick storefronts of Main Street, piercing the thick concrete walls of the lobby. Carter left the rear corridor. He moved fast, splashing through the stagnant puddle left by the ruined water cooler. He reached the steel reception desk. He crouched low, resting the Remington 870 across the laminate surface. 4 sets of halogen high beams flooded the front of the station. The operators positioned the black Suburbans in a tight semicircle, aiming the headlights directly at the shattered ballistic window and the reinforced steel door. The brilliant white light cut through the smoke, seeping out of the building. It eliminated the shadows. It turned the lobby into a bleached, overexposed stage. A public address system crackled. Sheriff Carter. Richard Cross abandoned the polite, boardroom cadence. The billionaire's voice boomed through the mounted speakers of the Prevost motor coach. The metallic distortion amplified the underlying tension. Cross understood the collapsing timeline. He understood the Rangers mobilized on the highway. Carter crept toward the shattered window. He kept his head below the jagged concrete opening. He peered over the edge. Cross stood in the center of the asphalt. He held a black plastic microphone attached to a coiled cord leading back to the Prevost. The halogen beams illuminated his tailored Navy suit. "I monitor the state police dispatch channels," Cross announced over the PA. "I acknowledge the distress signal. Texas Ranger tactical units cross the county line. Department of Public Safety helicopters spool their rotors in Austin. The localized isolation ends in 4 minutes." Carter gripped the wooden pump of the shotgun. Cross admitted defeat on the timeline, but he held his ground in the street. "The fire next door reaches 2,000 degrees, Cross continued. "The heat transfers through your shared wall. The oxygen inside your bunker burns away in 3 minutes. You face a mathematical certainty. You burn or you asphyxiate." Cross lowered the microphone. He gestured to the dark space between the Suburbans. Graves stepped into the harsh halogen light. The security chief dragged a body by the collar of a ruined, blood-soaked uniform shirt. Carter felt the breath leave his lungs. He gripped the edge of the window frame. The concrete ground into his palms. Graves hauled Toby Miller to the center of the street. He forced the young deputy to his knees. Toby's right arm hung at an impossible, sickening angle, the bone fractured below the elbow. His face resembled a bruised plum. A dark curtain of blood masked his features, flowing from a shattered nose and a split scalp. Toby swayed. He struggled to keep his head upright. He blinked against the blinding headlights. Graves stood behind the kneeling deputy. The security chief drew his Sig Sauer P226. He pressed the steel muzzle against the base of Toby's skull. Carter leveled the Remington 870. He aimed through the shattered opening. He put the brass bead of the shotgun directly on Graves's chest. "I have the shot," Carter growled. His finger tightened on the trigger. "You hold buckshot," Vance said. The killer stood in the doorway of the lobby. He stepped out of the smoke. The spread expands 1 inch for every yard of travel. The distance measures 20 yards. You pull the trigger, the pattern covers a 20-inch circle. You hit Graves. You hit the deputy. Carter knew the ballistics. He knew Vance delivered the absolute truth. The shotgun offered 0 precision at this range. He lowered the barrel. The impotence burned hotter than the fire raging next door. Cross raised the microphone to his mouth. Deputy Miller demonstrated exceptional bravery, Cross broadcasted. The speakers buzzed. He navigated the storm drain. He fought my security chief. He executed his duty. He bleeds on the asphalt for your stubbornness, Sheriff. Carter wanted to scream. He wanted to kick the steel door open and charge the line of Suburbans. 4 minutes until the state police arrive, Cross repeated. 3 minutes until the roof collapses. I offer a transaction. One final trade before the board resets. Cross pointed a finger at the concrete blockhouse. Send the prisoner out the front door. Send the forged quitclaim deeds. Send the printed email. Hand over the man, hand over the paper, and I instruct Graves to holster his weapon. I leave the deputy in the street. I load my men into the vehicles. We depart the valley before the helicopters arrive. Carter stared through the window. He looked at Toby. The kid gasped for air. Tears cut clean lines through the blood on his cheeks. Toby met Carter's eyes through the shattered glass. The kid offered a microscopic shake of his head. No. He lies, Carter said. He spoke to the empty lobby. He secures the evidence. He shoots Toby anyway. He shoots us as we run from the fire. He tells the truth regarding his own survival, Vance stated. Vance walked across the lobby. The smoke thickened around his knees, banking down from the ceiling. He stopped beside the reception desk. Cross requires a clean escape, Vance explained. He cannot fight a squad of Texas Rangers. The Rangers bring armored Bearcats. They bring superior numbers. Cross needs to sever his connection to the violence in this town. He needs to eliminate the physical evidence of his corporate conspiracy. He needs to eliminate the man who killed his acquisition team. He needs the deeds, Carter said. He needs my brother's forged signature. He needs the paper to burn, or he needs it in his briefcase, Vance agreed. He acquires the evidence. He leaves. He lets the fire consume the station. He lets the state police find a burned building and a beaten deputy. His lawyers spin the narrative in the morning. I refuse the trade, Carter said. He stared at Graves. He stared at the gun pressed against Toby's skull. I cannot hand you over to a firing squad. I cannot surrender the evidence. You let the kid die, Vance challenged. Carter closed his eyes. The heat from the adjacent wall radiated against his skin. Sweat stung his eyes. I lack a choice. I shoot, Toby dies. I trade, Toby likely dies, and Cross wins the valley. You lack the correct perspective, Vance said. Vance reached out. He placed his hand on the barrel of the AR-15. He pressed the magazine release. The polymer magazine dropped into his palm. He pulled the charging handle, ejecting the live round from the chamber. The brass casing hit the puddle on the floor. He laid the empty rifle on the laminate desk. Carter opened his eyes. He looked at the disarmed killer. What are you doing? I accept the transaction, Vance said. He unbuttoned the cuffs of his faded denim shirt. He rolled the sleeves down. He buttoned the collar. He smoothed the fabric. He prepared himself like a man stepping into a formal meeting. You walk out there, Graves puts a bullet in your chest the second you clear the steps, Carter warned. Graves follows orders, Vance corrected. Cross requires the documents. Cross requires the satisfaction of the exchange. Graves waits for the paper. Vance held out his hand. He looked at the rolled parchment deeds sticking out of Carter's uniform pocket. He looked at the printed corporate email resting in the other pocket. Give me the ledger, Vance said. The evidence stays in the bunker, Carter said. He stepped back. The bunker burns in 2 minutes, Vance said. The smoke banked lower. He coughed, a dry, harsh sound. The fire destroys the paper. The fire destroys the sheriff. The fire destroys the hostage in the street, because Graves leaves Toby to bleed out when the sirens approach. Carter looked at the fire, pushing through the mortar. He looked at Toby, kneeling in the halogen glare. The paralysis gripped him. The badge demanded he protect the innocent. The badge demanded he preserve the evidence. The two mandates collided, crushing him in the center. You executed 3 men to stop this, Carter argued. You hand him the deeds, crosswinds. He buys the judge. He mines the lithium. The Garza family died for nothing. I never surrender the board, Vance said. His gray eyes locked onto Carter. The flat, cold intensity returned, burning through the smoke. I changed the geometry. Hand me the folder. Hand me the paper. Carter reached into his pockets. He pulled out the forged quitclaim deeds. He pulled out the printed email. He handed the rolled documents to the killer. Vance took the thick parchment. He unrolled the deeds. He folded the stack of paper in half, creating a sturdy, thick V-shape. He slipped the printed email inside the fold. He walked to the heavy steel front door. He grabbed the hardened security chain. Unlock the deadbolt, Vance commanded. Carter stood frozen for a beat. He looked at the AR-15, resting empty on the desk. He looked at the man, preparing to walk into a wall of automatic weapons. Carter moved to the door. He gripped the metal cylinder of the deadbolt. The steel felt hot. The fire next door baked the entire frame. He turned the lock. The heavy mechanism clacked. He stepped back, gripping the shotgun. Cover the deputy, Vance said. Ignore the motor coach. Ignore Cross. Keep the brass bead on the men holding the rifles. Vance grabbed the handle. He pulled the heavy steel door open. The smoke from the lobby billowed out into the harsh halogen light, a thick gray cloud rolling down the concrete steps. Vance stepped through the doorway. He walked out of the bunker. He walked into the blinding glare of the Suburbans. He held his hands at shoulder height. The folded stack of legal documents rested in his right hand, clearly visible to the billionaire waiting in the street. Do not shoot. Cross bellowed over the megaphone. The command echoed across the asphalt. Hold your fire. The operators behind the Suburbans kept their rifles shouldered, their fingers resting on the trigger guards. Vance stopped at the top of the concrete stairs. He stood exposed. He offered a clean silhouette against the smoke. I bring the paper, Vance shouted. His voice carried over the roar of the fire consuming the hardware store. He stared down at the billionaire. I accept the trade. Chapter 18. The heat from the hardware store fire pushed against Vance's spine. It felt like a physical hand shoving him out of the concrete blockhouse. He walked down the 3 concrete steps. 4 sets of halogen-high beams struck his face. The intense light bleached the color from the street. It turned the dust motes dancing in the air into swirling sparks. Vance narrowed his eyes to thin slits. He ignored the glare. He focused on the dark gaps between the light sources. He identified the outlines of the black Suburbans. He identified the silhouettes of the operators standing behind the open vehicle doors. He counted 8 men holding M4 carbines. He assumed 4 more covered the flanks and the rear alley. Vance stopped at the bottom of the stairs. His boots touched the asphalt of Main Street. Hold your position, Graves commanded. The security chief stood 20 feet away. He kept his left hand gripped in the collar of Toby Miller's ruined uniform shirt. He kept his right hand extended, pressing the muzzle of the Sig Sauer P226 against the back of the deputy's skull. Toby kneeled in a pool of his own blood. The young man swayed, fighting the pull of unconsciousness. His broken right arm hung useless against his ribcage. I bring the transaction, Vance said. His voice cut through the roar of the inferno consuming the building next door. He kept his hands elevated near his shoulders. In his right hand, he gripped the thick folded stack of parchment paper. The forged quitclaim deeds. The printed corporate email rested inside the crease. Richard Cross stood in the center of the semicircle of vehicles. The billionaire looked immaculate. The halogen beams caught the subtle sheen of his tailored navy suit. He held the black plastic microphone of the public address system. He looked at the paper in Vance's hand. Cross smiled. The expression lacked any trace of human warmth. It resembled the grimace of a shark sensing blood in the water. "A pragmatic decision," Cross said over the PA system. The speakers mounted on the Prevost motor coach distorted his voice, adding a metallic echo. "You recognize the shifting paradigm. You adapt." Cross dropped the microphone. It clattered against the asphalt. He stepped forward. "Hold your position, Mr. Cross," Graves warned. The security chief did not turn his head. He kept his eyes locked on Vance. "Let the operators secure the perimeter. Let them secure the subject." Cross ignored his security chief. He walked past the front bumpers of the idling Suburbans. He entered the open space between the vehicles and the concrete steps. "He surrenders the ledger," Graves, Cross said. He kept his eyes fixed on the folded parchment. "He surrenders his leverage. The board resets. I intend to collect my property." Vance watched the billionaire approach. Cross operated on pure ego. The corporate titan believed his net worth generated a physical force field. He believed men holding guns obeyed the rules of high finance. He wanted the visceral satisfaction of taking the forged deeds from the hand of the man who killed his acquisition team. He wanted the physical act of dominance. "Drop the weapon," Vance said. He looked past Cross, locking his gray eyes on Graves. "Step away from the deputy." "The transaction occurs in sequence," Cross corrected. He closed the distance. 10 feet remained between them. "You hand me the documents. I verify the contents. I verify the signatures. Then Graves releases the boy." "You possess zero intention of releasing the boy," Vance said. "The boy represents collateral damage," Cross said. He stopped 5 feet away. The smell of his expensive spicy cologne mixed with the stench of the burning hardware store and the raw diesel fuel. He inserted himself into a corporate acquisition. He suffers the consequences of poor situational awareness. But his survival remains a possibility, provided you hand me the paper. Vance evaluated the geometry of the street. Graves stood 15 feet away, guarding the hostage. 8 operators manned the barricade of Suburbans. Cross stood in the kill zone. Vance lowered his right hand. He brought the folded stack of parchment down to chest height. The paper formed a thick, rigid V-shape. Graves tightened his grip on his pistol. The security chief watched Vance's hands with the paranoid intensity of a combat veteran. "Keep your hands visible. Fan the pages." "He wishes to read the signatures," Vance said. Vance held the parchment out toward Cross. The movement appeared natural. A defeated man surrendering his prize. Cross reached out. His manicured fingers extended toward the edge of the heavy paper. He failed to observe the bulk hidden inside the fold. When Vance retreated into the shadows of the rear corridor in the substation, he did not just wait for the thermite breach. He prepared a contingency. He reached down to his left ankle. He pulled a Sig Sauer P365 subcompact pistol from a Kydex concealment holster. The weapon featured a 3-inch barrel. It weighed 18 ounces loaded. It fired the 9mm cartridge. Vance sandwiched the small pistol inside the folded quitclaim deeds. His palm cupped the bottom of the paper. His index finger rested inside the trigger guard. The thick parchment entirely concealed the black polymer frame and the steel slide. Cross touched the edge of the paper. Vance tightened his grip. He did not draw the weapon. He did not drop the paper. He executed the action in a single, fluid microsecond. He squeezed the trigger. The subcompact pistol detonated inside the folded deeds. The muzzle flash ignited the parchment. A jet of yellow flame erupted through the center of the forged documents. The 9mm hollow point bullet punched a ragged hole through the signature of David Carter. The gunshot sounded muffled, a sharp, flat crack suppressed by the thick layers of legal paper. The bullet struck Richard Cross in the right collarbone. The heavy hollow point expanded upon impact. It shattered the clavicle. It tore through the deltoid muscle. It severed the subclavian artery. The kinetic energy of the round spun the billionaire like a top. Cross let out a sound that resembled a wet cough. The impact lifted him off his expensive leather loafers. He slammed backward onto the asphalt. His tailored navy suit exploded in a mist of bright arterial blood. The street froze for one impossible second. The operators behind the Suburbans stared at the fallen CEO. The concept of the billionaire taking a bullet in the street failed to compute in their tactical brains. Graves computed the action instantly. The security chief abandoned the hostage. He ripped the muzzle of his Sig Sauer away from Toby's head. He pivoted toward Vance. He brought the pistol up, acquiring a sight picture. Vance dropped the burning, ruined parchment. He brought the subcompact pistol up with both hands. He fired a 3-round string at Graves. Crack! 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 The first round missed, shattering the side mirror of a Suburban. The second round struck Graves in the left shoulder, spinning the security chief backward. The third round sparked against the asphalt. Graves fell. He hit the ground hard, losing his grip on his weapon. Contact front, an operator screamed. The hesitation evaporated. The private army unleashed a wall of lead. M4 carbines erupted. Automatic fire tore the night apart. A storm of 5.56mm bullets chewed the concrete steps of the substation. Sparks flew into the air as the round struck the steel doorframe. Vance moved before the first trigger pull. He dove sideways. He hit the asphalt and rolled, putting the solid engine block of the nearest Chevrolet Suburban between himself and the firing line. Bullets shattered the windows of the SUV above his head, raining tempered glass cubes down onto his shoulders. Carter kicked the heavy steel front door open. The sheriff stepped into the doorway. He brought the Remington 870 to his shoulder. He aimed at the cluster of operators, using the center vehicles for cover. He pulled the trigger. The 12-gauge roared. The massive spread of buckshot swept the barricade. The pellets sparked against the armor plating of the Prevost. They shattered windshields. They tore through the radiator grill of a Suburban, sending a geyser of green coolant hissing into the air. The operators scrambled for deeper cover, forced to respect the devastating short-range power of the shotgun. Toby! Carter bellowed over the gunfire. Toby Miller lay flat on the asphalt. The young deputy curled into a tight ball, covering his head with his good arm. Bullets snapped the air inches above his prone body. Vance crouched behind the front tire of the Suburban. He dumped the empty 10-round magazine from the subcompact pistol. He slammed a fresh magazine into the grip. He racked the slide. He looked at the bleeding billionaire, lying in the street. Richard Cross thrashed on the asphalt, clutching his ruined shoulder. Blood pumped through his fingers, pooling around his Italian loafers. The corporate mandate died with the first drop of blood. Vance looked at the armored Prevost motor coach, idling 30 yards away. The pneumatic side door remained open. The engine thrummed, a steady rhythmic promise of escape. Vance looked at the police station. The hardware store roof collapsed with a deafening crash. A pillar of orange flame shot 50 feet into the night sky. The fire began to lick the edge of the substation's flat roof. The bunker faced imminent destruction. The board reset. The geometry changed. Vance pushed himself off the asphalt. He prepared to break the siege. Chapter 19. The front tire of the black Suburban ruptured. A heavy rifle round punched through the thick rubber, releasing a blast of pressurized air. The armored SUV listed on its damaged axle, sagging toward the asphalt. Vance kept his face pressed against the pavement. Sparks rained down on his shoulders as a sustained burst of 5.56mm bullets chewed the steel engine block above his head. The private army unleashed a storm of lead, attempting to eradicate the man behind the front wheel. The heat from the burning hardware store rolled across the street in physical waves. The fire roasted the brickwork of the adjacent buildings. It sucked the oxygen from the air, creating a localized windstorm that whipped the black smoke into a blinding vortex. Carter pumped the Remington 870. The sheriff stood in the doorway of the police station. The concrete frame shielded his body. He stepped into the gap, leveled the shotgun, and pulled the trigger. The 12-gauge boomed, a deep concussive roar cutting through the high-pitched chatter of the carbines. A cloud of double-aught buckshot swept the center of the street. The lead pellets shattered the headlight of a Suburban. They gouged deep craters into the aluminum skin of the Prevost motor coach. The operators flinched. The devastating spread of the shotgun forced them to duck behind their ballistic shields. The rate of incoming fire dropped for 3 crucial seconds. Vance utilized the pause. He slid backward, dragging his body across the abrasive asphalt. He peeked beneath the undercarriage of the damaged SUV. He tracked the movement of the mercenary boots. Graves ignored his bleeding shoulder. The security chief operated on pure, mechanical discipline. His primary objective lay bleeding in the street. Richard Cross thrashed on the pavement. The billionaire clutched his shattered collarbone. Arterial blood pumped through his manicured fingers, forming a bright, spreading pool around his Italian leather loafers. His tailored suit absorbed the crimson fluid, turning the navy wool black in the harsh halogen glare. Graves holstered his pistol. He grabbed Cross by the lapels of the ruined suit jacket. "Covering fire!" Graves bellowed. The security chief hauled the billionaire across the asphalt. He dragged Cross backward toward the open pneumatic door of the Prevost. A thick dark smear of blood marked their path across the street. Cross groaned, a weak wet sound lost in the chaos of the gunfight. 3 operators abandoned their cover behind the Suburbans. They formed a tight wedge around Graves and the wounded CEO. They kept their M4 carbines shouldered. They fired continuous controlled bursts at the police station, suppressing Carter. Bullets chewed the concrete around the sheriff. Stone chips sprayed his face. Carter stepped back into the lobby, seeking the safety of the thick masonry. The steel front door frame sparked and chimed under the barrage. "Deploy the smoke," an operator shouted. Cylindrical canisters bounced across the asphalt. They hissed, spewing thick clouds of white phosphorus smoke. The white chemical fog mixed with the black soot of the burning hardware store. The street vanished. The halogen high beams hit the smoke wall, reflecting the light back and creating an impenetrable glowing barrier. Vance lost his visual line of sight. He heard the chaotic scramble of boots on pavement. He heard the metallic clatter of weapons striking vehicle doors. "Load the principal," Graves ordered. His voice sounded distorted through the fog. "Collapse the perimeter. We initiate a full exfiltration." The heavy pneumatic door of the Prevost hissed. Graves dragged Cross up the metal steps and into the luxury cabin. The operators piled in behind them. The diesel engines of the Suburbans roared in unison. The mercenaries abandoned the siege. The survival of the principal superseded the destruction of the evidence. Cross required a trauma surgeon, and Bitter Creek lacked a hospital. Tires screamed against the asphalt. The heavy SUVs reversed, executing sharp, aggressive J-turns in the middle of Main Street. The massive Prevost lurched forward. The V8 turbo diesel engine spooled, pushing the rolling fortress through the thick smoke. The metal chassis crushed a discarded rifle magazine into the pavement with a loud crack. The convoy accelerated. The red taillights blurred and faded into the white phosphorus fog, heading north toward the interstate. The roar of the engines faded, leaving only the crackle of the raging inferno. Vance stood up. He brushed the glass cubes and concrete dust from his denim shirt. He dumped the empty magazine from his subcompact pistol. He slammed a fresh 10-round magazine into the grip. He racked the slide, chambering a hollow point round. He slid the weapon into his ankle holster. The smoke began to dissipate, caught in the thermal updraft of the fire. The street sat empty, save for the brass casings littering the pavement and the massive pool of blood marking the spot where the billionaire fell. Toby Miller lay in the center of the road. The young deputy remained curled in a fetal position. He groaned. His broken right arm rested at an impossible angle. Vance walked to the deputy. He crouched. He placed 2 fingers against Toby's neck. A strong, rapid pulse beat against his fingertips. Carter emerged from the smoke. The sheriff staggered down the concrete steps. He gripped the shotgun in his left hand. He coughed, hacking the thick toxic soot from his lungs. His uniform shirt hung in blackened tatters. Carter looked at the empty street. He looked at the blood. "They ran," Carter rasped. "Cross requires a vascular surgeon within the hour," Vance said. He stood up. "He bleeds out in the cabin of his multi-million-dollar bus, without immediate medical intervention. The closest trauma center sits in Dallas." Carter knelt beside Toby. He touched the kid's uninjured shoulder. Toby flinched and let out a whimper. "He breathes," Carter said. "He needs a medic." "The Rangers arrive in 3 minutes," Vance said. "They bring paramedics. They bring armor." Carter looked at the police station. The fire from the hardware store breached the shared wall. Flames licked the edge of the flat tar roof. Black smoke poured from the shattered lobby window. The bunker succumbed to the heat. The concrete blockhouse transformed into a kiln. "We lost the station," Carter said. "You saved the town," Vance corrected. He pointed to the thick, folded stack of parchment lying near the bottom of the concrete steps. The paper sported a scorched bullet hole through the center. "You possess the forged deeds. You possess the printed email. Hand those to the Texas Rangers. Richard Cross faces a federal indictment for conspiracy to commit murder, provided he survives the blood loss." Carter looked at the killer. "The board resets." "The board resets," Vance agreed. "But the game remains active." Vance turned his back on the sheriff. He walked toward the narrow alleyway on the north side of the burning police station. "Where are you going?" Carter shouted over the roar of the fire. "The anvil cracked the hammer," Vance called back over his shoulder. "Now I finished the job. I require transportation." Vance jogged down the alley. The heat blistered the paint on the exterior brick. He reached the rear of the property. A 10-foot chain-link fence topped with rusted razor wire enclosed a small, unpaved square of dirt. The county impound lot. Weeds choked the perimeter. 3 rusted sedans sat sinking into the earth, forgotten relics of ancient traffic stops. Vance approached the padlocked gate. He drew the subcompact pistol from his ankle. He pressed the muzzle against the heavy brass padlock. He pulled the trigger. The 9mm round shattered the internal tumblers. The lock blew apart, raining brass shrapnel into the dirt. Vance kicked the gate open. The rusted hinges shrieked. He bypassed the sedans. He walked to the far corner of the lot. A Kawasaki KX450F dirt bike sat leaning against a concrete barrier. A local meth dealer abandoned the motorcycle during a pursuit 6 months prior. The plastic fairing sported deep scratches. Dust coated the neon green paint. Vance grabbed the handlebars. He hoisted the bike upright. The suspension squeaked. He checked the tires. They retained air. The knobby treads showed deep, aggressive rubber. He unscrewed the gas cap and shook the chassis. Liquid sloshed in the tank. The fuel smelled stale, but it promised combustion. The bike lacked a key. The ignition cylinder sat empty. Vance pulled a folding knife from his back pocket. He flipped the steel blade open. He jammed the tip of the knife into the plastic housing beneath the handlebars. He pried the housing apart. The cheap plastic cracked and splintered, exposing a cluster of copper wires. He selected the red primary wire and the black ground wire. He sliced the rubber insulation away with the sharp blade. He stripped an inch of bare copper from both cords. He twisted the raw strands together. A faint spark jumped between his fingers. The digital instrument cluster flickered to life, glowing a faint LCD blue in the dark lot. Vance folded the knife and returned it to his pocket. He straddled the narrow leather seat. He found the kickstarter lever with his right boot. He kicked down hard. The single-cylinder engine coughed and died. Vance twisted the throttle grip, flooding the carburetor with the stale gasoline. He kicked the lever a second time. He put his entire body weight into the downward thrust. The four-stroke engine barked to life. It settled into a loud, aggressive idle. The custom exhaust pipe lacked a baffle, producing a deafening rhythmic thumping sound that vibrated through Vance's boots. The headlight flickered, casting a weak yellow beam across the rusted sedans. Vance kicked the side stand up. He pulled the clutch lever. He stomped the gear shifter down into first. He dumped the clutch and twisted the throttle. The rear tire spun, carving a deep trench in the dry dirt. The knobby rubber grabbed traction. The Kawasaki launched forward, lifting the front wheel off the ground. Vance leaned his weight over the handlebars, forcing the tire back to earth. He tore out of the impound lot. He navigated the narrow alleyway, blasting past the raging inferno of the hardware store. The intense heat washed over him for a brief second before the cool desert air rushed in to replace it. He hit Main Street. He ignored the bleeding deputy and the sheriff standing near the burning station. Vance leaned the bike into a sharp left turn. He accelerated out of Bitter Creek. He hit the two-lane asphalt highway leading north. He shifted through the gears, pushing the engine toward the red line. The wind tore at his denim shirt. The cold air stung his eyes. He looked at the horizon. 10 miles in the distance, a cluster of red taillights blurred against the black desert night. The corporate convoy. The armored Prevost. Vance opened the throttle wide. He chased the taillights into the dark. Chapter 20. The Kawasaki vibrated, a continuous teeth-rattling mechanical scream. Vance pushed the single-cylinder engine past its redline limits. The tachometer needle buried itself deep in the danger zone. The unbaffled exhaust pipe roared, echoing off the empty desert landscape. The single halogen headlight cut a weak, bouncing yellow cone through the pitch-black night. The wind battered his chest. It tore at the fabric of his denim shirt, whipping the sleeves against his forearms. He tucked his chin low, pressing his chest against the gas tank to minimize the aerodynamic drag. He tracked the cluster of red taillights, fading in the distance. The Prevost motor coach weighed 45,000 pounds. It required a long, flat stretch of asphalt to build momentum. The stolen dirt bike weighed 240 pounds. It offered pure, violent torque. The mathematics favored the pursuer. Vance closed the gap. The two surviving Chevrolet Suburbans flanked the rear corners of the massive black bus. They formed a moving steel barricade. Vance twisted the throttle grip until the plastic hit the stop. He aimed the front tire down the painted dashed line, dividing the highway. He shot the gap between the two heavy SUVs. The operators inside the Suburbans failed to track the small, dark motorcycle approaching from the rear. They watched the shoulders. They watched the horizon for state police helicopters. They ignored the blind spot directly behind the Prevost. Vance drafted behind the flat fiberglass tail of the motor coach. The slipstream caught him, sucking the Kawasaki forward into the pocket of dead air. The wind noise vanished, replaced by the heavy industrial thrum of the turbo-diesel engine and the suffocating smell of unburned exhaust. A steel ladder bolted to the rear cap led to the roof deck. Vance matched the speed of the convoy. 75 miles per hour. The asphalt blurred beneath his boots. He stood up on the metal foot pegs. He released his grip on the left handlebar. He reached forward. His calloused fingers brushed the cold steel of the bottom rung. He released the throttle. He lunged. Vance grabbed the ladder with both hands. He kicked his boots free of the pegs. The Kawasaki dropped away. Stripped of its rider and its momentum, the front wheel twisted. The bike hit the asphalt. Metal sparked. Plastic shattered. The motorcycle tumbled across the highway, exploding into a shower of sparks and debris before sliding into the dark ravine. Vance slammed against the rear of the bus. The slipstream ended. The wind caught him. It acted like a giant invisible hand, clawing at his back, attempting to peel him off the steel rungs. He locked his elbows. He pressed his boots against the fiberglass paneling. He climbed. Hand over hand. Boot over boot. He fought the drag and the vibration of the road. He reached the top rung. He hauled his torso over the parapet and rolled onto the flat roof. He laid flat against the white fiberglass surface. 3 domed air conditioning units hummed, fighting the Texas heat. A square emergency escape hatch sat positioned between the second and third domes. Vance leopard crawled across the roof. The wind threatened to lift him into the air. He reached the escape hatch. He gripped the red recessed release handle. He twisted the latch 90 degrees. The locking mechanism clacked. He yanked the heavy square cover open. Chilled sterile air rushed up from the cabin, carrying the metallic scent of fresh blood and the sweet smell of spilled bourbon. Vance drew the subcompact pistol from his ankle holster. He swung his legs into the void. He dropped through the opening. He landed in the center aisle. His boots sank into a thick plush Persian rug. The interior of the motor coach resembled the first-class cabin of a wide-body jet. Burl wood paneling lined the walls. Recessed LED lighting cast a soft warm glow. Cream-colored leather recliners sat bolted to the floorboards. A heavy mahogany conference table occupied the rear lounge space. Richard Cross lay flat on a leather sofa. The billionaire's face mirrored the color of the cream upholstery. An operator knelt beside him, pressing a thick white trauma dressing against the shattered right collarbone. Blood soaked through the gauze, dripping onto the pristine rug. Graves stood near the front bulkhead. The security chief spoke into a mounted radio handset. A makeshift sling fashioned from a torn suit sleeve cradled his left arm. The subcompact bullet fired outside the police station fractured his shoulder, rendering the limb useless. Vance raised the P365. He aimed at the kneeling medic. He squeezed the trigger. The gunshot popped, a sharp, deafening crack inside the insulated cabin. The hollow point struck the operator in the right thigh. The man screamed, dropping the trauma pad. He collapsed onto the floor, clutching his leg, rolling away from the sofa. Graves dropped the radio handset. He spun around. He hauled his Sig Sauer from his shoulder holster, using his good right hand. Vance fired. Graves fired. The cabin erupted into chaos. Vance's bullet shattered a heavy crystal decanter sitting on the mahogany table. Amber liquor exploded outward, raining down on the leather seats. Graves's bullet punched a hole through the burl wood paneling, an inch from Vance's left ear. Vance dove forward. He cleared the space between them before Graves acquired a second sight picture. He tackled the massive security chief around the waist. The impact drove both men backward. They crashed into a tempered glass partition separating the forward lounge from the galley. The glass spiderwebbed, a million intricate cracks radiating from the point of impact, but the structural integrity held. Graves grunted. The collision jarred his broken shoulder. He ignored the agony. He brought his right knee up in a vicious strike. The knee caught Vance in the ribs, driving the breath from his lungs. Vance maintained his grip. He drove the steel slide of his empty pistol directly into the bridge of Graves's nose. Bone crunched. Cartilage flattened. Blood sprayed across the spiderweb glass. Graves dropped his weapon. He brought his massive right hand up, grabbing Vance by the throat. His thick fingers dug into the trachea. He squeezed, crushing the cartilage, cutting off the oxygen supply. Vance gagged. Black spots danced in his peripheral vision. He reached out with his left hand. He swept the surface of the mahogany table. His fingers found the jagged, broken base of the shattered crystal decanter. Vance gripped the heavy lead crystal. He drove the jagged edge deep into the bicep of Graves's right arm. The security chief roared. The muscle severed. The grip on Vance's throat failed. Vance gasped for air. He dropped the crystal shard. He grabbed Graves by the leather belt and the lapel of the charcoal suit. He planted his boots on the rug. He twisted his hips, utilizing his entire body weight, and heaved the heavy man backward. The spider-webbed partition gave way. The tempered glass shattered into 1,000 harmless square cubes. Graves tumbled backward through the cascade of glass. He crashed onto the hard linoleum floor of the galley. His head struck the edge of the stainless steel refrigerator. He went limp. He ceased moving. Vance stood up. His chest heaved. He spat a mouthful of blood onto the plush rug. He dropped the empty subcompact pistol onto the floor. He walked to the rear lounge area. Richard Cross watched the violence from the leather sofa. The billionaire offered zero resistance. The blood loss robbed him of his physical strength, but his shark-like eyes retained a flicker of defiance. "You ruined the schedule," Cross whispered. His breath rattled in his chest. Vance looked at the mahogany table. An olive-drab canvas duffel bag sat on the polished wood. The operators retrieved it from the roadhouse before the retreat. The heavy brass zipper sat open. Tight bundles of used $100 bills spilled out, reflecting the recessed lighting. $50,000 in unmarked currency. "I revised the schedule," Vance said. He grabbed the canvas handles. He hauled the heavy bag off the table and slung the strap over his left shoulder. "You take the cash," Cross rasped. A faint, bloody smile touched his pale lips. "You embrace the transaction, after all. You claim a price." "I claim a severance package," Vance corrected. Vance walked to the side of the cabin. He located the emergency release handle for the pneumatic side door. A red plastic lever mounted beneath a plexiglass cover. He smashed the plexiglass with his elbow. He pulled the lever down. The air pressure hissed. The heavy glass door slid open. The roar of the wind and the screech of the highway tires flooded the quiet cabin. The dark desert scrub blurred past, a deadly gray ribbon of asphalt rushing just below the metal steps. Vance turned back to the sofa. He grabbed Cross by the ankles. Cross offered a weak, pathetic gasp. "Wait." "The board resets," Vance said. Vance dragged the billionaire off the sofa. He pulled him across the Persian rug. He swung his hips, generating momentum, and kicked his boot hard into Cross's ribs. Cross slid across the floorboards. He tumbled out the open doorway. The billionaire hit the asphalt at 75 miles per hour. The impact sounded like a heavy sack of wet cement striking the pavement. The body bounced, tumbling over the gravel shoulder, disappearing into the black ravine carved beside the highway. Vance walked to the front bulkhead. He opened the partition door leading to the driver's compartment. The driver wore a tailored black suit. He gripped the massive steering wheel, his eyes wide in the rearview mirror. He watched the entire execution. "Hit the brakes," Vance commanded. "Pull to the shoulder." The driver did not argue. He engaged the air brakes. The massive vehicle shuddered, decelerating rapidly. The tires grabbed the asphalt. The Prevost rolled to a halt on the gravel shoulder, kicking up a cloud of white dust. The two escort Suburbans slammed their brakes, skidding to a stop 50 yards behind the motor coach. Vance stepped out the open pneumatic door. He hit the gravel. He walked back toward the lead Suburban. The operators inside the SUV threw their doors open. They stepped out, raising their rifles. They expected to see Graves. They expected to see their employer. They saw a man covered in glass dust and blood, carrying a heavy canvas bag. Vance did not break his stride. He did not raise his hands. "Your paycheck lies at the bottom of the ravine," Vance shouted over the idle of the diesel engines. "Your boss broke his neck on the asphalt. The contract is void. Go find a new employer." The operators hesitated. They looked at the open door of the Prevost. They looked at the empty street behind the motor coach. The tactical discipline broke. Mercenaries fight for money. Dead billionaires sign zero checks. The men lowered their rifles. They climbed back into the rear Suburban. They put the vehicle in reverse, spun the tires, and fled south toward the border. Vance walked to the idling lead Suburban. The driver left the engine running. Vance opened the door, tossed the duffel bag onto the passenger seat, and climbed behind the wheel. He threw the transmission into drive. He executed a wide U-turn on the empty highway. He aimed the heavy front bumper south, heading back to Bitter Creek. The sky bruised purple in the east. Dawn approached. The brutal Texas sun prepared to bake the desert floor again. Vance rolled into the town limits. The air smelled of wet ash and stale smoke. The hardware store fire burned itself out, leaving a charred black scar against the side of the police substation. The concrete blockhouse remained standing, battered but unbroken. 3 Department of Public Safety helicopters sat parked on the salt flats near the airstream, their rotors drooping in the still morning air. Half a dozen black and white Texas Ranger Tahoes blocked Main Street. Vance parked the Suburban near the ruins of the roadhouse. He slung the duffel bag over his shoulder. He walked past the barricade of state police vehicles. The Rangers watched him. They recognized the cold, flat stare of a professional. They kept their hands near their holsters, but they offered no challenge. Sheriff Ben Carter stood on the concrete steps of the substation. The sheriff looked 10 years older. Soot stained his face. His uniform shirt hung in blackened ribbons. He held a styrofoam cup of black coffee in his thick hand. Vance walked up the steps. He dropped the heavy canvas duffel bag onto the landing. The brass zipper sat open. The bundles of currency peeked out. $50,000, Vance said. The corporate buyout for the tavern across the street. Consider it a down payment on Toby's medical bills. The kid requires an orthopedic surgeon to set that arm. Carter looked at the money. He looked at the killer. The Rangers found the Prevost empty on the highway, Carter said. They found a blood trail leading into a ravine. No body. Coyotes drag things away fast out here. The desert reclaims the trash, Vance said. I handed the forged deeds to a captain in the Rangers, Carter continued. I handed him the corporate email. They intend to raid the Cross Energy Tower in Dallas before lunch. Vance nodded. The objective reached completion. The ledger sat balanced. I possess a holding cell waiting for you, Vance, Carter said. He did not raise his hand. He did not reach for his cuffs. He just stated the legal fact. You confessed to 3 murders. I hold a sworn duty. You hold a sworn duty to the town, Vance corrected. He looked past Carter to the rusted impound lot. His battered Toyota Tacoma sat untouched, gathering the morning dust. The town survives, Vance said. The aquifer remains clean. Your brother keeps his ranch. The state requires a scapegoat for the dead men on the salt flats. Tell the Rangers a corporate hit squad eradicated a rival faction. Tell them the cartel moved in. Tell them whatever the paperwork requires to close the file. Carter stared into the styrofoam cup. He watched the dark liquid swirl. He looked up at the rising sun. You require a head start, Carter said. His voice sounded like grinding gravel. I estimate the Rangers process the crime scene for another 10 minutes before they secure the perimeter. I require 2, Vance said. Vance turned his back on the sheriff. He walked to the Toyota Tacoma. He opened the door. The vinyl seat felt stiff from the cold night air. He climbed into the cab. He turned the ignition key. The engine rumbled to life, a steady rhythmic thrum. He shifted the transmission into drive. He steered the truck out of the lot. He hit the asphalt of Main Street. He drove past the shattered roadhouse. He drove past the smoldering hardware store. He drove past the concrete bunker that served as an anvil. Vance hit the county road leading east. He pressed the accelerator down. The tires kicked up a thick cloud of white dust, leaving bitter creak to the buzzards in the law. He drove into the sunrise, chasing the long, hard shadows across the Texas scrub. The end. Want more thrills? Get Tulsa Time sent straight to you today.